Okay, got the third. Yeah, I do that sometimes too. Take off my glasses and see the kind of the big relationships. We're going to be trying that basically in zooming out. So there's like, I guess, three ways to kind of see big relationships. One, if you have bad vision, you can take off your glasses. You could even like start with your glasses off and then look for kind of those big relationships and then put them back on later on in the process, and you can get kind of like that higher frequency detail. So squinting is the other one. Um, I wouldn't say like, I think all of these is more kind of like a you can kind of learn from the lesson of it more than it actually being a super useful and practical process. So squinting is about comparing. You don't necessarily want to like paint while you're squinting because it's going to affect the value. And really, the big idea here is that we're looking for relative relationships, not absolute relationships. So squinting, it's going to change those absolute relationships, but it's much easier to compare when you're kind of getting rid of a lot of that high frequency detail because it's so easy to be distracted by that stuff. That's a lot of what we're going to be talking about today. The other one, and this is really great digitally, is zooming out. I think probably this is going to be a theme if you're looking through the homework, that zooming out solves like 90% of the problems because you can't see distracting things. You can't see kind of like the conceptual touch information, and you can't see it really kind of it forces you like we'll try this like going even smaller than you think. Traditionally it's a little bit harder to zoom out. You kind of have to walk back across the room basically. I think that's why working in like a chair with wheels on it is useful because you can kind of kick back pretty frequently. And but yeah, I think it's pretty common for artists to just get up and walk back across the room. I noticed that unlike Photoshop that applies the same thresholds everywhere, I was designing different thresholds in different parts of the image based on relative relationships. Yeah, so the idea is that we are really designing more than what Photoshop is doing. Photoshop is going pixel by pixel and seeing, does this pixel meet the threshold? And hopefully we're going to make more informed, creative decisions. Yeah, we are better than Photoshop at this. I don't know if I could like, if we're talking about Blender, I don't know if I could like decimate a model quite as well as that. I can't remember if we talked about that kind of compression. I think we did. Yeah, we talked about the PS1 models, but we'll go through that. We'll review that a little bit because I want to go more in detail about everything that we can compress. Yeah, let's open up Photoshop. So at the end of last week, I was reviewing some of the portfolios from the critique tier. I think maybe we can finish some of the lecture stuff. Then we can go through, finish those portfolios, or we can go to the homework. We'll kind of play it by ear. Okay, so here's this map that we started yesterday. We're going to go and finish up this pyramid here, and then do a demo of kind of working through the pyramid. Does anybody have any questions about this from last week? Does everything we talked about make sense while you were kind of doing the homework also? Oh yeah, sorry. Here we go. Is that better? That helps. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's zoom in here a little bit on this optical versus conceptual thing, because really what we've been doing here, I think that the easiest way to break this down is we've been using that 3D to 2D pipeline, thinking about the 3D form mentally and then converting that into a purely kind of optical impression. But they are not mutually exclusive. So even just having these flat groups of value here, the idea is that where we want it, it's conveying as clearly as possible the form and the ideas that I was intending. And some of that involves form and the structure of the face here. So we want to like say these things as clearly and as simply as possible. Here you can see there's like a fairly straight line here. It's a little bit curved, and like it's the simplest way that I can use to describe how this kind of sphere that I was thinking of the head is wrapping around in space. If I made that any more complicated, then it's going to kind of sacrifice on the clarity of what I'm trying to get across, unless I do it kind of everywhere else to the same degree. So here it's trying to, again, be like the simplest statement. Okay, so. So again, the bottom of this pyramid is drawing, and drawing, being the definition that we're using here, is the expression of relationships. And the most fundamental relationship in drawing is the optical versus the conceptual. Optical being that pure kind of image that forms in our retina. The conceptual being when we close our eyes, we have kind of that wireframe that we're imagining, that sense of touch. I can show some examples here. From what I gathered, it was taking in all the raw information Working from Life gives us and using it to design a picture. Yeah, and design is going to be a big part of what we're talking about today, because really this is about the way that we get to here. And this is going to be the most important part. Design is the way that we are taking that information, and we want to communicate an idea with it. I want to go through some like movie stills and stuff today to kind of see if we can figure out what is the idea behind that, and how are the underlying abstract relationships really communicating that. Okay, so something like this. This is Durer. This is very, very old. 1519 might even be the year here. And you can see that he's thinking about these conceptual things. This is a wireframe. He's pretty much designing a PlayStation 1 model here long before that was a thing. So this is really interesting to see. It wasn't usually so explicitly like expressed like this. I think it's pretty rare, and this is maybe like a novelty that he was trying to get across. But they were definitely thinking about this with everything. I mean, you see, when Sargent was in school, there was a night class at the school that he was going to, the École, and the teacher there had a little handbook called the drawing method. And you can see basically how they would think about this combination of 2D optical relationships. So these are like compressed optical relationships. All of the subtle changes of the nose. They're also talking about kind of the influence of the ideal of Greek sculpture. But this idea really comes across that all of the small information here, like all this hair, is compressed into these straight lines, basically so we can find the big relationships of this and have them be accurately related to each other. So this is a very optical way of thinking right here. But at the same time, they're clearly thinking about this as a cylinder and how these forms are wrapping around the cylinder. So this is really saying nothing about process. Really, they didn't usually explicitly draw out construction, but mentally, that was a very, very important part of what they were thinking about. And you can see here we have the cylinder tipped away from us, cylinder tipped towards us. And you can see the simplest expression of that is we have just like the straight lines to show that here, right, wrapping around the cylinder. So complexity really starts with these simple compressed relationships. This kind of drawing is really the conceptual is, I think the main thing that's being expressed here, because we have these like hatching lines that are going across the form, that expresses value at the same time, but it's a really good tool for showing form, the idea of touch, like this is how the form wraps around. So it's kind of doing both at the same time, but mainly expressing that like solidity that comes with the sense of touch. Really earlier in history, the 17th century, 18th century, this was more of kind of the way that people were thinking and what they were expressing with drawings. Then later on, and well, this is very, very early, but this is one of the first examples of like a really clear optical statement with Velázquez. And then in the 19th century, it became much more optical. So I think yes, that book is definitely worth reading. There's a lot of the stuff can like seem overly simple at first, the idea of like, oh, use a cylinder to express form. But I think that we can take it for granted how useful these basic concepts really are. Like there is no kind of advanced method here that is everything, is thinking of things accurately, both conceptually and optically, and being able to go back and forth with them at the same time. So it's a good example. We get like lots of form happening here from a really optical statement where we're losing edges together. And that's another thing where I think a lot of the homework, we want to be comfortable losing those edges together. Now, this was a really interesting example of thinking about subject matter and the perspective of a painting, because you can see here, like we are sitting as the king and queen here, looking into a mirror, watching ourselves get painted by Velázquez. And this idea of thinking about things not as like objective, so like the wireframe of something that you can move around, but instead of objective, it's subjective. And optical is a much more subjective way of expressing things, and the conceptual way of expressing things is much more objective. It's better for like godlike subjects or something. We can take a look at some examples of like different ways that these tools are good for. I really personally like Alma Tadema because he combines these in a super, super interesting way. It's not impressionistic at all. Like everything here is very explicitly drawn out. But you zoom out, and again, zooming out is kind of the superpower that we're going to have here. And it makes this really, really nice abstract design at the same time. So that combination of like that sense of solidity and sense of touch, where it feels like everything is, really specific and explicit, but it is also appealing to that entirely other sense. And different artists use different combinations of these different proportions, really. And proportions are what we're going to talk about, because everything about design has to do with ratios, so proportion. Every variable that we can think of eventually is going to come down to some kind of ratio. So what is the ratio, say, optical to conceptual in this? I think they're like equally appealing in Tadema's work. Whereas, with Velázquez, this is, I think, much more kind of on the optical impression side. You can see we get more kind of lost information, because this is like we're looking at something in one moment, as opposed to getting, again, a more kind of objective accounting of things in the scene. So we can even start thinking about things about how they really express kind of time. How long do you look at something? I think we talked about that in terms of the raw information here. So yeah, time is a variable that we can play with, and you can have certain parts of a picture happen more quickly than others. I want to show that. There's a really great Boldini painting. I love this because time is such an explicit variable here. Yes, Alma Tadema, that's right. Where things get more specifically drawn, where the thresholds are set to have more information as opposed to be looser, it's kind of like time slows down. And the idea that this is like a chaotic party scene where you're not really like, time is kind of wishy-washy. Maybe you've had a few drinks or something. This is like a first-person view, and only certain things are catching your attention. So I think painting, we have really, really direct control over directing the attention of the viewer in a way that we really don't in something like photography, where you are much more limited by what is there and kind of the mechanics of the camera. With painting, there are so many infinite variables and infinite possibilities that we can play with. And really, wherever there is the most contrast is where the viewer is going to look. So I definitely look, and we're going to practice this with some examples. Really just asking the question, like, what is happening in the painting and what kind of effect does that convey? So here, I'm definitely drawn here. I am definitely drawn to here, here. And then, something else catches my attention here. This face in the background, but it's far less than everything else. I would say we have like 3 kind of main areas of contrast here. And really one of the main forms of contrast that is being used, the variable that we're talking about, is how specific things are. You can look that this is like much, much looser than what's going on here. I would say there's almost like 3 groups of this. And we talked about compression, which is having these groups become obviously different. So most specific, then we have like medium specificity, some of this stuff going on in here. And then really, really low specificity of these areas that are just completely wishy-washy. You can see that these groups don't like interfere with each other. We're not going to, if we made this a little bit more detailed, well, we would be confused if it was part of this group. If we made it a bit less detailed, but not all the way, we might confuse it with that group. Yeah, so I really want to talk about in here, I feel like this is like, it just meets the threshold of this most detailed group. So something that we can use as a tool to figure out what a painting is doing is, if we have a question like, what is the purpose of that, we can just get rid of it. If we make her as detailed as everything else in the crowd back here, to me, it feels unbalanced now. Like we have this kind of triangle, this relationship between these figures, but now our eye doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Like we have some information here, but that face creates this secondary kind of anchor to keep us moving around the scene. Now, any variable could have been used. The important part here is that we needed contrast there. So the idea is like, okay, it feels unbalanced if we don't have something. We need some more weight. I think of this as like adding gravity. And we can use any kind of contrast to show that. Again, one kind of contrast would be like, I can just point an arrow there and it's like, well, it's probably way too much contrast. So we have to like have this idea in mind of what feels right. What is the right ratio? What is the right kind of harmony that we want? And then pick a variable to achieve that. And then feel, is that the right amount? So we could probably use chroma to show this. And chroma would be the intensity of a color. We could use value first, but value's been used all over the place already. Like we've used value everywhere in the painting. And that does it if you had like a bow or something here. I think that would be a fairly similar amount of contrast if that were white, but it's less interesting because we already used that. We could use color also, like we've already got the red. We could probably combine that with the yellow for value, and that would do it also. Or just abstractly kind of make this an area of chroma, and that also brings back that kind of weight that we need over there. But using this extra variable of specificity is just a really interesting way to add contrast there, because we have all of these variables happening at the same time. We have value, color, how specific things are, and that affects the sense of time. So you can see here, we're using the same basic concept of like compressing a variable into a group, and we have a budget for that information, and then we design with that. And all of these relationships are happening at the same time and creating harmonies with each other. It's like we have one melody that goes up and one melody that goes down, and it creates kind of this simultaneous harmony. When we just have things in 2 values, we're only working with a few variables. We'll go through this pyramid and talk about kind of what variables we're using in 2 values. But it's really kind of the simplest way to start learning about this idea of what you're actually going to be doing with like every kind of variable. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. To really kind of hammer home this idea about conceptual and optical, here's two paintings by Tadema that are basically the same subject. And I think it's really interesting comparing them because they have two totally different intentions. And Vitalik, I think it's going to make more sense as we go through and correct more of the homework, and I'll do some examples with this. Basically here, super similar subject, woman smelling flowers, and we get two totally different ideas from this. Here, it feels more like that Velázquez painting. We get kind of these lost edges between here. We have this hierarchy of value information where this is lost and this is found. Things feel much softer. We get like a soft focus in the background where there's not really a lot of information here. Like, look how loose the details are here. This is not like that last Tadema painting that we looked at. This was painted from life. What exercises helped you develop a sense for what is balanced? That's a big part of what I want to look at today. We're going to look at some of these two value paintings that I showed as examples. And I want to ask you guys what the balance conveys, what the ratios convey to you. We'll look at some of these examples and go through them. But the two value paintings that we did, I think, is the best exercise for getting a sense of what is balanced, because you're not distracted by so many different variables. We only have two groups, and we can, once we start thinking about it as like abstract relationships, that really helps to build a sensitivity for these things. Okay, so you can see here, everything is equally detailed. We have a hierarchy of detail here. You know, this is most specific, and then things kind of fall off into the background. Everything is pretty much exactly the same, as specific as everything else here. We've got all of these perfectly realized tiles here. You compare it to this, and it's so much more specific. And to me, what this feels like, this painting feels like an idea or like a memory. This is like we're looking back into the past, and it's an objective accounting of things. We're not picking and choosing what to make detailed. And to me, it's almost like the emotion of what she's feeling, smelling these flowers, or the experience really falls into the background. Like the props become more important here. It feels very intellectual. It is like, here is an intellectual, interesting view of the past, and we are almost like voyeurs looking back. This moment is in his studio. We are literally here in first person. So this feels like a first person view. It feels like that Velázquez, where we're looking in the mirror. We are actually in this scene. This is somebody contemporary to him. This is not somebody contemporary. This is an idea. This is a memory. So everything is, there's no subjectivity to it, basically. So this is a variable that we can use, and it conveys so many different things, just the sense of touch or solidity. It could convey a sense of time or our point of view in a painting. So again, really what I want to get across here is that painting has so many possibilities, and it's all based on these like simple variables that you can think of, that raw information, putting that into groups, using those groups in different ratios, and then designing a picture with it that conveys a certain idea. A much more kind of concrete example here is that we can see, optically, we know that this block here and this piece of cardboard are different objects. We know mentally that this is where one thing stops and the other thing starts. In terms of value, they are exactly the same, especially when we make this into value and zoom out. That is just a abstract shape that is happening there. Now, one of the things that can happen is that the conceptual sense that you have can start to get in the way of like accurate optical relationships. Because if I know these are two objects, and I'm just thinking locally, I'm probably going to accidentally overstate this and probably make them far different values. And if I do that, then everything else kind of gets out of whack. And that's where muddy values come from. It's from thinking locally and being distracted by the idea that these objects are separate. So that's what I mean of like, you have to kind of switch back and forth between these two modes of thinking to get the broadest, most accurate relationships you can for all of the variables that we're talking about. Okay. Does that make sense for kind of this major relationship, optical versus conceptual? Cool. And again, every kind of visual relationship that we can convey using using any kind of visual tool is a drawing relationship. So straight lines versus curved lines, big versus small, simple, complex, human versus architecture. It can go on and on, really, anything that you can show. So value is the next rung of the pyramid. And when we use value, we're also using drawing. So if you use so once again, optical equals objective, conceptual equals subjective. No, I would say it's the opposite. So optical is subjective. It has to do more with kind of your first person view. Conceptual is more objective. It is like the wireframe that you can rotate around. And optical is like going to change the next second. It's why it doesn't make sense to like memorize shapes. Because if you change the light like a millimeter, those shapes are going to change. But if you have an idea or like that wireframe in your head of how like a face is, that doesn't change. You can apply different light to that. So once we start adding light and vision, that's when things start to become more subjective. When you close your eyes and you have these kinds of ideas and mental conceptions, those things are more objective. Does that make sense? Maybe we can look at another example of this. The reason why this is important is because when we do things in two values, we're using all of these. I want to explain how we're using the optical and conceptual really through mostly that 3D to 2D pipeline where we're thinking about the form. Either you're drawing the form explicitly and compressing that into values. We are comparing all these kinds of relationships. Yeah, an archetype, an idealized idea of something, that's much more of a conceptual thing. So the idea that they were using kind of influenced by Greek sculpture and things like that, the ideal of that, those are more conceptual things. You know, you look at a real model, you're going to get the character of that model. You're not going to get like some idealized canon of things. That's more of this like objective idea rather than, you know, the unique and the individual. It's something you can really see in like 17th century or 18th century life drawing. It's like it doesn't really matter who the model actually is. They are going to be idealizing that, and closer to the 19th century, and especially today, like it is much more about the specific character of what you're seeing. I want to pull up an example of. So this painting is super, super specific. You know, everything is really, really accurately drawn. This feels extremely conceptual to me. But like that Tadema, you zoom out and it's going to be the same kind of averaged out relationships that we're going to be dealing with. So this is really kind of like a tool that is on top of everything. I think that like, what is the effect that having things be so specific? What does that do? Because we could average all of this out and really have the same composition. It would look something more like this can even be a good exercise, like painting over a reference and like consolidating them into just a few groups. Got a darker gray over here. Now we've got all this information here. I got to zoom out like crazy to really see how does that. This looks like it's part of that group. I think this looks like it's part of that group. So I took all of that information. This is that dithering that we talked about. Really high frequency detail, but you zoom out and you can see what groups they belong to. So this here, and here we've got our last group, this light value here. This would have been an equally valid way to express those relationships, as opposed to this. It would have looked more like a Levitan painting. Something where we've got these big relationships, but this feels again like it is subjective. We are like, the next second the light is going to change, the objects are going to change, and that's all going to be gone. This feels like it is lasting for an eternity. Like this is such a completely different static and still feeling. So the idea, the need for this painting is totally different. Ophelia committed suicide. Like this is the end of her life. This is like the permanence of death. Like painting this like a Levitan painting would have made no sense. And we are just using that mathematical principle of compression and averaging to convey very, very different things. A lot of this stuff can happen like intuitively, of like, again, this idea of like what feels right for the painting, and really being present with what you're painting to see like, well, maybe if I paint this loosely and impressionistically, like maybe it's not giving the idea that I want. But you have to be kind of present for that. It really depends on the intention. None of this is, again, this is both. This would be just as accurate as the really specific drawing here, but it just conveys a totally different feeling. We talked about accuracy versus artistic accuracy. Painting this in a loose, kind of poetic way like that really wouldn't make sense for this. I really love his work. This painting is again much more like conceptual. We have these really, we have like outlines of the faces here. I think the idea here is that we're really kind of contemplating this frozen moment in time where they are about to poison this guy. We want to like be able to study everybody's face. We want like a freeze frame here. There's a lot of symbolism going on. So again, I think for the idea of this painting, having things be very, very specific like this, I think like these moments of like almost biblical importance really lend themselves well to more of a conceptual impression. Now, again, there's still optical things happening here, but I would say this definitely leans more towards that objective side. Many of his early paintings feel like that. Again, this is kind of literal biblical importance here of Christ with his parents. A lot of the Pre-Raphaelites did some religious subjects, and I think it was there were like two ideas going on. Something like this too. A big idea of this was like that really, who are we, and kind of in the face of nature, like who are we to kind of select what is important and what isn't. Part of it was the religious nature of the subject. So like again, their philosophy of the Pre-Raphaelites really led them to use the tool of these highly specific paintings. But again, you zoom out and all of that stuff averages together. About symbol drawing. It's weird to accept how a 3D wireframe idea of an eye goes into the same category as a 2D symbolic idea of an eye. They're still both conceptual ways of thinking, right? Yeah, that's true. They're both about ideas, but they're totally different in practice. I think it just shows kind of how expansive this kind of initial relationship of drawing is. And really like how much you can do with that. I think it's exciting because there's so many possibilities there. So yeah, I would say that they're expressed totally differently. Yeah, it's all about decision making. It gets easier when you really kind of like take yourself out of it and focus on what the idea needs. If you don't have any kind of preconceptions about this is what my process is, this is what I do, like I can only do these things, it becomes fun to kind of explore these decisions. I think that's one of the important parts about why I want to kind of make this start with just a really simple 2-value painting, because it makes it feel much more approachable and like doable. We don't want to be making like all of the decisions at once, but we can start with this with a few variables, and then that's everything. That's the decision-making process, and we can apply it to other variables. You know, just like, did we look at the sketch of this last time? This painting. You can see here that when he was planning out this painting, he was thinking about it more like this was a Levitan painting. This is just totally averaged out. If I drag my color picker across here, this is just fairly constant. And if I do it across here, it is jumping up and down like crazy. So really, I have to zoom out of this to be able to see that big relationship that he was thinking about. But he was planning all of this stuff from the beginning of like these are the big relationships. And then how do I add this like specific detail in here and not lose that? A lot of what we're going to be talking about on the homework is that things like this have been added into the first impression. Basically, information has been overstated. We're going to look through that, but it's such a clear way to see it when it's just in 2 values. But that's one of the big difficulties is like once you find this accurate, average, low resolution version of the painting, how do you add the high resolution detail and not have it distract from it? Well, the idea is that you make it really small, you squint, you take your glasses off, you make sure it reads the same way as what you're intending. So when we use a value decision here, just make a circle here, that value decision is also drawing because this circle is an optical shape. It's not necessarily anything conceptual right now, but it is drawing because there's a relationship here to whatever the background is. There's also an edge relationship because I placed this on the background, and that's going pretty far pretty quickly. I could soften up kind of this part and have that be a slower ramp up to that value. Edges are also a drawing decision. So edges are not only just value, but drawing as well. Like if I made a cube here. So here's my kind of wireframe of this cube. And if I applied some light to this, got rid of my conceptual information. Now, if I softened the edge of this cube, I'm not only slowing down the transition of value, but you see how I'm like changing the wireframe? I went from a 90-degree angle to a little bevel just by softening that edge. So edges can do a lot for us with drawing also. Now, color, when we're using color, let's just say something like this. we are doing everything, every step below it. So this color decision has an edge relationship with the background, both in terms of how different the color is and how different the value is. That color has one specific value to it. That color is that value. If I change the value of this, I'm changing the color. And it also has drawing, because like we said, this is an optical shape right now. This could potentially be conveying like that this is a sphere or a planet or something, but we don't know that right now. But it's definitely just a shape. So when we're using full color, you do a painting in color, you are, with every decision, deciding about edge relationships, value relationships, and drawing relationships. What we're doing with the two value ones is we're primarily using drawing and value, but we're also suggesting edges, we're suggesting color at the same time. So as we kind of work our way up the pyramid, we can suggest these things that are higher, but when you're using kind of the highest level thing, which is color, you're explicitly deciding all of this. We can go through and do an example of kind of working up the pyramid. Does this make sense? Does anybody have any questions so far? Cool. Yeah, really when we start applying this to the homework and looking through how these examples, the application of these concepts, I think it's gonna sink in more. So, okay, let's do a little demo of kind of working through these concepts. Okay, so let's start with a cylinder. And again, I'm thinking to start of that conceptual information, this 3D to 2D pipeline, the 3D wireframe of the cylinder. How is that cylinder sitting in space? I'm imagining if we're looking up at it, if we're looking down at it, here we're pretty much centered. There might be some perspective going on here. So I'm placing that form in space, just I'm closing my eyes and imagining it. Then as soon as we start applying light, that's when we start to get our optical information. So I just set a threshold of like, where is that point where the light stops and the shadow begins? And I'm setting that two-value optical threshold, just like you did for homework, but I'm doing this from imagination now. I'm imagining where is that point, because this would be soft, right? This would be a slow transition. But where is that point where it stops becoming this and it starts becoming that? And there I've just set my two-value threshold based on the most important thing that I want to show, which is that transition from light to shadow. So if I get rid of all this conceptual information now, that kind of scaffolding of this, I could potentially just lose all of this unless I put another group behind here to find that form again. So either we lose the edge or we find it. Either there's contrast or there isn't. So I'm going to convert this to something purely optical. And you can see it's like now our brain is dealing with this information in a little bit of a different way. Instead of kind of the solidity of this, it feels like it's now sitting in an environment. It feels like there's almost atmosphere because we've lost these edges together. Okay, so if this were a painting, I could have kept some of that conceptual information, and that would have this conveys something very, very different. We could even start talking about kind of the design of these two, because if I make these too thick, well, then it's like it starts to get a bit muddy between what is conceptual and what is optical. It's like if we wanted to show both on this cube here, then I would probably, like if we have the wireframe of this, you can see it might make sense to kind of keep that conceptual information totally separate from the optical information so they don't get muddy. That's something to be careful of. You can see that in like in a lot of Tadema paintings, where when there's kind of like outlines and things, there's very, very, very low contrast of the forms. Where there's more kind of conceptual or optical thinking, you get much higher contrast, so you don't have to worry about any of those like outlines reading, basically. Okay, so this is basically where we ended up for our homework. What we're going to be doing is adding another threshold once we're happy with that. In order to correct the structure of an object later on in the process, you would go back to correct conceptual information. Yeah, it's really like a push and pull. The better you are at drawing, of like placing form in space, the more accurate of like a low resolution picture you can make in the beginning. So ideally, you want to get everything as close as you can, but like, it's probably not going to be perfect. So you can always go back and forth, and you can say like, well, this is a decision I'm making because I want to improve the optical abstract design, or maybe like the conceptual kind of representational ideas aren't reading. So you can affect two things at once, basically, with making those decisions. Okay, so basically, I said like, this is an example of that, because I needed, if I didn't have this thing behind it, this is all I would have. This is really important to be able to see kind of that important information here of what is telling my brain that this is a cylinder. Like, this is a strong drawing cue for my brain to pick up on. So I knew that first, just like we looked at in that Boldini painting. It's like I knew I needed contrast here. So then I can figure out, well, maybe we need like a curtain behind it. That's my excuse for the contrast. That's like the raw information I decided. We are looking at a dark curtain, and we're setting an optical threshold here. So it's not necessarily that this curtain is in shadow. If we got like kind of like raking light to the side, we might have a bunch of like light and shadow shapes here, but I'm not showing that. That's not what I'm setting the threshold on. I'm setting it on saying, well, this is a black curtain. And even if we wind up painting this, we're like, this is the light on that curtain. Those do not meet our threshold yet. So this is just becomes a black shape, just like I need in order to convey the idea of this, which is a cylinder. So now I'm going to set another threshold. And what I mean by that is here, the table, let's say that the table is dark enough to not be part of this group and light enough to not be part of this group. That's what I want to set another threshold for. This, once we're happy with the two value versions of our homework, this is what we're going to try and do to take it further. We're going to be setting another threshold. Okay, but now we have a little bit of a problem since we did this. The problem is that, and we're saying here that these are all the same material for now. This table starts in this value for the light and goes into this value in the shadow. This value here, let me put some light behind this so we can see. This value here goes from this value in the light also to this value in the shadow. So if we were really looking at this, I would imagine that this value here would wind up lighter in the shadow than this one. So I can take that and say, well, it's probably going to wind up lighter, and then it gets pretty close to this, so why not just compress them together? We're going to be talking about this a lot more, because this is a really great way to organize your value groups from imagination. When we get this kind of like zigzag happening. This to that, to that, to that. Okay, let's go a little bit further with this zigzag idea. Please explain this once more. Do you mean this idea that we just talked about? Yeah, let's go through this in detail. So let's say we have somebody with their face being this value and they're wearing a shirt that's this value. What we did here at first is say that both of those things in the shadow go all the way to black. It doesn't matter what the local value is. In the shadow, it goes to black. And you can see here, so this is similar to the halfway to black idea, but it is not a rule at all. This is a way of finding big relationships and compressing things together to find smaller relationships later. Like what we just did here is not necessarily incorrect. You can see it kind of looks like, like an old movie or something. When you have everything in the shadow kind of clipping to black, it looks like film noir or something. So it's not necessarily incorrect to do that. But if you set a rule, you basically want to like stick with it. It's also correct if they're in outer space, exactly. Because we're not going to get any kind of fill light in there. But generally, when we look at things, this value here is going to get darker, and this value here is going to get darker in the same proportion. Now, the important thing here is that this and this, they might in reality be a little bit different. We don't want to focus on those small differences at first. We want to combine and compress the small differences together to find the more accurate big relationships of, say, well, how far apart are these groups? What are the distances from these groups? In our homework, all the groups have been arbitrary so far. But once we add 3 groups, the distances of those groups become super, super important. So this is a way of saying, at first, I know these might be a little bit different, but compared to these differences, these are basically the same. So I'm going to paint them basically the same for now, so I can focus on the differences between those. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
It also has to do with kind of the budget that we have here, because you can see when we focus on this, we still have a lot of room in our budget. Like, let's move this down a little bit. We could add a lighter value here that goes to this value in the shadow. So what if this guy's wearing a scarf at this value? Maybe it goes to the value of the face in the light in the shadow. You can see we're comparing. Halfway to black has nothing to do with comparing. It's actually like a really kind of inefficient use of the budget. Because if we're going halfway to black with everything, we really quickly run out of room. So this is about finding how everything relates to each other within our budget rather than rendering, say, one object. Is it for emphasizing the silhouette of the main object? It really doesn't have anything to do with the silhouette. Because again, we might like lose a lot of stuff together, like the face side in light to the shadow side of the scarf. This, if we had, say, somebody else behind here, like if we had the face here, well, this would merge together from here. So if we find these big relationships, we can just kind of think very abstractly with these shapes and design a picture with this. We could also show like different materials, because we said these are all the same materials so far. So this in light going to this to shadow is, so this in light and this in shadow is the same as this in light to this to shadow. This shadow is the same as this light, and it goes to this. And we've used our whole budget here, this to this to this to this. We can focus on, well, what are the exact relationships between these? And start making really, really interesting decisions about how we do that. The other thing is, say we want a different material, because again, this is all just like the same kind of clay, basically, but different colors of that clay, different values of that. if I skip, so instead of going zigzag, if I skip and say, okay, I'm going to use this for my local value and this for a highlight, let's say their hair, we now have a completely different material. I can even put another value in here. It's like it's going to look very shiny now. So if we skip, then we're going to be using that raw information of the energy in a very different way. That's going to make more sense probably when we talk about materials and light. But the big idea here is that we can relate what is the highlight in the hair. You can even make the hair darker. What is the highlight in the hair? How does that highlight relate to the light side of the face? It's pretty much the same. I'm going to make them the same. Maybe there's another highlight over here. That's the same as the shadow side of the face. So comparing big relationships. Skin and shadow, same as shirt and light. Skin and shadow, same as this highlight in the hair. You see how we're like comparing across big things instead of looking for these small relationships that might distract us and cause us to say overstate these relationships. Once we do add more groups to our two value paintings, this is going to come way more into play, and especially from imagination, because this is a really, really good way to kind of maximize the use of your budget and not have to think about too many things at once. Let me see if I can show a painting that does something like this. Does that make sense? Does anybody have any questions? I want to show a example. Okay, so this is, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, but Vasily Vereshchagin. And there's also a Benjamin Constant painting, which is also a terrible pronunciation. He's French, Constant, something like that. But in their sketches, you can see this kind of thinking very, very clearly. Let's look at this one first. Okay, so face in light, if we kind of average that out, is the same as this light material here in shadow. See, this is the exact kind of thinking that we just talked about. So this value in the light goes to that value in the shadow. Now, this value, if we have that in the light, say the pants, goes to this much deeper value in the shadow. We can compare across everything and get this. And you can see here, we've got a reflective material. This isn't a diffuse material like everything else. This diffuse material starts with a very dark one and skips up to this light one. So we have that big contrast between the groups. That contrast is going to convey the different materials. This is all about finding the big differences between groups instead of focusing on, say, tiny differences in the folds here. I'm also trying to think how this can apply with angles, depths, concavity, convexity, softness, sculpting a ZBrush. Yes, it's exactly the same thing. So if you're sculpting, you want to focus on the big relationships of the forms. And you can even have like two groups of edges there. Like you want to keep everything compressed so that you can like have an accounting of how all your groups are working together. The same principles apply to like any discipline. Sculpting is just using slightly different variables. You're not explicitly kind of using value. Really, a lot more of the conceptual ideas apply, but this principle is exactly the same. So a lot of detail and smaller shapes become gradients, and that creates subrelationships. So yes, this is where you can start to get more complicated, because if you only have two two values, we should only have two groups. We should have hard edges, so hard edges or lost edges. But if we start to add smaller information in here, well, that's going to create other kinds of edges. It's going to be like a soft edge, basically, in here. If we, we could do something like this, and that's going to create this transition optically, just kind of looking at it. So what we wanted for the homework, again, was to have only two values, to not have shapes that are so small that they're actually information inside of the groups. I think even this shadow under here, we got to be really careful with to make sure that that's not information inside of the group. So only where it starts to have enough impact that it's becoming to meet that threshold. The power is in keeping those big groups still reading when we start adding more details. Exactly. And if we are focusing on the differences between groups instead of on details, we're going to get things way more accurate than we could have before. Because again, our mental default is like overstating things. We looked at that example with the block. Like when we see information just based on the way that our eyes work, it's just natural for us to see, because we're looking at one area. We don't naturally kind of see big relationships. Our vision has evolved to like detect threats, like to see, is there going to be a lion coming out from behind that tree? I want to detect motion. I want to detect local contrast. There is no kind of evolutionary way that our senses evolved to see big relationships. So we have to really like practice seeing in this new way that doesn't come intuitively. So the power is in focusing on that, getting those big accurate relationships, realizing that we probably have been overstating stuff, overstating differences between groups and within groups. And then when you get these simple groups, you can, again, the most important part of this, start designing, thinking about ratios, thinking about what variables you're using, in what proportions, and what ideas they're conveying. So that's really the big power in this, is that it becomes simple enough so that you can actually become intuitive. And Ava said this is very mathematical thinking, but I don't want to come across like that's the whole point of this. I think it's kind of beautiful in its mathematical simplicity, but the idea is to get it so that we have control over these things, so that we don't really have to think about it, and so that we can be intuitive. The whole kind of goal here is to make things simple enough so that we can really let our intuition be making the decisions. We can always look back later and say, like, well, what did I kind of do there in the heat of the moment, and analyze it in a very intellectual way. But really painting is, when you're kind of doing it, is a very intellectual, not intellectual, intuitive thing. So this is like using the limited values you have already and using them in different contexts. So exactly, you're reusing the things that you have and making sure that those relationships are as accurate as possible. So instead of adding new values, you're adjusting what you already have. This has to do with like the budget that we talked about, being kind of really stingy with your use of contrast. If you don't have to add a new group or add new contrast, don't. Because then if you keep adding new contrast, you're just going to keep pushing that. You want to keep it restrained and towards the middle, so that we can, again, focus on the big relationships between things. How did the distance between the big groups influence later while painting within them? So what we're doing now is more like finding, we're taking notes about paintings. Let me see if I can think of this. This will be another example of the zigzag. We can come back and look at that. Let me go back to that other example. Okay, so if I were to take notes about this painting, and that's why I really love looking at the sketch of this, because you can see his thought process, his basically like the guide that he used to go to the final. Look at the basket in here. he said that the basket is part of the grass group. If you zoom out and you see how the basket here, it's just basically that. Can everybody see that? If we look at the final, there's black and white stripes going on here. We can see the same thing happening in the grass. Like, we want this group to be the same as, say, what's going on here, and the same as what's going on here. I'm looking across areas of the picture and finding these things that are the same and making them the same and averaging them out to be exactly, like if I change this, I have to change all of this, and I have to get this further away. I'm talking about the relationships of this. So if I have a bunch of little white dots in here, you can see, you zoom out and they just get swallowed up. They just disappear. I could also, like, if they're a little bit bigger, I could kind of counterbalance that with some darker values in here that should optically average out to that same group when it's small. You can see the exact same thing happening in the final. It's like we have this equation of, like, I know that the value needs to be like this in relation to this. So if I add a bunch of, it's almost like this plus this equals this small. And if we have a bunch of these, optically, they're going to blend to be the same. So it's almost like you have all of this creativity that you can use in how you're actually expressing these groups, but you have to know what those groups are in the first place. It's like if you only have pen and ink, well, it's like, how dense is your hatching for this area versus how dense is your hatching for this area to look like that from a distance. It's about having this idea of what the relationships are mentally, and then using your tools to express them in whatever way works best with the subject. Does that make sense about how you can kind of non-literally express these groups? And the important thing is mentally knowing the differences between them. So sure, but won't that mean bumping more values into the focal point, and won't that change relationships again? Exactly. So now we're starting to build complexity. If you start adding and say, okay, well, this area right here is going to have the contrast of these stripes, we have to rebalance that. So, like, it's just about rebalancing. If we put these stripes here to have that same group in the sketch, it's probably not going to work, because everything else, like, that's too much contrast now. But once we add all the detail of, like, the face and on the pattern on the dress and, like, all of this, this has less impact relatively. So we're hopefully having the same relations to the sketch because everything else has been brought up to that level of complexity too. Rebalancing, I guess, is the best way that I can explain that. But that's how you kind of build complexity to your composition. Does that answer your question? So that's the reason for the fact that all those details everywhere aren't creating dithering. Well, they are. Kind of the principle of dithering is that all this grass here, when you look at it zoomed out, if you squint, if you take your glasses off, it's going to look like these big averages that we intended. That the grass here is the same average as, you know, this value here. We gotta probably incorporate some more of these. It's the same as this, it's the same as this, it's the same as this, everything back here. And we're looking, you know, even probably the top of this gradient is the same. Does that make sense? Let's go back to, even take a look at this example too. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll finish this demo here, and then we'll get to looking at the homework, I think, because we got a lot of stuff that we can talk about. I don't want to go too far over. So I'll meet you guys back in 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
Okay. This is making it very clear why it's so important to get your initial value study right. All the decisions are made there. Otherwise, you're just making them up as you go, which almost always ends up a lot less coherent. Yeah, like if you base your sketch on incorrect value relationships, you're just setting up trouble for later. Like the more accurate you get the stuff in the beginning, you can focus on getting the design and that stuff about the light and the materials accurate at the same time. And then like you're setting up all these accurate things for later, and then all the details will sit on top of a sturdy foundation. Basically, if you get that wrong in the beginning, it's like you're building a house on a bad foundation, and it's just going to cost you a lot of something you should have probably gotten in the beginning to save yourself the headache. Exactly. Exactly. It's the exact same thing. So this concept of big relationships and then smaller relationships being part of those bigger ones is what we're talking about. And if you get those accurate, then the skin pores are going to look like they're in the right proportion to everything else. So we don't want to be focusing on this, because if we focus on this at first, we're probably going to get the big form relationships wrong. If you're mentally thinking about skin pores, the planes of the face and how those relate to the arms and like the proportion of the body, like it's not going to be correct. And the contrast depth will always be more compressed than bigger shapes. This I'm not sure what you mean. Marie, if you want to clarify this, we can go over
I
that.
can talk, so it's a
Yeah,
little
sure.
faster than typing.
Sure.
I meant that when applying something like surface texture, you do it at a much more shallow strength. So like it'll barely pull the
Yeah. So
geometry up or down, like barely any different. So that's more shallow, like literally. You dig in more shallowly than when you do a large shape. You like take a shovel and you chisel out and you carve out very dramatic changes that are deep.
yeah, so we're going to be talking about this later, but basically the more you overstate those big shapes, the further apart the actual groups are going to have to be. That's something we might talk about next week, but this is very, very true. Really, like texture like that is generally much lower in contrast than you think it is. And if you actually kind of look at the like these kind of brushstrokes in here, generally like when you're doing a study and you're focusing on brushstrokes, you're probably going to make that contrast way too strong. When in reality, like from a distance, it's just like a flat value. And if this looks like a flat value, compare this value to here, that this is the same as this, and all these small differences kind of melt away to find that big relationship between this one and this one. We can find that zigzag thing happening here, like the face in the light is going to this value in the shadow. So light to shadow. Grab that. Now this in the light is going to that in shadow. And here's our zigzag. These may have been, if he was looking at this, a little bit different, but they're close enough compared to if we were focusing on differences inside of this. We focus on the between, that's how we can get these big accurate shapes, big accurate relationships, and these shapes that we can use to actually design a picture and say, well, this is the same as what's going on back here, and have everything relate in this big kind of way. You can see also here that this value in the light goes to this value in the shadow. If we average this out, it looks pretty similar to this. So we've got this big zigzag happening with all these different local values, and we have materials happening. Look how shiny the gun looks here. We've got this exposed metal. We've got this value here jumping all the way up to this group. So this going all the way up to the beginning, we have that huge contrast between these. They average out to something in between. That's why it's not kind of violating the laws of physics. Like if we had super, super bright highlight and basically if we like used, like the fact that this is so bright is being compensated for the fact that this is so dark because we only have so much energy. That's something we're going to talk about when we talk about light and materials. Yeah, here's another example of the zigzag, basically. Yeah, basically the instinct is always to overstate value differences. And we're going to be generally compressing value differences together to get a much more truthful and accurate accounting of things, because that's usually how it actually looks like. Exactly. Somebody at some point forgot to put their glasses on, and everything was different from that point on. Somebody also mentioned the pixel art example. Let's show that. So if I Google dithering, this is why I decided to call it this. If I Google dithering, I get something like this. So dithering is this technique, basically. If you have very compressed information, it's either black or white. If I drag the color picker over this, you can see it's either 1 or 0. So this image here is binary. One, it's either on or it's off. But when we look at this, we don't just see on or off. We see a gradient. It blends together optically in our vision to convey more than what is actually there. If I zoom out of this, it becomes even more effective of an illusion. If I zoom way in, this would be missing the forest for the trees. Here we see something completely different than we do here. If we zoom in, we see the individual groups. If we zoom out, we see how that dithering works to optically blend things to create all of this gradient, basically. This is what I wanted to avoid in the homework, because you can see that this is conveying like a whole 0 to 100 range of value. Now, even though this is only 0 or 1, literally, it's only using 2 groups, technically, I'm going to compress this optically further. So let's set our threshold. I want to actually make this into 2 groups. I'm going to set my threshold at like 50%. So anything lower than 50% gray is going to be black. Anything higher is going to be white. And it looks like, right here, it's where it stops being this and starts being this. I just set a 2-value threshold on this. Does that make sense? But what if we wanted to use more groups? Let's say we had 4 groups. Well, then here's my extremes. And I need to really use my eyes to blend this together into what value is this actually conveying to me. That's too dark. Still too dark. The further I zoom out, the easier this is going to get. Still maybe a little bit too dark. Okay. Now, if I had 4 groups, here's how I would do that. Does that make sense? So this, and this are conveying the same information in different ways using different budgets. So that, it's all the same. And I can make this into however many groups I want, basically. But I really have to rely on my vision and zooming out to be able to compress these values. Let's check. Yeah, that's true. I think it's just kind of our nature to exaggerate information, and you'll see these biases in every variable. Like when you're drawing, you'll notice like, okay, my default is kind of like making things too wide or making things too narrow or too tall. but that's very, very common until you like specifically pay attention to it. Just like with value, if we don't pay attention to this specifically, we're just not going to notice it. It's just going to be like our instincts. Yeah, I wasn't very accurate with this. I think like ideally, I don't want it to look any different. I think these look okay, but I would take more time on this one. That's the thing. It's like it's not super easy. You really have to kind of slow down and work at it. Like let's try and do this accurately. So black, and then okay, that's too dark. You can see how like subtle the changes here. I'm going between like tiny points in value to try and get this accurate. That looks a little better. Okay, now here, that's too dark. And it can be worth taking a complicated photo and trying to do this over it to compress it into the biggest groups that you can. Okay, that looks a little bit better. So you can see I was not accurate with this. That looks a lot better. Okay, so let's go back to, does that make sense to everybody? And really our first kind of 2-value threshold is going to set up everything else that we're talking about. Okay. So let's go back to this. Let's get rid of our zigzag here just to make some room. And you can see, like, this doesn't look quite right to me. I'm just going to use my experience in having painted from life, knowing what kind of accurate relationships look like, to say that something about these relationships just don't look quite right. And this could be really subtle. Like, even that looks a little bit better to me. So really what we have here is like, make a little thing off the side again. We've got this group hanging out with this group at a party, and this group is also hanging out at the same party. They're all mingling together. So when I made this group darker, I made this group a little bit lighter. So if I take this group and make it just a little bit lighter, you can see it is now more friendly with this guy at the party and less friendly here. We got closer together and further apart. I made one decision and affected these groups. So like the idea is that I could have done the same thing. If I need to get these closer together, I could have also darkened this a little bit, but that would have changed this relationship. So we're focusing on the relationships between, and there's multiple ways to get to where you need to go. And it's based on kind of the budget and knowing how you want to deal with this information of like what decision you're going to make. So we have room here. Differences in groups always need to be smaller than between groups. Yeah, so I'm going to show you what happens when we start adding information inside of these groups. Let's do that in a second. For now, we have like plenty of room in our budget here. This is our brightest value. We're only using below 50%. We've got all this still to work with. Let's say there's a window up here. Now, maybe 100% here would be overstating how bright that window is. So I kind of want to sneak up on how bright that window is based on what I tried to have accurately here before with everything else. So maybe something that looks a little too dim. Maybe something right around here feels accurate. That's why working from life is so important, because this helps to build that intuition about what real world relationships actually are. You can see how subtle how subtle it is between like not quite there and accurate. Okay, so hopefully these groups, how they're all interacting, are the right distances away from each other. Now, if I add information inside of this group in here, just abstractly, let's say that we're I think Ava or Maria had mentioned skin pores. Ava, was it you? Yeah, okay. So Maria mentioned skin pores in sculpting. The same kind of idea on, like, say it's like a wall, like drywall or something. There's gonna be little bits of texture on there. Let's say that we like made the focus of this painting here that tiny little bit of texture and really overstated that like crazy. Like each tiny little variation here is now going to be black to white, like super, super contrasty. So I'm going to spend all of this information here like this. In order to have the rest of these groups stay in the right proportion, like if I took this and added all this within it, I have to get these further away to the point where I might lose any difference between them. I got to get these further away in order to compensate for this. I probably can't even show the difference. So this is the same relationship as that expanded. Does that make sense? Or I don't know what that face means. It shows that there is this relationship between versus within these groups. I got a lot more examples of this. We'll be doing down the line. For now, it's just important to know that the more contrast you put within a group, the further apart those groups need to get, and you might actually start running into clipping. You might start to run out of your budget if you overstate that stuff. Like if we have a plane change here, 3 plane changes, and I say, well, here's the difference between this plane and that plane. If I make this a crazy difference, even though in reality it's like barely, they're both still seeing the same light source, I have to go probably way below the bottom here to be able to show this. We couldn't show a cast shadow. But if I did that differently and had this going to maybe even exactly the same, now this could be the shadow, and we can have a totally different group for the cast shadow here. Okay, so here's an interesting comment. Like the Ghibli films where environment is contrasted to hell, but the characters are sometimes just flat. This is another form. This is a variable. So like the cel-shaded characters versus the more realistic environments. If we made the environments more cel-shady, the characters aren't going to stand out as much. If we made the characters more realistic, they're not going to stand out with the environment. So that's just kind of like what I did here of making sure that our groups are like separate. Because if I make this too dark here, it's going to start to look muddy because we can't really tell the difference. So this is the same principle as animation, using very, very different styles for the character versus the background. There's also practical reasons for doing that because generally the backgrounds aren't going to be animated. Yeah, and the animators would die. The more info we add within the groups, the closer, no, the further apart they get. This is something that I think maybe you want to hold off on showing. Maybe we can do it quickly. I'll hold off on the bigger example, but here, basically, like, what is the angled degree difference here? Let's say we have light coming from right here. This is like barely anything. This to there. That tiny angle change, I'm overstating and using like my entire budget on, which means that to get to something that's actually not facing the light, the shadow side, we got to go like way over here, but my slider does not go that far. The best I can do is 0, which means that anything that has any kind of information here, like say there's a cast shadow of this thing, that is going to be, we're not going to be able to see any of that difference. But if I make these the same group, instead of making this tiny plane change a completely different group, I can make this information say within that group, either with color or like a tiny value change. Then I can use this value here instead of being a totally different group for inside the light. I could have that be the shadow. And then I have all this room here for if this thing is casting a shadow. So the more information I now put, say, into here, I probably have to get this further away. So that would be the same relationship. I can show you an example, a practical example. Here's a painting that I did from life. Let me actually grab the thing. You can see here that this does not have the degree of contrast. Like if you could think of this as like skin pores, like there's some texture in here, but it's basically just a flat value. I overstated that texture to be hugely different in color and value, which meant that everything else has to get kind of pushed way far away, and I've lost any information here in the shadow. This just becomes kind of a clipped group. So I wanted kind of a graphic read in here, and to have all of this contrast within the lights makes sense relatively. If I put a bunch of information in here, this is the secret to working with texture. Exactly. If you overstate the texture, your other groups have to get further away. If you understate texture, or you work more kind of truthfully to what is actually there, then you can get more and more actual information inside of the painting. I don't know if maybe next week if we have time this time, but I want to do some more examples of that because we're going to start working with more groups, and that's going to start to become more and more important. But does that basic principle make sense to everybody? So the things we do within groups affect the relationship with the larger groups. Exactly. And what we're doing now is averaging out all that information within the groups to find the big between the groups. And we're kind of anticipating how we would be painting things. Like, let's use that example that we looked at before here. We know in the final that this is going to have tons of detail on the grass. And if we zoom in here, just like that pixel art, if I like drag my color picker here, see how it jumps like crazy? We've got pure white, we've got pure black right next to each other. If we zoomed into this white and this black and this gray would be completely different groups because we're zoomed in mentally. If we zoom out, the difference between this black and white is basically nothing compared to how far away this is and how far away that is. So we are trying to average out what we know would be there in the final, all of this contrast, and find the larger relationships between so that we can actually start composing with these things. Because if we didn't, like, the branches here, basically, like, we would have all of this incorrect contrast going on with the branches. Like, it would become too much. Everything would stop relating to each other. And that's exactly what you find in a lot of paintings, is that, like, areas don't relate to each other. Like, if we were mentally zoomed in with this tree, we'd be like, well, this is dark against the background. I'm going to make these pretty dark. And you'll find that doesn't look right anymore. So, like, even though this is the same branch as this, it's going to look lighter. We're probably going to want to paint that brighter. You can see this in like Grimshaw paintings. He's keeping the big relationships in mind, even though he's painting very, very specific things. Where's the one? It's a good example. So there's so many different ways that you kind of show these branches. The big relationship would be all like these tiny little brushstrokes average out. Like, let's average this all out. Group 1 I have to use my eyes to blend this all together. I'm even overstating it a little bit. And all of the secondary branches create this value group here. So I have 5 here. I think I'm going to combine these together for now so that I can get this. And now I can see, well, how does this relate to the sky? I'm making them the same for now. I think this whole group is a little bit darker. And all these very dark branches here, they're kind of just part of this group. This is maybe thick enough to be part of this one. But then it starts to become like this. So you see, we can find like what is actually the composition of what's going on here. And that's how he knew not to like make these branches too dark. He's walking probably back across the room to make sure it's reading how he intends. This is one of the dangers of using photography reference. Exactly. Because if you were copying this painting, you're probably going to zoom in, copy the branches, and not look at the actual kind of value shape that all those branches make. Like that has a gesture to it, even. This whole group right here. And then we can focus on, well, what is the difference between this group to this group? And how does this right here relate to that? I think I would do this even differently now, like having done it before, and find something a little bit more accurate. Something like this. So it's really about prioritizing your big groups and making sure your details don't disrupt those groups. Yes, exactly. And yeah, we don't ever want to be mindlessly doing anything, basically. One of the times where it's still even the wrong word is you do sometimes want to be working intuitively. Like when it's kind of game time and you have an idea and you want to find out the best way to express that idea, that's the time to like not have any preconceptions about what you're doing. Like if you're doing a study of something, you want to be thinking analytically and intuitively at the same time. But like really when you're kind of making art, you want to be relying on your knowledge of having studied all of this to really kind of let the idea guide where you're going. And again, you can always analyze after the fact why something worked. Okay, so that way of thinking is related to the window shading process you talked in your first tutorial video. Yeah, so process really doesn't matter. Like so window shading means completing a part of a picture. Let me just pull up an example, it'll be a lot easier. Here's an article Ramon did on how they used to paint studies in the occult from life. And you can see there's parts of the picture here that they completed the head in one day, they completed the body in another day, and then they need to finish the arms. But everything has this kind of big, accurate look that we talked about. So we're going to be working the entire image at once. This is not what they're doing here, but it doesn't really matter because the exact process doesn't matter. However, I think what we're doing here in working the whole image at the same time is a good way to kind of like force your brain to work in a certain way, and then you can do whatever you want, basically. Like if you mentally know how do the shadows that are going to be here relate to the value of the hair, like that zigzag kind of thing, doesn't matter what order you do anything in. Like you're free to kind of explore and make. This makes more sense for the medium, basically. Like they're just working until it dries and then doing the next part. It makes sense in oil painting. Digitally, we can have kind of infinite reworkability. So I think it makes more sense to kind of do everything all at once. Would it be possible to explain the concept of if you were to add texture, that all the other values need to be further away? Yes. So here, like, I can kind of build that in to my sketch. Like, I can make this and say, well, if I'm going to have some texture in the light side, I can just compensate for that with a little bit darker here. And then if I have a little bit of variation going on inside here, I should have already accounted for that. And it's still going to look accurate. And if I go a little bit too far with that, well, then I might have to start pushing this group further away. So ideally, we're kind of building in a little bit of room for that variation. But if you keep your textures as like consistent, as subtle as they should be, I mean, then you probably won't run into trouble. But you always kind of have to keep zooming out and making sure that the groups aren't getting muddy, basically. Yes, the closer they are, the less budget you have for texture. That is true. Okay, so we've been talking about this. Let's go through another example of this, and then let's go to the homework. I wanted to focus on talking about design and ratios. We'll see, maybe that's something we can do more next week. But we've been talking about this between within thing a lot. Okay, so the idea also here, before we get to that, it's really going to be kind of a recap of what we did here. But if you get the big relationships correct, then we can find, that there was going to be a gradient here. The differences, the subtle differences between these groups, and that is going to be, like, say there's a little bit of a reflection here. Well, how bright is that reflection going to be? I can now accurately compare that based on everything else that I did already. So you get this accurate framework that you can tell, well, do I need to go lighter somewhere or darker somewhere? You're going to be able to judge that. There's a little bit of, say, reflected light happening in here. I'm not going to accidentally overstate that. Maybe there'll be a little bit of a value difference here too for the top, but honestly, that's something I would probably do with color and just keep this the way it is. I think we'll take this and eventually use this for color also. But yeah, like you could do crazy stuff with design now. Like if we needed this part, let me think. This could even be like a checkered table using black and white checkers and wind up looking like the same group, but we're going to, like, this would still be part of that group, but it's going to have another kind of contrast. It's going to have like pattern contrast, which we might have to balance out somewhere else with another variable. Like this is putting a lot of weight here. Maybe I could use color or something here to kind of balance it out without using the same variable. But basically, you find the big relationships, and then you can find the smaller relationships based on that accurate framework. Okay, let's look at these examples. And this should clear up a lot of the stuff about the budget. So let's finish this. Then I think we'll get to the homework. And then something else I really want to go into detail about is design and ratios and what the idea is saying. So we'll see if we have time for that. But let's start with this. Okay, so remember that I said, let's go. Remember we talked about the value difference or the angle difference here. Like this is not that great of an angle difference. We talk about the normal of the plane. Like these two normals are not that far away. They're still seeing the light. This one is not seeing the light. So this is going to be in the land of shadow, while these are going to be in the land of light. If we look at this painting here, and we think about the forehead, that's like a sphere. Can you feel kind of the sphere-like turning of the forehead here? And if we think of this as the wireframe, how that's going to look, and the normal here of each plane, these normals are not very different at all. But what we have here is like extreme contrast inside these planes. We've got this brushstroke going to this brushstroke, going to this brushstroke. It's really, really different in terms of value and color. And really, it's just a sphere. Like if we were going to be drawing a sphere, we probably want to have those values like really, really close together until it gets to the shadow. So basically, he overstated the contrast in the lights like crazy, a significant amount. Basically the same thing that I did in that painting of the Asara head that I showed you. If you look at somebody, you're just not going to see this kind of contrast locally. He's doing that on purpose to get all these like interesting color changes and value changes. Here's what the beginner mistake would be, is that you do that because you're looking in the light. And if you look at somebody and you're just staring at one part of their skin locally, you're probably, after enough time, going to start to see all these colors and values emerge. The problem is that if you then did that separately, again, with the shadow, and if we start putting light inside the shadow here, you can see it just does not look right. It doesn't look like light. It kind of breaks the illusion of this. So the beginner mistake is to look into the light, put all the detail that you see, look into the shadow, put all the detail that you see, and it doesn't work together. So let's kind of show that visually. We've got, let's show the budget. Here's our darkest possible value with digital paint. Here's our lightest possible value. And here's what's right in the middle. So the beginner mistake would be to put reflected light in here. Because remember, when you learn about how to paint form, it's like, well, you've got the light and you've got the highlight and you've got the terminator. Like there's no terminator here. So why is there no terminator? Like why isn't that a rule that you always have to put a terminator line? Like the beginner mistake would again to be put some reflected light in here, show a terminator very strongly, and all this contrast here does not make sense with this contrast. If we had light and shadow, if we put tons of contrast in here and tons of contrast in here, that's where muddiness comes from. Because we looked into the light and then we looked into the shadow. Yes, this does relate to exposure and keying, but I want to have everything be based on this principle of compression of information. Down the line is kind of how we're actually going to, that's the compression is how we're actually going to make the decisions about exposure and keying. So let's continue with this. So does that make sense what the beginner mistake is now? Okay. So basically, he put all this huge range of information. So muddiness equals evenness. Muddiness is when your groups aren't different enough. And I don't know how to like show a beginner painting. See if anything comes up. Yeah, I mean, you look at something like this has that kind of muddiness, like things are just way expanded. There's not actually any kind of groups happening. Actually, one of my friends, when he was first starting, he sent me one of his paintings to take a look at, and he said it was okay to show. So let me pull that up. This is an example of that kind of muddiness. Huge amounts of contrast happening in like the difference in these lights. And there's also a lot of contrast going on here in the shadows too. It's like nothing feels like light because everything is just not relating. That would be like, we have, let's get our budget again. Dark, light. Everything is just kind of a mess inside of here. What I want to do is take this, reduce the contrast in here to kind of get that toward the middle, and then reassert groups so that there's like differences, obvious groups happening here. There might be information inside those groups, but we're finding differences between. So in order to get this towards the center, I have to reduce the contrast of this. And you can see I already did a paint over of this a while ago of like trying to reassert differences between things. There's not really any differences between things here. It's muddy, things don't relate. Now we have differences, say, between this, between this, between this, and things hopefully relate to each other. The shadow of the shirt relates to the local value of the hat, as an example. So yeah, that's an example of kind of the tendency that we kind of do naturally without thinking about this stuff. Okay, so let's go back to this Hollis Dunlap painting. So he put tons of contrast too, but it's not a mistake because we have the shadow, it's just all the way down here clipped below. So we put all the lights, we've used a ton of our budget, but the shadow is relatively correct because there's no information inside of here. There is, like, we know logically that there is, but we can't show it in our budget because it's clipping below here. Does that make sense? Okay. So what would be one way to actually put information here in the shadow? What if we actually wanted to have that terminator? Then we could just do this. We can put the lights up here and instead clip, we can put the shadows in our budget and clip the lights outside of our budget above it. Now watch this. Look at how things start to clip. See how we're losing information in the lights and we're opening up information in the shadow. We've lost all of our lights, but now we have plenty of room here to show that reflected light. Maybe I went a little bit too far, but now that terminator line, it looks way overexposed, but it makes sense now. So this is how that relates to exposure, is that we took very different things, light and shadow. That could be anything. Like here, light and shadow is just something that tends to be very far apart. And we've exposed for now the shadows instead of the lights. But this is, compression is not a binary thing. It's not one or the other. What if we wanted to show both? What if we wanted to show information in the lights and information in the shadows? Does anybody have any idea what I can even just do to this example here to get both of these inside here? Because I can't do this. I can't do that beginner mistake of taking this and just putting it here, because look, now there's no difference. So tone both down. Exactly. Yes, squish. Exactly. Squishing is compression. Now, if I squish them both down, I still have the difference between them and less contrast inside. So we've done this kind of with our example here. But how do we do it in the painting? Well, it's kind of the same thing as in that other example. We lower the contrast. That gets everything towards the center. And it brought our color towards the center too, so it grayed things out. But now I can kind of reassert the differences between those groups. Here's our highlight group. Here's our middle group. I can add some reflected light in here. And I can have subtle kind of form modeling in the midtones. And now we could get information inside of both groups because we've lowered the contrast between them. So the more groups you have, the more information you have in the painting, the more careful you have to be with the information inside, because very quickly you're going to lose the between. When you lose the between, that's where muddiness happens. And you can see that like you can control these differences however you want. You can deal with this information in any variety of ways. How do we get these relationships inside of our budget? That make sense to everybody? Okay. Let's so that's how Sorolla does it. Yeah, let's actually look at a Sorolla painting now and see a completely different way to approach this. Because look, like when we overstate the lights, you see how graphic this painting looks? When you zoom out, it's basically just a two-value painting. If we were like walking into a gallery and saw this from across the room, it's really obviously like a portrait. Like it's really high contrast. So if you were like doing a magic card or something and you wanted it to read at a really small size, maybe overstating some contrast in the lights or even in the shadow is going to give you these kind of clipped groups. If we clip the information in the lights, we can get tons of light happening in the shadows. Like paintings like this, a lot of the lights are clipped, but look how many groups we can put into the shadow. We've got hugely different groups inside of here. So very group for this, whatever she's holding, the occlusion in here, all the lights are basically all compressed together. It's like the opposite of that Hollis painting. But it's not binary, remember that. It's we're overstating something so everything else logically follows that it's going to be clipped in a very different group. So this Sorolla painting, we've got tons of information in the light and tons of information in the shadow. We've got specular highlights. We've got midtones. We've got a terminator line. We've got reflected light. Also, we have the difference between the hair in here. We've got reflected light inside the shadow. It's kind of like ambient soft lighting inside the shadow. We got all these local value changes. So Sorolla is getting tons and tons of information. He had tons of groups in here, which means you have to be really careful about the information inside those groups so it doesn't get muddy. When you zoom out of this, it just looks like a gray mass. It's very abstract. Generally, most painters would probably do this kind of thing, like where we just lose the shadows, but we get all this contrast here for the sunlight. And you do that, and it's like you start to get more of a form emphasis happening. You see, we can really kind of round that box for the form. The way that he's doing it is not very form, it's more like atmosphere and color and this almost like psychedelic amount of information. It's like you just kind of come out of it's like your eyes have had time to adjust and like you're taking in all this information at the same time. Nothing is really being clipped in here. So yeah, this is like, this example here is like the Hollis painting. We've overstated minor changes to have them be entirely even different groups sometimes. This to this, which means that this is still on the light, and look how much of our budget we've used just across the light. All the way from here to here, which means we don't get anything in the shadows. We can't show the difference between those. This example here is more like the Sorolla painting. Differences are compressed closely together. Things are made the same when possible. Now the value that we used here in the lights, we can use for the shadows instead, still get plane change differences in here, and we still have room left for the shadow, the cast shadow group over here. So this and this, exactly the same information. Neither of them is correct or incorrect, but it's a different way of conveying that information based on the budget. We're compressing it differently based inside of that budget. Does that make sense to everybody? It's a completely different feeling here. This would probably not be a great way to do a magic card, but this conveys something very, very like truthful and honest about the way that he was seeing the scene in a really interesting way. That makes sense? Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll get to the homework. And we'll talk about kind of a lot of these ideas that we've talked about. One of the big things, again, that I want to get to probably next week, but we can really focus on the homework, is talking about the design of these paintings. It's something we're going to also think about while we're doing the. Where's okay, here we go. Yeah, the design ratios is stuff that I still want to get to. So yeah, let's meet back here in 10 minutes and we'll start applying this stuff to the homework. There's some stuff that was posted in the Discord that's, let's take a look. Okay, so something that jumps out to me about this, and this is cool. Okay, so this is saying here, similar to the ideas that we just mentioned, that you can put a bunch of value into your shadow area. And then if you, because of that contrast, you might run out of budget for your lights. Same thing on the inverse, you could put a lot of information on the lights and run out of budget for your shadows. I feel like for this example, you might even push this even further and lose everything inside of here, like even more. That way we can just get lots of like atmosphere into here. This looks a bit more accurate to me. And really losing this. Because you can see that that conceptual information in there, it's kind of reading like occlusion. We don't like have room for occlusion. This can be the problem with the rules, because you think like, okay, in shadow we have occlusion areas where things get close. Well, that's true, but we don't have the budget for that right now. So losing that occlusion, losing that difference actually makes us look more accurate than if we included that information. So yeah, and you can see here like this value for the reflected light, we have two groups, reflected light, and technically this is all reflected light. We're going to start to talk about all this stuff as reflections eventually. We've got this value group here and this value group here. This value group here is being used. We could use that for the midtones of the down-facing planes in the cloth here and get even more information here into the lights. So really kind of focus on the form of the cloth here. And probably darken down this value because we have so much room for information inside the lights. You see this information here, dark halftone in the lights, same literal values being used here for reflected light inside the shadow. I just really want to show that this stuff is not like binary. It's not only lights or only shadow. We could show both if we keep this stuff really subtle. Then we can have information in both of them. And it's going to make sense. And really everything in between. So we're just kind of dealing with how do we show information. There was something else. Yeah, the ideas behind these words make sense to me, but I think the example is really muddy. like I can't tell if this is shadow or this is light. And if I get this closer together, then I can say, well, now this looks too dark. This has been overstated. Probably these shadows are not going to be quite that dark for this material. All this information is just thought of too locally. So you can see, even when you're writing a tutorial about this stuff, this is all overstated. The differences inside the midtones are just way too much compared to the shadow. Then you find you don't even have to make the shadow that dark. Yeah, there's basically there's not a lot of thought being put into like the relationships between these groups. Honestly, I kind of like this one more because it's interesting. There's something cool happening with that. I mean, to make this more accurate and not make it look like metal, then yeah, we would need to like really black out the information inside the shadows, and we can even kind of merge it with the background. It does look like Hogarth. I tend to be more forgiving to Hogarth than a lot of other people. I kind of like Hogarth. Again, for the same reason, it's like it's interesting. There's something kind of confident going on, but yeah, I think like the idea here is true, but like there's not any kind of integrity to these values about how they continue. Like these subforms are just way overstated in terms of the value contrast. I want to reduce the value contrast inside so that we can find the differences between. So basically, when you start thinking this way, you're going to see overstated contrast everywhere. This example I like a lot more. The other thing is this still has lines in it, and it's kind of what we talked about before. It's like if we want to have the lines read, this is a really cool way to show it. Like just this first one, like we could kind of accentuate the lines and have shadows. We can have this conceptual information and light and shade, and they're not going to interfere with each other. But if we start to get them too close together, then they're not really going to be in their own lane or anything. And it's like, well, we don't really want to have like too many outlines happening because it's just kind of distracts from the shadows. So you really want to, again, have everything kind of in its own lane. So that's why in a lot of like cell shaded artwork or things with lines in it, you'll find that the shadows never get too dark. Let's get to the homework. Anybody have any questions about that stuff? Okay, first up, Azel. Azel, are you here? Do you have your mic? Do you want to talk about how this went?
Yeah, hello.
Hey.
Is the mic working?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, I did write some notes about like how I was feeling as I was doing it, but yeah, I don't know. This exercise was really humbling.
Yeah, I think that the good news is that even though it can be difficult at first, you're practicing like everything to do with painting. So when it gets more complicated, it's just using these same exact skills. Let me just read what you wrote here. So how to handle high contrast, high complexity metals, struggle to represent contrast between midtones. So yeah, really the problem here is that if you're looking at it this size, it becomes extremely confusing. When you zoom out, things become much more clear. You see how like all of that crazy amounts of information just becomes this gray?
Yeah.
We can really use our eyes to like, well, this looks like mostly like two values. Like we have the light gray and the dark gray, and then the light comes. Zooming out is going to show us the between of everything. So let's see here. Struggle making chest plate highlight look like arm. I think you did a good job with this. Again, zooming out, squinting is going to like answer a lot of those questions. This looks good. I think I would even like a lot of these small shapes, like this, for example, and these like small cutouts. It's really secondary information. You know what I mean? Like, what is the initial read of this?
So you just like wouldn't put them in, just like make it one big shape.
Exactly, not yet. The other thing is like the hilt here, or the guard. I don't know anything about swords. What they call it. But this part here, if we look, this is literally the value of like the skin and the light. And you can see this is very compressed as it is. So like these highlights would be significantly brighter, like if we had more range in this photo, if it wasn't like such a lossy medium. But here, if we zoom out, this feels darker to me. They're such small shapes that it almost kind of reads to me as like the same as this. It almost kind of blends into the background. You see that?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't zoom out enough, I don't think.
So yeah, I think like making this stuff like postage stamp size is really going to be the way to get the first overall division of information. Because all this other stuff is going to be there. It's just going to be there down the line. So like, you see these little bits of information, like that is going to be later. It's really just going to be like a soft edge versus this. So for now, when I zoom out, I don't even see any of that. I just see the straight line basically. And I see like this. I might even get rid of this for now. And definitely like this line is too small to really get that big overall impression of things. To kind of be comfortable with losing information so we can focus on bigger things for now.
I see.
So I would definitely entirely lose the handle here. Lose this. You know, I'm like, it's a tough decision, but I think I would even just based on the composition, lose some of that because it's just not quite as important. Maybe a little bit. But this, so this here, that's definitely overstated. Like that highlight here. This just, you see how that just completely blends into the background? We're not going to see any of that yet. And
I think I was like struggling in my head to be like, hey, this doesn't look like the armor is wrapping around. Like if you zoom out, you don't even see the arm piece. But I was like, man, these just look like shapes. Like they don't read.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's really the trick is like, how do you keep the stuff as simple as possible while still reading as what they should be? And I think at this stage, it's always better to err on the side of simplicity because we're going to have a lot of opportunity down the line to clarify things. But we really want to make it to get as close as we possibly can to a clear statement. Like this shape here, it just kind of looks like a triangle to me. And the side of the face here, like that ear only is a different group when we're looking locally. When we compare it to how far away the lights are, it disappears. And then we get a little bit of a highlight here. But then this goes back, and I feel like this is important. Like losing this information back here really affects the composition. Because it's like we get light here, and then it's balanced out by that little bit of the sword. So this is where it starts again with like the sensitivity to ratios. And really, we want this to read like exactly the same as this with less information. So for the shirt here, yeah, these shapes here are definitely not going to read as part of the first division. So here you said that the shadow side of the face, this value here belongs in the light.
Yeah, I thought it did. Or I saw that it did.
I think that's true. I agree. Which means also that the highlights in the hair are the same value as this, which means that they're also in the light, and that's what you did. I just think that the value here doesn't, it's still so much darker than these values, right?
Yeah.
So really, this is kind of it in terms of the composition. But okay.
I think after it did, like, wait, everything's gone.
Yeah. So this runs into that problem that we had before. Where like, this is literally the value that we decided with light, but its importance in the composition, especially like on this side, it really kind of disappears. Or it's like, I just want to like make it a little bit more consolidated and compressed. There's a little bit of it, but I have to be really careful here. And I think this information just doesn't quite read at that scale yet. Yeah, and like the shadow side of the nose, that shape there, it just gets swallowed up. It mostly just reads as this value. So that's why I think I wouldn't put that in yet. I like the design of the hands, but I think we just want to find this shape here a bit more generally. And then a lot of these things are just so small. I also want to focus on the drawing more. So like, where is this finger in relation to the eyes? They're pretty close. So I think things are maybe just getting a little bit like too tall with the hands, just like a little bit too big. Okay. Yeah, I think that's basically what we're going to wind up with. We'll take these things and we can split them into new groups, and we're going to be able to kind of get that information because we can see clearly another group here of like the darks here, but we can't show it yet. And this is really kind of just the initial read of what we're seeing from across the room. You can see I'm trying to get that to look as close as I can to that at this size. That's why, like, you see, that's overstated.
Yeah.
It really jumps out at that size.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, this looks good to me. I think I would just be a little bit more careful with the ratios of these shapes. So like this takes on more importance and it's much less important than this part. I like all these figures read. This feels like light on a crowd. So I really like the way that you design these. But the ratio of this shape feels much wide, like taller, right? It's like expanded.
Yeah.
So like abstractly, the exact sizes and weights of these shapes are really important for the read of the composition. The ratio between the dark and the light. You can see that you're much closer to like 50-50 when you add everything up. You see how it's 50-50? And
Yeah.
this has more dark than light. We want to retain, again, the feeling abstractly of the design. So that's why I think like having a bit more rest area with these dark groups. So that now it feels like there is definitely more dark than light, and we get that contrast between them. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Are shapes with, what does this say?
Fewer edge. Oh, so basically, I was just doing this with like a hard round, and then I got all these like blobby shapes, and I was like, these are kind of ugly because then the shape had no like direction or anything in it. It was just like, it looks kind of random,
Yeah.
I guess. And I was just like, is it better to
Yeah.
fix the edges with like sharp?
So angle changes are contrast, and you really only want to start introducing angle changes where necessary. So like, again, about finding big relationships, I see like these just big unified things here that I want to kind of get first before adding all these small changes, and have it basically be like organized where we have the big angle changes and then the smaller angle changes and then even smaller in like say 3 or 4 groups. So here I feel like there's too much contrast in areas that don't have it in the painting. Like this just feels like a straight line across to me.
I see.
So this value here is going to be dark. And this value is the same as that. Like you said, this value here is dark. That's the same value. I have to make that dark also then. And then find the shape again right here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So this side of the face is dark. Yeah, I'm always looking for how I can like simplify these angles. Like here's just two big angles. That's what I want to kind of get with the round brush. And I think blobbiness is probably introducing just too much shape contrast where it's not necessary. It's basically like instead of overstating value contrast, you're overstating shape contrast.
I see.
Okay, then this, yeah, totally just blends into the wall here. And then we start to find things again around here. But yeah, so like this shape, it looks like a triangle to me. I don't want to look at these like small changes yet. I want to find this big triangle to how that relates to everything else. And this feels like it just, like that line there looks like the same value as this. So I think you saw this in a field of light and it looks darker to you than you thought. And if you zoom out and you compare it to this, well, that's part of this group and we decided that's in the light group. That's why we get rid of this. Now the whole face here, the light side of this face is this value, again, we decided is dark. And you can see we're finding like a bigger kind of idea about the composition here. Face in light, so we've got like light on dark. Now here we have dark on light. You see we found that idea that was kind of buried beneath the local contrast now?
Yeah.
This face back here, yeah, this is light. And then we find this. So here's like a major idea about the composition. Light on dark, dark on light. And that's kind of, that has an effect on us the first like immediate viewing of the image. That's like the first big division. This feels way overstated. Okay, and then back here, yeah, this shape is definitely found. But this is all the same. Okay, but this face here, there's definitely areas of it that start to get light, but then maybe the forehead. You know, what is this value here? Is that it looks pretty dark? We might even get like this happening.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. I was too scared to make it abstract because I was like, it doesn't look like anything anymore. I can't tell what it is.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, you can still tell. Like we lose information here, and it's like this still feels like a sitting figure, and like we get kind of the main idea as long as we design those shapes well enough. So don't be afraid to kind of lose stuff as long as you are still paying attention to how to design it. But it's those constraints. It's like you can't use line as like boundaries, and you can't make really small shapes. You just have to like get it low resolution but accurate. But yeah, I think we found something about the design in having done this. One of the things that I think, like, you said the face here is light, and there's a bunch of shapes in here that look like the same value as the face.
Yeah, they're kind of like mid. I mean, there's not a lot of contrast in like the entire picture. A lot of it is like in mid-tone, but
Yeah.
like,
So we have to be really careful here because this value is light, we decided, this one's dark, and they're really close together. So we have to really kind of zoom out and be careful about it. So this is introducing a lot of contrast that I just gotta be careful with. But I think this is okay. starts to get pretty dark, like up here looks the same as this, and then it starts to get light right here. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, any other questions? Okay.
No.
Got the point of X has to be more literally true to reference
Okay.
to make the
Yeah,
subject.
so in this one, it's like you can clearly tell it's darker, but I didn't have like the contrast, but I also thought that structure was like an important part of the piece, and I was like, I can't just not draw it, or I can't just like not paint it. I thought, so I was like, even though it's darker in the reference, I
Okay, so here's really the problem. Here's the question. Which is more important? Is this being found against the background more important than this? Because if we show this, then we're going to lose this. If we show this, then we're going to lose that, right?
Mm.
So the question is, which is more important? What do you think?
I think it can get lost. I was probably just
I think so
distracted
too.
by the colors because they're very bright.
Yeah. So the colors are going to be an entirely kind of extra amount of information into here. And sometimes I might even take into account color difference. Like, okay, here, let me start with this line. So say this building here was this value, but it was like this color. So it's the same, literally the same as the sky, but it looked like this. So this is not using value contrast, obviously, but that becomes super important. I would now say that this becomes way more important than that. So since this is about taking notes about contrast, then I would probably make this a different value, even knowing that it's like going to wind up the same value and it's going to use a different variable to get there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But here, yeah, I don't think the values are quite different enough. And I think that compositionally, this is more important. So I think I'm just going to, unfortunately, temporarily get rid of it, find the biggest contrasts in the picture. And that's going to be kind of our map of the image.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
This is a very abstract composition when you get down to it. I really want to show this figure too. So, this is a tough one. I think
Yeah.
that would be something like this. I actually think I go back on this. I think this is more important. Because then we get to show the figure too. Here we can't show the figure. So like if we make this value here part of the light, then we make this value part of the light, then we'll get some of this clouds in here. So we're going to do something like in between. So I really want to show the drawing of this figure. And anything that value, which means this part of the sky, then we can get kind of the best of both worlds. And I think that's how this composition is really working. So you see, this is really like a process of exploration and problem solving and figuring things out. But this is such a drawing heavy composition. Sid Mead stuff in general is so tightly drawn.
Yeah.
That's a fairly intricate.
Yeah, when I chose it, I was like, oh, it's fine. They're flat colors.
Yeah.
It's harder.
So he subdivided these groups a lot. And because they're so flat, that means he can get so much information. That's why there's so many groups in this picture. There's way more than 4 groups in this picture. And the reason why they all work together is because there's really nothing going on inside of them. So he's getting tons and tons of information in this. That's why that's such a different look from like a Sorolla or even photography. So anything that looks like this value to me is going to be in the light group. And these reds get so distracting too. There's so much color contrast going on at the same time. So yeah, if I spent a lot more time kind of carefully drawing this, we would hopefully be able to get both of those things. And I think just kind of showing the threshold is so I don't have to spend too long on it.
Yep, it was helpful.
Yeah, like setting it like right here. Then we get the clouds, we get this. This I would make all like, let me just use this to simplify it. I would want to wind up with something like this. You see, then we get the figure reading, we get this reading, we get the importance of that part of the composition, and all this stuff is just getting swallowed up by these groups. That feels like the design of the picture to me. Yeah, this is a tough one because he's got so many groups in here. It's not like, again, like a film noir movie or something where it's obviously two very different groups. There's tons of groups. That's why this one's more difficult. Anybody have any questions? Yeah, and you can see now everything really reads. It's like, and we have the same, let me just kind of copy this over. This feels like the same contrast as what we're looking at here. Is it better to try and figure it out first or do that filter thing and copy that? Try and figure it out first. If I had more time, I would have kept playing with it because the thing is, I realized what I needed to do, and then I did the threshold just to show it real quick. Like I figured this out without the filter. I just did it to speed things up to be able to show it that I needed to set the threshold in a different place. So try and figure this stuff out through the process of working through it and painting it and relatively comparing. I did that by saying like, you know, I want to show this because I'm really not getting the idea of the composition. So anything that looks like this value to me, I need to make light. I could have done that manually, but it would have taken a long time. Does that make sense?
That helps a lot. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Hazel. I'm pretty sure that's Sid Mead.
It's Sid Mead.
His compositions are amazing because he'll use chroma in really cool.
I have so much of his stuff saved. Like I can like put it somewhere if anyone's interested.
I have a folder in the
good.
collection. If you have any more than I do, definitely post it. I really love his crowd stuff. There's one that it's a similar painting. This one. So like, I love this because this is a great example of that chroma thing going on. Like this is the same exact value as everything else, and he made this a focal point using color, not with value. So yeah, he's really great to study. This one is a little bit easier. Everything kind of falls into place a little bit more, obviously. I find red's really difficult. And yeah, when you look through artists, like try and analyze stuff in this way of like, how many groups are there? Were things expanded a lot? Where is there like, is there more, are things reduced so we can get more information in the picture? But yeah, great work. I really like the note taking too, and I think you're kind of wrestling with really really good problems. As we go through, if we have time at the end, I just want to show how to kind of take some of the stuff into for values. So keeping our groups different enough will prevent muddiness. When we add information to groups without adjusting their relationship to the big ones, we cause the big groups to look similar to each other and in turn cause muddiness. Exactly. And keep in mind that this is for any kind of variable, not just value. We're talking about value very heavily here, but if we have a ton of really tiny shapes everywhere, then it can get muddy in terms of the shapes. Like that's what we talked about in terms of like not having the angles kind of be consolidated enough. So think of this for any kind of variable, but value is a really great way to practice this principle. Colleen, are you here? Hi, Colleen. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, these look really cool. I really like the ones that you did from Life. Really interesting compositions. We're going to talk about design more next week, but you really got some ratios going on here that are cool. I think maybe we can even push that a little bit further of like, if we lose some more of this, have like more of a rest area here, then we get a more obvious kind of ratio between a lot of dark and a little bit of light.
Yeah, this one I struggled with like the cast shadows of the objects at the top. At the beginning, like I had included everything in the shadow area, but then nothing red.
Exactly, but
Just
yeah, I really like the way that you lost this. The other thing I would say is that for now, like, yeah, these shapes are definitely going to be here, and I really like the way that they look, but you zoom out, and this is going to be part of that group, and this is going to be part of this group. So just temporarily, even though, yeah, it makes it look a little bit less finished. I just kind of wanted to show that where this really, because then you're starting to get into a little bit of information kind of within here. You know, I don't know if this stuff really reads as part of this group in here, because we have the shadow as part of the light, and these are really kind of like very similar value, but maybe I'm wrong, because we kind of need it. Maybe I would just make the shapes less contrasty, because you have like this feels very different than everything else. I would maybe just make this more of like part of a larger shape as opposed to very separate.
Yeah.
And probably something like this just feels like too much contrast. I'm just going to try and like simplify that shape a little bit so it doesn't call so much attention. But yeah, I think that looks good to me. And this has to do with the drawing. We have a light coming from like over the side here. So these cast shadows are all like fairly parallel. And I think because they're so like there's such a wide gap here in the drawing, it affects the feeling of the plane that they're sitting on. So cast shadows are like really strong indicators of what's happening with the form in space. They tell us about what's casting the shadow and what they're casting the shadow onto. So like these really subtle, like this is an opportunity right here to have these subtle changes in the ellipse sitting on the counter and how that's casting a shadow back. And if we can get like the curve of the ellipse and then the straight line of the shadow and then the other curve of the ellipse here, this is going to tell us so much of information without using any of our budget. And that's always what we're looking for. Let me get another curve here. Okay. And otherwise, it looks really good. I think this is really nicely set up to add more values onto. But let's keep going with the two value ones. This is super cool too. I think some of these shapes feel a little bit even, like 1, 2, 3. This triangle is like evenly divided.
Yeah.
Make one of these bigger, these kind of secondary to that. Even some of the books here, like maybe losing a little bit more of these shadows so that again we get more of the ratio of light to dark that we're looking for, a stronger kind of light to dark ratio. Some of these small lines I think could be part of a later read. So this is really subtle changes happening here, because these are honestly, these are really nice. And then something like this is again a drawing cue. If we only have like 30 seconds to make a change on something, for example, like what's going to give you the biggest impact of that change? Something like this, getting these to be like straight lines parallel to each other is going to tell us so much about the perspective and make something look a lot tighter. Same with these lines too, like just a little bit of careful cleaning up of these shapes to reinforce the perspective. Yeah, this is super cool. Where is this?
It's Westmount Library.
Oh, right. Yeah, I've been there. It's a really cool place.
Yeah, it is. It's a nice old building.
They've got this room that reminds me of like a Tadema painting. They've got a room with like a little fountain like this, like inlaid into the floor.
Oh yeah, in the greenhouse, like
And the
next to
greenhouse.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's very cool.
I always want to go there and paint. Yeah, this is awesome. Okay, for this one, so this is going to be the Fresnel effect coming up into here, and there's going to be some of that. It just feels a little bit overstated, like the importance of what's going on here. I think I would just group that together. And then otherwise, okay, we said this value is dark, and this is the same as that value. So I'm comparing across, so that looks good. I think the reflections here, again, they're made up of small shapes, so I think they just feel a little bit like too big. And then this line gets so thin, I think that it's been overstated, the importance of this line. And then some of these shapes in here are starting to get into the shadow a little bit, so I just make them like a little bit smaller, maybe get rid of a few of them. And this feels a little bit more balanced to me.
Yeah.
Now we're getting into that like evenness again, like 1, 2, 3, and look how interesting like the ratios are here. So I definitely at least want to take this one and like have some overlap and have something like that happening. It's going to make it look more natural without any of these divisions. I think it's happening a little bit here too, like maybe even just getting rid of that, because then we get the big impact of like the light shape on dark and the dark shapes on light. Same here. Look, 1, 2, 3. Something feels a little bit off about the silhouette of this, and this is again kind of a drawing cue of like feels a little like tipped over or something. So I'm trying to follow the form in space, and I think this is coming down a little bit too much.
I think also because the picture is taken from like a lower angle than my point of view.
Oh yeah, okay, I see it. Okay, so I think I would do the opposite maybe. Because I feel like the sides don't match. Like the perspective that you have. I'm just gonna add like a little bit more here. And it feels like a little bit more solid.
Yeah.
They're really great. I really like the ones from Life. Okay, so I think that this difference here doesn't feel that important to me in the grand scheme of the composition. I really think it's like it's this.
Yeah.
And then I can find these like these major kind of angles. So that we're losing. And we got the tree in here. We have this shape, and then this comes down, and then that water is the same value as this. So if we make that dark, then this stays dark, and I think that then I can find these shapes a bit more in the horizon. And then a little bit of the edge of the mountain, because that comes in a little bit. There's like a little bit of the sky up here. You see, I think that this is really kind of the grand sweep of the composition. Yeah, I think this too, this is really a judgment call of like, because it looks like the same value to me as this, which we already made dark. So if we were going to just go by value, I think the sky would be dark also. And then I'd maybe minimize some of these small changes to get a more accurate feeling of this shadow where it's like cast onto this side and it's just like a drawing thing. And again, find kind of these larger relationships first, because you're overstating some of the differences of like these outcroppings. Like that just feels like, so we have a form here. It's just gonna be a straight line like across that form. Let me think how to explain that. Like again, if we have a cylinder in shadow over here, it's just a straight line. And if I make any kind of changes in that, it's going to change the form. If I want to show the major form, I just need that first kind of division. That's what I'm trying to find here, is that like, this feels like a round kind of cylinder, and this shadow is coming across the cylinder. So if I'm going crazy with like the changes in there, I'm not going to clearly communicate a shadow across a cylinder.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So then the judgment call is this chroma here important enough to justify putting in the other group? And I don't think it is, because this feels way more contrasty. If I look at the sky versus this, like, yeah, it's different. But if I look down here, all of this really kind of blends together. Okay. Your decision about the groups looks good here. I would just focus a little bit more attention on the shapes. I think you can find some larger gestures of these shapes and how they relate to each other. And this feels like it's fairly dark. Even up into here, it's like, you see that starts to look like down here.
Yeah.
Because of the window, it's like we get that kind of soft edge happening there, but I have to decide, where does it start being this and stop being that? I think I see a little bit like that circular kind of shape, and it's interrupting the window a little bit. And that makes things look very kind of optical. It's like when we don't have things clearly delineated like that, like when it starts to get dark enough where it kind of encroaches on the architecture. I think, again, like the angle of this wall is also going to tell us a lot about the 3D form of this. And how this shape is like more compressed here, and then it gets a larger sweep is going to tell us about the perspective. Of the grounds. I want to maximize like the amount of drawing cues that I have to tell my brain what's happening with the limited amount of information that we have available. Okay. When I zoom out this small, you see again how like the facial features are overstated. From this scale, it's like they get dark enough where it starts to make it look like this value. And that value, you decided is part of the shadow, so or the dark group. So I think just like half of the face here can basically be dark, and that's how we're going to compress it. Like this. That way we don't overstate the importance of those facial features. You can see here, this is that Grimshaw thing that we talked about. This value here, it gets like small enough where it has less importance on the composition.
Right.
Same with here, like that just gets lost. And we did decide that this value here is part of the darks. So that means that this value here is the same thing. We have to make this dark. Now, if you decide that it's not what you wanted to do, then I would adjust the threshold and have this be light and have more light into here. And we might even find a bit of the couch behind here and get some of these cast shadows back. I think that's, I might want to do that. I think it's debatable. But that's basically the logic behind it. I think it makes more sense to kind of have some of this be more light and keep this out of it, because this isn't dark enough to be that important in the composition.
Yeah, I had done that early on, but then I was like, it's too much dark.
Okay, for the photos, yeah, I think some of the light again is overstated here. Like some of this starts to even get lost a little bit. And if this is a cylinder, I want to show like as clearly as I can the light wrapping around that cylinder, which probably means a shape like this. So we have like dark, and then it switches. We get this counter change, but this feels like it just kind of comes into the form like that. I think this is overstated, this information. I'm going to make that darker. Like there's a gesture happening here too. Like we're not only compressing the values, but the shapes and the form too. So I want to like have everything follow that gesture so we can find the design of this also. Like it's all kind of radiating out from this point, which is really interesting. I want to have that kind of follow this more. And see, these decisions would be so hard to make if we had more information in this painting. Okay, for this one, I feel like, you know, the groups are looking good, but again, it's design. So like these figures are placed in a very specific point in the composition where all of these lines relate to them very specifically. And you can see that just the relationships are different in this. We're lower, and I think that they're further apart. So this is drawing stuff, but the drawing stuff really affects the read of the composition. They also feel smaller compared to everything. So it's like the feeling of this, I feel like they're I feel like they're in better shape in your painting. Like they're gonna get out of whatever they're running from. Or it looks like they're attacking something, like they're gonna be successful. In yours, feels like they're kind of getting like, feels like things are a lot more intimidating here. So I want to kind of bring some of that intimidation. And also like, yeah, this is just too much for the first threshold. There's like more darkness on the bottom of this picture. You can see we're kind of running into almost like a tangent at the bottom. So that's why, you know, these figures closer together, a little higher up, a little bit smaller. And these trees are just feeling a little bit too important. I want to lose some of that. Maybe it's not that, but like this feels a little too close. So it's very subtle drawing stuff, but it all adds up in terms of the design of the picture. As to like where things are placed, basically. So I'm undoing a lot of the detail, but like I need to get that stuff in the right place, basically. I think it's just this encroaches just like a little bit more. We get that sweep of this shape here. So I think I had to undo some stuff to find some of these larger relationships. Then we can always go back in. But you see how like this is just too low down here?
Yeah.
And a lot of these changes are more subtle. Okay, so yeah, these lines here, they just blend into these. Again, the large sweep of the composition, these are secondary things. We can find the bigger angle relationships and the bigger group relationships. Like this. And if this is our first division, all the other information in here, we're going to be able to better relate to that whole. This one looks good. I think that these shapes, again, are just overstated in terms of their importance. A lot of these small ones inside here. And then like there's kind of a curve happening here that I think we can get. But otherwise, I think this looks pretty good. Cool. Do you have any questions?
So like moving forward, how would you like bring in those shapes that are overstated?
I think one of the major things that's happening here is that you're missing kind of the larger drawing gestures and you're losing the ratios of things. So like, I think this was kind of the best example. You're missing the forest for the trees a little bit and trying to find all these, you're trying to get this shape individually. Mentally or physically kind of zoom out, find the big gesture of this stuff first in terms of your drawing, how this relates to this, and then you can find like the negative shapes, the in-between shapes, and kind of your next pass at it. Then you'll find all these gestures and how they relate to each other. At the same time, you want to be thinking about the form and using like the way that you're drawing your shapes. Like, okay, here's a shadow. I can show like, this is important for showing the cylinder. I want to kind of accentuate that so I can get some form into these 2D flat shapes at the same time where I want the form. I think it's probably the biggest thing to focus on. I think your decisions about where you're putting the information into each group looks really good. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Okay, let me know if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, but Joao, is that how you say it?
Hey, it's João, but it doesn't matter.
Joao? Is that better?
João. Yeah. It's fine.
Cool. So yeah, tell me about how this went.
Now looking back, I definitely think I didn't zoom out enough, and I had some trouble like trying to balance how much simplicity versus like characteristicness
Right.
I should get with my shapes. But yeah.
Yeah, so some of the things that jump out to me is that like a lot of the broad relationships in terms of the groups are being cut up. Your compositions are looking like bitty, and that means like there's just small shapes interrupting the large flow. And this really shows that like muddiness can happen when you just have these two groups. It doesn't have to be when you have like a full range of value, because all the stuff going on in here, like this is what's happening.
Yeah.
And we're breaking that up because we're like mentally kind of too zoomed in on the small relationships, and we're losing like that really great curve and how it relates to this. So like the composition here is like that's really amazing. like how those relate to each other, and we want to like reinforce that with all of our secondary decisions. But yeah, I think if you tried this again, I think you would be able to see this stuff. Right, so same thing kind of happening in the Zorn, where all the information inside of the shape is fairly close together to the point where like the light and shadow, the up planes and the down planes, they're really part of the same group in here. And we can really focus on kind of the larger egg shape of here You talk about like simple versus characteristic. Think about how would like a shadow fall on an egg shape. And does the I don't even know if the nose really kind of catches it that much. The other thing I'm noticing is that you're overstating against some of the drawing stuff. So like this distance is way longer than this. You see, this is like
Yeah.
an equilateral triangle, and this is not. There's a little bit of that rock over here. Yeah, a lot of the stuff is like drawing too. You know, the rock here, like that, this rock is the same value as that. So we have to get rid of this to be consistent. And I don't want to overstate these small changes too much. I want to find the larger line. Really want to carefully find like this because that's telling us so much. Remember I talked about with Colleen, like cast shadows tell you about
Yeah.
the object that's casting them, what they're being cast onto, and anywhere where we can find some drawing relationships is going to be good. I'm also seeing like this value here just blending into that. So you can really spend a long time kind of designing the shapes of this picture to find that first initial read. Yeah, be careful about overstating the drawing stuff too. So like use it's still even a little big. Like the gesture of this, like this S curve happening. Okay. So same exact thing here. Like this is all lost until I think we find that shadow shape. That maybe starts to get dark enough. All this is only important when you're zoomed in here. When you zoom out, it stops being important.
Yeah.
And again, you see we're finding like larger we're discovering larger things about the composition, how much area of light here versus where it starts to be dark. I think the head being a little bit too big is interrupting that. Also, like, remember in the very beginning, we talked about those tipped cylinders. I want to think of this as a tipped cylinder because some of the lines here are working against the feeling of this, where everything in the Zorn is reinforcing that. This is that simple versus characteristic thing, where think of this as just a cylinder first and have all those lines reinforce the way it's tipped in space. It's almost like if you took somebody's face and you like put a piece of paper on it and like push the piece of paper in, you're going to get like a low resolution version of the face. The paper is going to kind of conform to things. That's what I'm thinking about right now. Then later on, you can add kind of the smaller changes. But I think the whole kind of right side of the face doesn't even meet the threshold.
It's kind of hard to let go, like so much information.
Yeah, that's where zooming out really helps because you're much less tempted.
Yeah.
And one of the cool things is that when you do this, it even starts to feel more like light. You have more of like a breadth to these shapes. And
I agree.
you don't really have to overwork stuff so much. Again, one of the biggest kind of things in art is accidentally overcomplicating things. So same thing going on here. Like a lot of the same thinking is happening even with this shape. You see, we get like big and then really fast it gets smaller, and you even that out in this zigzag here. I really want that like big to small kind of thing happening because that's going to be so characteristic of what happens with the folds on the cloth. Yeah, like look at this. Like it gets dark, like light, and then dark, and then light, and then dark. Light, dark, light, dark. And I think the drawing, it's like you've made it a little bit too low. You look at this shape here, just a big triangle, how this fits into here. And then this part of the metal looks like that valley. We decided that was dark, but a little bit of that catches the light in here. And now the buttons are just overstated. We know that those are buttons, but they don't meet the threshold. They're too dark. Some of the piping here gets dark enough too, like to kind of lose and find it. This part of the collar just blends into the background, and then we find a little bit of the shadow here to tell us about the form of the neck. The hat looks good. The hat looks good. I just think again the drawing gets a little bit big. I think you make your heads too big, just in general. And the hand stands out so much against all of this. This probably means that there's too much information going on here.
Oh, I see. There's a question on this one.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I think that what's interesting about this painting is that the face is in shadow and it is the focal point. It gains extra points because it's a face. If this were like a lamppost or something using the same values, we wouldn't be looking here. It's because these shapes look like a face to us. It gains extra importance. If we're talking about the values, I would do this. And I think to be more truthful to the composition, her face being in shadow, like, and not being the initial read makes sense to me. Like you zoom out, like, look at that.
And there's no face.
There's nothing. The reason why this painting is so successful is because we're like counteracting that and making it a focal point with the shapes basically and where it is in the composition. So it's really something we would have to hold off on in order to show, because I think if we did this, it's like it's overkill if we put that in here. It's breaking kind of the light and dark arrangement happening here. That's more important for now. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It just doesn't look right.
Yeah, I think that's something that you just kind of have to hold off on for. And I think the if the other shapes were a bit more accurate, it wouldn't be as much of a problem. Like like a lot of this stuff in here is just way too important. And if we reduce this is going to start to come back in importance. And if you get that little bit of the nose, it's going to have the same effect as the actual painting. So I think there's just like stuff like this is just so overstated that we would never get this. Like, if we want that nose to read, we're going to have to way simplify a lot of this stuff.
Makes sense.
And now it's actually starting to come back a little bit. But yeah, the shadow on this too comes across. See, now it's starting to feel like the same kind of read. Okay. Do you have any other questions?
No, that's about it, I guess.
Okay. Kaj, is that how you say it?
It's pronounced Kai.
Kai. I'm going to take like a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Oh, we've got some stuff in the chat. Let me take a look at this too. Yeah, this is something we'll go over more next week as we add more groups. Okay, so this is going to be for the homework next week. I would say I want to start incorporating work from imagination and work using kind of your normal process. I'm going to talk about this at the end. But now let's like switch from just working in 2 values to like doing a full painting, especially from imagination, and we'll see if we can start seeing these groups that underlie it. So yeah, making pictures basically is the best way to apply it. Okay, sorry, Kai. You still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about how this went.
Yeah. So I feel like I learned a lot going through all of them, especially with the ones from life, because I think starting like with the photographs,
yeah,
I tended to like fixate on detail where it didn't really contribute to the read. But yeah. So I feel like I learned a lot going through these.
Cool. Yeah. So I think looking at the photography ones, I definitely see that like that kind of biddiness happening with all these small shapes in here that is from like the high contrast in the dirt. You can see it's literally getting that value. And if we set a threshold on this, then it's going to grab all those little shapes. But optically, that's not part of our group. So yeah, I want to get rid of those, and I want to find the larger shape relationships of things like this.
I was really struggling with how to like summarize that shape there.
Yeah, so I can just kind of show you what I'm seeing in this is that we have basically a straight line, and then this is a little curve. You see that?
Yeah.
And it's like the side of his face that it stops. So that curve is going to be important. And what I'm going to try and do is have that straight line versus the curve. And that curve can hopefully reinforce the curve that's happening here. And then back here, it just doesn't really get contrasty enough. And I think you're kind of losing the big relationships here for the small ones. Like this Levitan painting is a great example of this. This right here. If I can find it. We looked at it last week. There we go. Okay, so picture you are really looking at these trees over here. You're going to see tons of branches and leaves and stuff, but you see how we found this larger curve to this in the landscape?
Yeah.
The same exact thing with the crowd. So I'm going to be looking for how this crowd kind of undulates. So we got this curve versus, again, the straight line happening here. It's going to tell us so much about the perspective too, if we can like kind of compress everything here into this plane. So that's the kind of thing I want to be kind of reinforcing at this stage. We can always find the smaller stuff later on. And this is really going to be relevant to like when you're actually painting from imagination or from life, because you want to be able to like deal with tons of information and have it relate to the bigger picture. And these shapes look good to me, but I do think like your budget for angles is just like really high. I think I would think of this as kind of more as like, for now, like a cylinder, kind of the mask of the face, just a little bit more, because again, like we got so much information to deal with. I want to simplify stuff to have everything be able to relate. Like all this back here is actually creating just this fairly dark group that eventually becomes a gradient between two groups, but I want to find those two extremes. So yeah, I think just you're mentally kind of zoomed in a bit too far, and actually literally zooming out is going to help you see those larger relationships. So I think we're definitely too far on the side of characteristic here without any simplicity. So this one's definitely the same thing. Like, look at the breadth of this. This is what they used to call it, breadth. Like, you can get used to like zooming out even on the reference and just painting over all of that and finding these big shapes. And this is a really fairly abstract picture at its core. Like the readability of this is secondary to the abstraction. And that's a very careful balance that we want to be able to get, and we can get that all with just two values. We're going to get the correct kind of, again, ratio between light and dark. This makes sense? Do you have any questions?
No, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so yeah, with this one, it's just everything kind of inside of here. You do that, and it's like, this is now a really cool picture. And all the information that would eventually be in this painting is just going to fit visually inside those groups.
Yeah.
This is really cool. I really love having this big rest area here, and like we can feel the shape of this and all these kind of coming off of that. We get a nice little gesture happening here of curved versus straight line. So the ones you did from Life are really nice. This is a cool arrangement of a still life. It's really unique and interesting.
Yeah, I've painted a lot of skulls, so I wanted to do something different this time.
Reminds me of Lord of the Rings, the Mouth of Sauron guy. Yeah, I think like you really want to make sure that that's meeting the threshold in these areas. And the teeth are just definitely overstated. Like we set a little bit of a different threshold. I think I might want to do this. We'll get like, because this is it's a form like this, and then the shadow is falling across that, and like this is going to tell us a lot about the form. So I'm averaging out the form of the teeth to get this kind of shape. I think that's going to be more descriptive. And then we can always get like a little bit of where that texture starts to come through the other side. Again, I'm painting this as if I took all this form and averaged it out. Again, you can think of it like you're putting a piece of paper against this. Now, the other thing is that I think that the shadow side of the sheep is in the dark group, because we made this dark. I think we have enough careful drawing here for that to read. Okay, so for this one, this is all information within. Like, it's actually creating a gray. It's creating a gray group with that hatching, basically. So that gray is still not meeting the threshold to be in the dark group. So you got to get rid of this. And then I would, again, just like pay attention to the larger sweep of this first. These guys look really good. There's also, like, you see this, it's like you get a shadow, and then we get a big form change. It cuts in, and another shadow. I want to find these big relations of the form before, like Maria mentioned, like we're not focusing on the pores right now. We're focusing on the big form changes. Cool. So this Levitan looks nice. I would just kind of get rid of these smaller rocks and find these bigger relationships. And here's a little bit of a problem, because we said that this is dark, but this is the same thing. Is it? No, it's actually a lot brighter. So yeah, I think we can get away with this. That's good. But same thing, like find like straight line, curved line, find that accurately first, and then relate the smaller shapes to that.
Yeah.
Okay, so here the main question is like, do we just get kind of the main silhouette of this and then find the seashells? I think those are shells, yeah. Or do we raise the threshold to the point like you did?
Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult, but I really wanted to show the difference between like the cast shadow around the eye and
Yeah,
then
let's do that. I think you just have to design these shapes a little bit more carefully, like to really get like the simple plane changes here. and we can lose this area of the nose into the background. Like this is in light mostly, it gets so thin. Same with like right up here. And so anything this value here, the shark's just really dark. That's why I got rid of this. I don't think it meets that threshold of that value. Same here, like this gets pretty dark. So the same thing is too much characteristicness happening. Like your form isn't averaged out enough and your shapes aren't averaged out. Like we want to see this as like this being our wireframe. This simply curving around and casting a shadow onto this. Averaging out this. So like a folded piece of paper, basically. This glitch that happens. I forgot to fix it. What? I fixed it. I think it happened last time I fixed it. I can't remember how. It's when I go to proof colors, it just like glitches out sometimes. Is that what it is? A gamut warning? Okay. Maybe it's not a glitch. I hit shift, that's why. Yeah, okay, it's not a glitch. I'm sorry. So yeah, this is going to be tricky.
I think even maybe the light on the neck, you could get rid of that when you zoom out.
Yeah, like right here. And then I think this, that feels like substantial enough. Here, it even kind of, you know, does this shape read as like, is it dark enough? Yeah, I think it is. I just want to simplify it a little bit. And some of the beard gets dark enough too. I think it's starting to get a little bit more readable. Yeah, this is going to take some time to like to figure out kind of that compressed form. Okay, the imagination one. So there's a few things going on here. One, I feel like the design of this, it feels like it's kind of avoiding the edge of the canvas. Might want to just have this come over and then like above. And also, this feels like 50-50, but like not quite. Maybe we want to like kind of make this not quite so balanced, like a little bit off center, just kind of moving things around a little bit. So the other thing is that like this fence here, if that line is thin enough, it's probably going to be part of one of these groups, this kind of high frequency detail, until we start getting these silhouettes kind of interfering with that. So you can see now we're finding like a bigger statement about the composition. Yeah. I don't think these lines are really going to play a role too. How is this curve going to kind of flow back and around so we can create some motion? And this is really the way to apply this stuff, because now we're actually like designing a picture and solving big problems about it before we ever get to small ones. If we had the final picture read a little bit more like this, it's going to be a lot stronger. It's a little too much. So yeah, like just a little bit of this information down here shows a lot about like the ellipses, like there's tanks or something. Like this is fairly descriptive. Cast shadow here and then cast shadow there. You can even get more of that happening as it turns around to show that like these details are getting kind of more frequent. We got a lot of simplicity here, so maybe we can add some more complexity in this area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
And I think this shape just feels a little bit like too mechanical. So maybe there's some areas with like rust or grime or something that's making it not quite meet that threshold enough to make that a little bit more organic. Okay. Thank you, Kai.
Yeah, thanks.
Ma? Are you here?
Hi,
Hey.
it's Myra.
Myra, okay. How'd this go?
Yeah, I guess like from what what you said on this lesson, I guess I overstated a bit things, and I was having a bit of trouble, especially when it's faces, because because they're so recognizable. So I was having a hard time to find those shapes that describe a face.
Right. Okay, let's take a look. Question: will you be doing lessons specifically on design in the course? Yeah, a little bit. So like next time, I really want to look at like movie stills. I want to look at some paintings. Just talk about kind of the appreciation of these ratios. We'll see how long it goes, but I do want to focus on that a little bit more explicitly in next time. And I'm thinking for the homework, I think we can even stay in this 2-value stage for longer. I talked about like maybe splitting the values today, but I think there's so much that we can keep going. We got a lot of time in the course, so I think I'll talk about the homework, but I think doing more of these and applying the stuff that we talked about today is going to set us up with a much better foundation for everything that we do later, because again, this is like everything. So you might as well spend some time on it. Okay. So yeah, faces here, really what you know about things comes into play here. So like, again, thinking of the face as like a simple kind of cylinder. If you can picture this as just like a wire frame, again, like, you know, it sounds weird, but like putting a bag over the head and like squeezing it tight, like it's going to get rid of a lot of the small changes here, and we're going to see the bigger form. So I think, you know, it feels like there's just a sphere. This just feels like a sphere to me. And then like with a mask kind of under it, but the eyes are a little bit too high. It's like interrupting that sphere. So just careful drawing of this. And then, you know, this is such an important shape, which means that probably all these folds here are not nearly as important as this. And this is going to do two things. It's not only a very satisfying abstract shape, but it tells us a lot about the shoulder. Like this angle here and the perspective of this is the whole top plane. So with all of these, there's two things happening. We want to get the abstract appeal of this, and also use that abstract appeal to tell us things about the form and the drawing. That's why we can get the maximum kind of bang for your buck with the representational aspect of this. It's not just abstract, but it's representational at the same time. Yeah, I think this is repping. In order to get some accuracy here, like I'm looking for big gestures. If you see this circle here, it's like an egg. This follows the egg, and this follows the egg. Yeah, next week is all going to be about murder methods.
Yeah, also finding this accuracy as something that I also had a bit of trouble. I don't know if it's because I need to practice more observation drawing or, you know.
Yeah, really, again, usefully, like it's the same concept. So I'm seeing this. You see how I'm compressing this into that? Like if I get that accurate to these, just 2D in a 2D way, I can then find these smaller shapes based on that. So always be looking, like if you're basically looking and comparing stuff like this to this to this to this. Or don't do that. Instead, you see this, look for things like that. That's going to get you your 2D accuracy. And it's going to be a scaffolding for you to fit like the sphere into when you start thinking of it in 3D. So we talked about kind of as simply kind of stating these things as possible. If we have a sphere being hit by light, which is really what we're thinking of the head as, that's our shape. So adding these kind of zigzags at this point is going to be overstating the importance of them. You can see here, like they're not that strong. It's really, this is the main kind of flow of them. I want to show that flow, and that's going to reinforce that sphere-like shape of the head. This all looks pretty dark to me back here, actually. Even back here, we're basically just getting like a silhouette. So yeah, that is a lot of what they teach in the Atelier, but that's all they teach in the Atelier. We're talking about this as just like a way to think about 2D accuracy of drawing. So like compressing things into straight lines. But as soon as possible, we want to get away from straight lines. This is just a way to kind of check your accuracy of the much larger things that we're going to be dealing with. So it's not all about that. But it is a very useful tool to have. Oh, it's the bag thing? Yeah, they've illicit methods being taught, I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, even like these highlights back here, they're pretty bright, but they're not really meeting kind of that major threshold. So, you know, you zoom out and you'll be able to see a lot of the stuff of like where it's just kind of losing that. Actually, like even just most of this face is like, we're losing so much detail, though. We'll hopefully find something bigger about the composition. Okay, so here, yeah, like these thin lines are a great example. What group does this average out to? I think it averages out to the light group. Actually, it looks kind of like this. Like it looks like that value, which means that that whole square there is probably going to be dark because we said this value there is dark.
Yeah.
We're trying to feel more of the larger form. Like this feels like it's just kind of like this raised form here. So any small details that are interrupting that, I want to more clearly show how these shadows fall across that raised road there and how it gets smaller into the distance. Now these trees have like counter change where it gets dark and then it gets light. You can see like switches right there, dark and then light on dark against the roof. And then the tree over here, like that's just, we're not really seeing that. That's all the sky. See, it's exactly the same as the sky value.
Yeah.
Now this value here, I think really only where it gets like a lot thicker are we going to see it. So here you have a very kind of even bracket shape or carrot shape. So I kind of want to see where it's getting thinner, starts to get lost. I want to start introducing some of those. Same here, very kind of even shapes. And now this cast shadow, you see how much this tells about the rolling of the hill? And here it's totally flat right here. I want to describe the rolling of the hill with that cast shadow. Now you see how these very dark shapes here, they just look like they become the sky value. And we already said the sky value was light. So only where they get like thick enough is it really going to start to meet that threshold. But yeah, I think mostly kind of the winding of this road, how it gets so much smaller back here, is going to tell us so much about the perspective. Okay, and then as you went out, I think the drawing starts to look a lot better. This looks really nice.
Yeah, I was warming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess my main question here would be like, do we make this value part of the light? And I think you made the right call. This actually looks really good to me. I think it's mostly just drawing again, like this overlaps that a little bit. But yeah, really great work on this one.
Yeah, I repainted this one, so yeah, it got better.
You know, maybe like the lines here are again just a little bit too thin to actually be part of that decision at this point. It's just kind of majorly that shape. But you know, this is all kind of like nitpicking. I think you really kind of got you got the whole mood of this, and that's really what we're going for. We want this to read in exactly the same way as this does, and I think you're really getting that here. Now this, I feel like we talked about that cube thing. I want to pull that up again because it's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, this one was hard.
I think this is Emile Friant. I don't know how to say that.
Yeah.
Friant, something more French. So yeah, I showed earlier in the lecture how we can get distracted by knowing that things are different objects and making them different values when they actually are fairly identical in value. I think that's what's happening here of like, you zoom out, this all just becomes one value.
Yeah.
That's why I think that this feels overstated in terms of the importance of that. So that introduces some problems here. We probably have to redo a lot of this because that just feels really like it's the same thing. And if we say that's the value that's in the light, then we have to keep consistent with that. And I think maybe just keeping that shape in there starts to fix things. But you know, that becomes light also, and then we can't show this. Man, this is a tough composition because this value group here, I think this is reading as a totally different value group as opposed to this. So things are so subtle here. It's kind of getting into like that Sid Mead territory. We really got to think about this. I would keep the dark here. I would keep the dark here. But yeah, that's the same as this. I'm wondering if we have to lose all of this. I don't want to. I want to figure out a different way to do this. You see like what I'm wrestling with here? And that feels like a dark enough. This feels the same. And then we might find a threshold right there. Let's see. I don't like the way this is affecting it. I think it just has to be this. I think if we want to show her face, and her face is super important, I'm like looking right there first, and I'm looking at his hand. I think then we can just show a little bit of his face in here as it gets into the dark values. We can show the, we're not going to see any of that actually.
You basically only see the hand and the face.
Yeah, I think we just kind of have to do that because he's using his values so carefully eventually that we do get it, but I think this is like a secondary read compared to this. And if we do this, I think his body does feel like way too important. I'm looking mostly here and not really as much here. I think this is one of those tough decisions we have to make. I mean, not forever, because we're eventually going to add back in all these shapes, but we're trying to find like the big initial composition. So I think, with a more kind of careful threshold, we get like a little bit of the light coming back in here and a little bit of his face. I was right. We will get to see like a little bit of his hair here and a little bit of the hat. So I think I'm just, my vision isn't sensitive enough to pick up on these really small differences in here, but that's why I think I would probably do this one a couple of times so I can really get comfortable with seeing this group and this group as different, because these groups are super close together, but it's important that we separate them like right there and have a really careful threshold right there. So basically this gets bright enough, the back of the hat gets bright enough, the back of the neck, and like a tiny bit of the nose, and it's like just enough to tell what's going on. And now that I look at this, I've really discovered a lot about how this hat is more important than what's going on here. We get like brighter values happening there and also smaller shapes. So really describing how the light is falling onto this hat is going to be really important for telling what's going on. He's really good. He's underrated. So yeah, something a little bit more like this. But yeah, really, really great one. It's good to kind of pick these difficult examples so you can run into problems like that.
Yeah.
This might even get a little bit bright enough. Okay. This one looks really good too.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this one at first looked very easy, but you have to make some choices because of this light.
Yeah, I think I like all your choices. I think maybe just this is getting overstated. I don't really see that line here. And then we have a lot. Now we have like, okay, so the hand is like silhouetted against the light now. So I would spend a lot of time making sure that this shape is as simple and as characteristic as it can be to show the gesture of what's happening. And then the other thing is the same thing was happening in here. We can really use these lines to tell us about the perspective. So like you're flattening it out. What you're doing a little bit is like, and this is always the instinct to like flatten this stuff out. So it's more like that. I want to push the perspective and have them get smaller and smaller as they recede. I want to know more about how this is falling on the ground, basically. And these ones in the back get a bit smaller. So using light falling on form to really describe that form as clearly as you can. Otherwise, looking good. Okay. This one here. And yeah, we're running over time. So if anybody has to go, you can catch up on the recording. His face looks a little bit too wide and big. If you zoom out, you can really see that the hand just blends into the face here. And we're only really seeing kind of the shadow side. Nose, side plane of the cheek. I'll also post about what the homework is in the Discord if you have to come. Something a little bit more like this. No, the recordings are streaming only access for now. So I've had some problems with piracy before, so I figured keeping it streaming would help. But you'll keep access to them forever. And I think the player is pretty good. I tried to pick a good player. See how this gets like light? It switches. Wall, shadow. See that?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No, I think yeah, I feel like I need to do more of those for sure. But it was a good practice. Starting to warm up to this idea of simplifying things.
Yeah, you're definitely finding that stuff. More as you went along, they definitely got better. Now that I'm looking at this, I just think this is like fairly important. I don't know. Or maybe play with this one a little bit more. Then get this in the light. Maybe more like that. That's the composition.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you, Myra.
Thank you. Naima, is that how you say it? Are you here? Let's see. Oh, okay, no problem. Okay, so yeah, it's really going to be a lot of the same stuff that we talked about. Like, for example, you know that there's like these lines happening in here, but yeah, if you look at kind of the major shapes, it gets swallowed up by this bigger one. I think that's really it. I'd also want to find kind of these major gestures that are happening here. So like this kind of thing. And then his silhouette starts to get just ever so lost right there. Same with the building, like the shadow kind of cuts across it. And if we can keep a little bit of that window there, it'll tell us that this is still a building. So we really want to have that balance between like knowing what the thing is and also it feeling very natural in terms of how the light is compressing. It's nice work with the face here. This looks really simple, really characteristic. That's a really nice job. I think just here, like again, these small shapes starts to find the threshold right here, but then down here it doesn't. His hand, I would also really simplify, like these fingers kind of blur together, and then we just find the last one, and the shape just blurs into here. Same with kind of the larger gesture of these folds. Like the fold stuff, I think you're overstating. So we can find something much larger. Okay. Yeah, it's really the same thing. Like all these kind of small lines are just taking on way too much importance. But overall, a lot of the stuff is looking really, really good.
Okay, so you tried this one 2 separate ways. I do think that this one feels more like what's happening here. But again, like a lot of these small variations are just too important here. I think even like these feel kind of important because those cast shadows tell us, again, things are being cast onto it and what it's being cast from. So I would even put this. And I agree, I think this is important to have. We could even get like, we could even design this a bit more and have like dark foot on light ground and then light cloth on dark ground. Bye, Sean, thank you. I think that really kind of gets to the spirit of what's happening here. Nice work on the faces. That's really good. Yeah, this doesn't meet the threshold, I don't think. Okay, and the Cornwall one. I think this is mostly the drawing. Like his foot is too short and we're losing kind of how it's planted on the ground. Also, the highlights on the shoes like are really bright, but they're just so small. But otherwise, this is looking good. I think like you're just losing the drawing in places like this. Like think of the hands, just like this is a plane. Think of them as planes. Because this is getting too characteristic, not simple enough, and it's not really relating to picture this is like a folded piece of paper. Like it's just a flat plane here and it's folding back. We've got one plane back, and this is mostly kind of averaging together. So we've got facing the light, facing the shadow, facing the light. Start with those major forms. You can always break it up later. So yeah, I think because of the tough pose here, just kind of losing the drawing a bit. It's happening here also with the hand. Yeah, and I think this actually has more importance in the original, so I'm just going to beef up that line a little bit and lose it a little bit over here. Yeah, exactly. Thinking of it like gloves is a good way. It's a much better analogy than putting bags over people's heads, so maybe I'll use that for next time. I think also these frames are just they're not important enough. You've understated that. Okay. All of that's a cat. I think all of these shapes, this feels like okay, so the question is, does this group belong to the lights or does it belong to the darks? When I zoom out, all those shapes get swallowed up by here. So yeah, I think they belong to the dark group. And then we're going to find like kind of that much bigger relationship of light to dark that this composition is actually working off of. And that's it. I think you did a really good job otherwise. Do you have any questions? Okay, cool. Okay, Oliver. Do we have an Oliver in the house? Let's see. No, we don't. So let's see if we can go to somebody who's here. Russell, are you here?
Yep. Hey, I'm here.
Okay. We'll get to Oliver left. Okay, how'd this go?
It went pretty good. I've done a fair bit of this kind of practice before, so it was nice to kind of get back to it. There's a couple that were definitely a bit more of a struggle on like what choices to make. Like A, for example, part of the big fella's torso is in shadow in the photo technically, but it felt like it grouped more in the lights when I zoomed far out almost.
Yeah, I think the question of this one is like, do you want to have? Okay, so there's a really big guy here. It might actually
Yeah, he's
cool.
a really
like
big
you
fella.
thought of, how do you show a sphere? That kind of shape here, representing a sphere, that might actually be worth putting into this, so we get something like this.
Okay.
And then losing a little bit more of this. I think that would be cool because we get big and then the small kind of where it catches the light again, where his hand is coming back. So we can get this like cool characteristic drawing information and then losing this stuff. I think it kind of really balances the composition. Can lose a little bit more of this because that's going to be casting a shadow. Like here, I'm thinking of this as a cylinder. And then we have another kind of form here, casting a shadow onto that cylinder. That's where I'm getting this shape from. Otherwise, it's really nice. I really like the way he did the face. But I do think like having a bit of that, because eventually in this composition, we can just soften this edge and it's going to look like big, fat, round guys.
Yeah, having that there helps a ton. It's really nice.
Okay, so here looks good. I think we can just find some larger gestures here that reinforce the form of this. So this is round. And I want to like show that somehow. And I think having these lines kind of reinforce the way that the form is working is going to do a lot for, being able to tell what the shape is and the way it kind of folds over into here. And also just, some of the gestures in the composition, like we have this and then that. When we keep everything kind of related to those big gestures, it's going to have an effect. So, all like this is just a little bit too local. I want to have like something larger happening with that. And I really like this. That looks great. Because we get the nice abstraction of these shapes merging together, but it's also very characteristic of the front plane of the bridge of the nose and how that is the same plane as the top of the forehead. Then we can even continue that a little bit and try and show like the front plane of the lips versus the side plane of the lips. Just have that be a little bit more consistent. Okay, this is really cool. I just think down here it's a little overstated. Like that just gets pretty dark. And that gives us the benefit of all these complicated details here having a rest area of simplicity down here. And again, those shapes are probably going to come back later, but we are dealing with secondary shapes that are going to come later. There's a painting by Sergei Kolosov, this one. It's kind of like what we talked about earlier of like all the darks are totally lost. And then we have two entire values for the light side of the face. It's such an unusual thing. Like the face is mostly in shadow. I'm bringing this up here because I think like, I'm even thinking about how would I want to finish this? Do I want to put all the information here in the shadow? Do I want to put it all in the light? Do I want to have it be balanced? To me, it feels like it would, like the way that the photo was working is it's really mostly in the light. So I'd probably have like a similar kind of thing that Sergei did and spend eventually a lot of values inside of here. But that's why I want to make sure I have enough rest area in here so that like feels appropriate enough.
It definitely does feel a lot nicer.
This is great. I really love this. Really simple, really characteristic. The only thing I would say is sometimes your shapes are getting very curvy without any straight lines. Now, if everything is curvy, like nothing is. So where might be a good way to, like, you're definitely getting all these gestures. And if there's any place to make something very, very curvy, like it's definitely this image. But I think just like something to have a little bit of solidity here, like maybe even this plane of the nose, like because straight lines are going to show planes. Like a box is going to have some straight lines on it. So if we can get like maybe this cast shadow or something just a little bit less curvy. I think even here, it's like, I think maybe you did the wrong side. Like this could be curvy to show the pad of that, and this could be straighter. And I think like maybe just moving this a little bit, because like find the center line of this. Because this is turned away from us, the side of the mouth is getting really close to the end of this. So that shape might need to be just a little bit smaller. Maybe some more breadth in this area too. So really kind of minor changes. Looks really good overall. I think this small shape here is really important. This feels too important. Okay, so I think it's going to be all like the drawing of the folds here. This is going to tell us what's happening. I want to leave a little bit more room for this. So like anywhere that like the form is starting to peek out and have a lot of contrast with the shadow, that's where you should focus all of your drawing attention. And get that stuff really accurate, like the arm here. It's just, it feels too long. Hopefully we can get this really reading as like this form here, form of the legs, and have really characteristic drawing information here. I think if I spent more time on this too, I'd really get like the collar and the neck here, because it's like all we have to go on to make that feel like we can tell what's going on. This looks good. I just think, again, some of the information here on the light, and also like the shape feels too big. Like look how intentional the sizes of this is, like that shape right there. Look at the difference. You equalized it. Do you see that?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
It's really, really important to kind of the design of this stuff, like having the right proportion between light and dark shapes. And this is just straight line gesture. More like that, I think. I love this Boldini painting. This is of Menzel. Ornery looking character.
Yeah.
But yeah, same thing of like look how intentional these divisions are. Like this versus that versus this. Big, medium, small. And if these ratios are a little bit off, it really changes everything. The other thing is I think you really kind of flattened out the face. I can really feel this top plane and then front plane of this. To me, this feels like more of just a flat plane. So that's going to be, again, having the features like really kind of like figure out the big cube of this first, and then wrap the features around the cube to really get that solidity. And this shape right here, that's going to be the corner of this cube. that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It's just trying to do more with less, pretty much.
Yeah.
I think I'm over focusing just the black and white shapes. I'm not thinking enough about the characterization of it, like you were saying.
I think it's two things. It's that, and also things feel just a little bit flat. I feel like you're missing some opportunities to like really kind of show the underlying form of things, and that's a drawing thing. So like, and it's so close. It's like it's not like you're miles off the mark. It's stuff like this where like you're flattening stuff out by not thinking about the center line. You see how just that changed when I thought about the center line? Now those features are within kind of a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing that stuff on a larger scale with the other things. Like here, like this, here's the form. And then we have a cylinder going this way. This is just a straight line. It's flattening everything out. So like, if we can show how this is really wrapping this way, that's going to bring back a lot of that form. So same thing here. If you're not going to literally draw out the center line, really be thinking of it, because you're flattening out all these shapes to have less volume and less form. Like bigger on this side, smaller on this side.
I might have to try some more of these out, but try actually constructing a little bit as well, like constructing the mass forms.
Since you're so good at like the shapes and a lot of the design stuff of this already, I would recommend starting with lines for a couple of these and literally kind of constructing the form before you start applying these shapes. I think that would be good.
Yeah, I'll give that a shot.
I think we can lose this into here. And we can get some characteristic folds of like, look what's happening here. I think that's going to tell us more of how these are tucked under. I'm still thinking of the form with this. I'm still sculpting kind of these cylinders of the folds into how it tucks into the belt. And then otherwise, yeah, this looks good. But same thing. I feel like, even this is getting pushed too far forward. Like the flap of this hat is like pretty close to the side planes. I want to move that around more to the side. So I would just be aware of like the way that you kind of flatten out forms by not having the same thing happened with the mouth. Like instead of the center line being here, you have the center line here. You're dividing shapes in half instead of in perspective. Do you have any other questions?
No, it sounds good. Yeah, I'm gonna try to focus that on the next set, and I think that'll help a lot.
Okay, thanks, Russell.
Thank you.
Valentina, you here?
Hi.
How'd this go?
It was really fun, but I think I get lost in details too much.
Yeah, so I think
way too much.
I think it's comforting to see that basically, everybody is doing the same thing. This is always the temptation in general. So yeah, for a lot of this stuff, like these shapes don't meet the threshold here. And there's something much larger happening with like this face being light on dark. And then this face here being dark on light. See, we get the silhouette of the head here against this triangle shape. That's what we want to be finding. And I think it's like, I really like the shapes that you picked, but again, I think that this is actually, I don't know, because we might actually lose this into the light. Yeah, that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, I think I didn't zoom out.
Yeah.
I was too much zooming and I want to show all the faces, but I can't show the faces on the triangle, the light triangle in the back, so it was a bit frustrating.
Yeah, I think as soon as you start zooming out, you're going to be able to know how to find kind of the major compositions of these. Like this one, the dress, it just merges into all of this. I think what's happening is we're getting like, thank you, Vitalik. I think we're getting like this happening, and then we get the dark on top of it. And then the shoe is just like dark on light, almost. It's a little bit of here. It's very subtle. But I do think like we get this on top of the dark value.
Yeah, I thought this one would be easier because I can clearly see the shoes, but after thinking, I was not really sure, and I tried to put all in dark. And
yeah, it's always the ones that look super simple that
yeah,
a problem. But I think this is getting more at kind of what the composition is intending.
Okay.
So for this one, this looks really nice. I think we have a problem though, because the value of the face into this board back here is like the same. And you said that the stripes here are dark, which means that we're going to lose the face. I gotta kind of look at this one. And then all these shapes in here are like kind of even. Like I do see this, and it is pretty even. I think I would just kind of work back into that. So this is the question here is like, is this light or dark? That's the question, because this value here, this is the same.
Yeah, I think I was thinking too much locally when I have the same value. For example, at the floor in the bag, for me it was the same value, but sorry, I'm a bit tired.
Yeah, that's okay. Me too. We're running a little bit over time.
And I was thinking maybe too much about composition, like the big rectangle in the back. I wanted to put it in the shade, but it was really standing out in the composition, so it was a bit hard.
Yeah, this is again one of those ones where you got to make a tough decision about something. And I think the only other thing that jumps out is that these stools, like, they just feel a little overstated here. And I think we can have some of that, but these triangle shapes are basically enough, like right in here, where that we don't need too much of that. So again, I think this is maybe reading a little bit more like how that is. Now this one here, look at this. So the value of all this looks exactly the same as the value of all this to me when we zoom out. So I think this is all going to be dark.
Yeah, that's what I made in the beginning, and I thought it was too simple, and I reworked it like 2 or 3 times, and
yeah,
now I see it like in really tiny. I see it.
So the other option is if we have this light, then we're going to lose a lot of the stuff back here even more. But yeah, I think this is again just like it's a pretty simple composition when you get down to it. There's nothing crazy going on here, so I think it's really just that. It's a pretty standard like shape like this in the foreground. You see it a lot. Okay, so yeah, from this one from Life, I think this is where I would try some more of these because I think you're losing some of the perspective. Like, and I know the camera's exaggerating this, but things are again like kind of flattening out. I'm losing the perspective. Like this line here doesn't really relate to this line. Like I'm not getting the perspective of this. Like these should recede at a vanishing point.
Yeah.
And then if you just, even if you're not really thinking about perspective, like capital P perspective, if you make this shape smaller back here, it's going to look like that's receding faster. So having just big shapes in the foreground and making sure you don't break that up too much is going to have a sense of perspective to it. But yeah, I think you did okay with the cross. I just think it's probably in the wrong place. So I would pay more attention to perspective because the same thing is happening here. Like you have these 3 even stripes of where the information is.
Yeah.
And if we just had more ground, it's going to look more like perspective. So the other thing is like, I think it would be okay to set a threshold in here, but all the details like really even everywhere. We need some rest areas in here.
Yeah, it was the first one observation, and I was really lost in details.
Well, yeah, I think like think more about where your horizon line is and try to imagine the perspective line so that you can really place the stuff like in space. Even if we just like make one of these crosses like smaller back here, it's gonna look like these are closer to us. So drawing cues is that's what that's all about. I really like these imagination ones. I think again we got some evenness happening here, so like can make this shape much smaller here. I like that we have dark on light, and back here we have light on dark for the face. So that looks cool. I really like the design. I think again, this is just the drawing. We like don't really have much perspective going on. I can't really tell where the horizon line is. So your shapes look good, but they're not really relating to any kind of larger space that they're in.
Yeah, that was the feeling I had too. So on the second one, I tried to put a little more perspective, but it's still kind of a bit flat too.
Yeah, but I can tell you've got this big division. So big, and then maybe if we took like the background here, push this up, because then we have like big, let me see actually, maybe lowered it. Trying to get like this, and then we have this, and we have this. We got big, medium, and small somewhere. And then all the other stuff can be like part of later groups down the line. But yeah, this is just going to be like drawing stuff. I think I would maybe even recommend the same thing where you can even start, like, if you want to take this further, then I would do a line drawing and like figure out, again, like the center line of the face, how these planes are working, drawing the hand basically, and you're going to get much more specific shapes to actually work from. I think as you continue to do this, you really kind of got more of the idea of this. Abstractly, these compositions look really cool. I think it's mostly drawing stuff. So I think the biggest thing you could practice right now to kind of help would be perspective and drawing in perspective.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Z?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. No.
How'd this go?
I think I got lost in the details, and my shapes, I think, became a bit too complicated at times.
Okay, let's take a look. Did I get everything? Did you post more?
I had like 3 files, I think.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's Discord changed the way that they do it. Let me grab the other ones. I want to take a look at this one. I think similar thing like the center line of the face, the drawing is getting a little bit lost. We can lose some of the stuff more into each other. But I really like how you compress the form here to find these shapes. That looks nice. But here, I want to get some of those characteristic shapes of the light on the fingers. So knuckle and then finger. Got like 2 of them. Something a little bit more like that. And otherwise, I think just a little like more confidence with your shapes.
I wasn't too sure about the folds because the folds are kind of dark themselves.
Yeah, so the dark side of the folds look like they're the same as the background. So I think you did a good job. I think this being can like lose that. Yeah, I think it looks good. I think it's just you can have more confidence with your shapes.
Yeah.
because this is going out in front. So we want to have this, and then these are in back of that. So thinking again, a little bit more about what's actually happening with the form to give you those shapes. Same with this, like again, the center line is getting a little bit lost. We need to push the nose over a little bit. Yeah, more confidence. Like this is falling over a cylinder, that's going the other way. Get a little bit of that bottom plane of the eyelid. I think you find like this first before these shapes. You're looking again like these smaller changes. Find the big one, and then how the nose relates to that. That's why like your drawing is just getting a little bit out of whack, I think, from like seeing a little bit too locally. And then yeah, these lines here, that's not meeting our thresholds. But this is, you got how that shoulder comes down. Yeah, like honestly, I just think a lot of this you can just clean up and it's gonna look a lot nicer. Like stuff like this, like just I'm not even looking at the reference. I'm just like the way that the lines look. I just want to clean it up a bit. This looks really nice. That's great.
Yeah. I'm just not a fan of like the lower left corner, that like white blob.
Right here?
Yeah. It just looks, I guess the shape looks unappealing.
Okay, so I'm thinking more about the center line because I think again you're pushing stuff a little bit to be flat. So like I'm thinking about this.
Oh, okay.
And that's why we can get a little bit more of the form on this side. I think it's going to make things more readable. And then this side of the hat is almost like it's really dark. We might not even need this. That's going to make this stand out more. So I think you're really, really close with these. I would just say like just it's a confidence thing. Remember that like you're kind of in charge of these shapes. Same thing with this. Like I would really be thinking about the box right here.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what you're missing. That's why the drawing is getting lost a little bit.
Yeah. And
that's why like the shirt is misplaced. You're looking at this just as like a shape. We want to place that like under the neck basically. So that's why this arm is too far. You like made one decision that wasn't correct and then based other decisions off of that incorrect one. But great work overall. There's a lot of nice stuff happening. I would say like be more confident with your shapes. And if something doesn't look confident like this, just make it look more confident. It kind of is as simple as that.
Makes sense.
It's going to make such a big difference. Okay, I think we have two more. Do you have any questions?
Not right now.
Okay. Yeah, I think the other ones I looked at were really the exact same thing. Okay, so oh no, we've got one more, Oliver, and he's not here, so I'll be very harsh because he can't defend. I think the confidence thing applies to also, like I can kind of see visually going around the outline and then trying to reproduce the outline. That's why the drawing is getting like a little bit inaccurate. Like I want to find this, that versus this versus that. And you can see it's like something is not right about that. So we're going to have to get rid of some of this detail in order to find, like you can see that the ear is just way too far back. So we find those larger relationships and place the smaller relationships once we find those. That collar here is really important. Okay, I'm trying to find this, and also like we're tipped in space a little bit too, so that cylinder is a little bit rotated, which means that the ear is a lot lower. Then this looks a little bit more accurate. But I think it's just a little bit too complicated. Same thing with this, like we're getting really complicated in places. This all just averages out to me. Same like look at how this compresses. It stays pretty bright. I think we would lose some of this. And these shapes are really, really small. This gets dark enough. Where we're losing some of that information on this side. And then this side plane is all in shadow. All this is in light, so we're just going to find these stripes that get lost and found over this. This looks good, but like all these shapes in here, these are really all part of the light group. Until it starts to find those larger trunks. Same with these. This looks a little bit better down here because you're not. They kind of average it out for you in the painting, but this wasn't averaged out. They could have drawn all these small branch shadows, but they averaged it out into a different value group. So I think, like even still, I would find these larger relationships first, because some of this stuff is just getting too important. We're losing a lot of that larger gesture of like this. So this is the composition, that and that. I want you guys to like be able to see that kind of thing. It's a little bit of a curve and a straight line. You can see a lot of these compositions are just at their core, like curve, straight line, big, small. You can get like really, really powerful compositions that way. Again, really kind of constructing the face. And I do think it was good to have this all be lost. More shadow down here. We need more like sleeve on this side. All of this stays fairly bright. Same thing with this, like it's just too much focus on like small changes. Look for these big relationships and try and find the underlying form. Because yeah, we're losing the structure of the face. And some of these gestures here. You can see that. Okay, so yeah, that's the last one. You can see that we really went over like a lot of the same ideas and all of the feedback. So that's why I want to stay with the two values stuff for now. And I want to think of what we can do for the homework. Okay, so first thing is try these again. And we have a lot more like, try kind of the same categories again. You don't have to do quite as many because I want to add something new into this. But we went over the same ideas, so really kind of applying them to this. I really think it's worth it to get the mileage in this two value stage. The other thing is I would say, have an emphasis, do at least one from imagination next time. So applying these concepts to a picture from imagination. So you can start thinking about, center lines and designing form and space, but also having that be for a purpose and thinking about what can this illustration actually be. There was a couple in here though from imagination. I think everybody should try this for next time too, to really kind of apply this stuff. The next thing is, and this can be a study because I don't want to push you guys too hard, try a study just using your normal tools. It could be from anything. It could be from life. It could be from a photo. It could be from whatever, all the kind of categories you talked about last time. But anything using your normal workflow, full color, normal brushes, kind of however you work, and try and think about the stuff that we've been going over and how this relates to like the end stage of something. This can really be anything. This can be something for imagination too. It really depends on kind of what you want to focus on, but I would try some combination of these. It could even be like kind of the one you were doing for imagination. You can try like a full color version of it if you want to try an illustration or something. But I would say probably simplest is like try a couple of these again from reference or from life. Definitely try at least one from imagination, and then paint a study or something from imagination using what your normal workflow is. So full color, the top of the pyramid, full edges, and we're going to try and see how this stuff relates to something that isn't so restrictive in terms of the tools that you can use. Does that make sense? See if there's anything else in the chat. Okay. Yes. So we went only an hour over. We'll try not to go an hour over next time. Maybe we can have a little bit of a shorter lecture and focus on some of these paint overs again, because we can get to some of these concepts from that. And then, yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. And let me think what else. Tomorrow is the Tommy Arnold workshop at 6 EST. So if you guys want to catch that, if you're on the newsletter on the site, I'll send over a Zoom link for that tomorrow. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you guys so much. I'll try and get the recording up tonight or tomorrow morning. Thank you guys. Have a good night. Okay, got some last minute homework. Let me save that up. Okay. So yeah, we had some chat over the week about optical versus conceptual, and I wanted to go over that a little bit more today. It is kind of the foundation of everything we've been talking about, and I think it makes sense to really kind of hammer that point home. So let's look at the where that happens. Okay, yeah, so I do agree that like not a lot of people talk about this kind of thing, and I think it's not immediately obvious how it applies to practically kind of what you want to do with art, but it is like completely the foundation of it. So I think like generally when you see art education, it tends to focus on process. It tends to focus on things that give you kind of immediate results. It tends to give you the answers to questions, but not necessarily like the questions that you should be asking. So yeah, that's why I think that it doesn't. It's not in every kind of art book that you see, and I didn't know about it for years. I only started thinking about this when I went to, like I mentioned, the Florence Academy, and it was just not as helpful as I wanted it to be. And I had to figure out, okay, why A, have I like never seen this kind of education before, and why is it not helpful? And that was like, yeah, I stayed up nights like searching for this information, and I found bits and pieces of it really everywhere. But yeah, I really wanted to focus on that, at least for the first part of this. So did anybody watch the videos that I linked that Ramon, where he talks about the history of all of this? And I know Chris, you were particularly asking about this. Did that clear any of that up for you? Yeah, I know they're long videos and the audio isn't great, but it's definitely worth taking a look at. Okay, so yeah, I think let's look at some images here. Let's talk about this concept. People can't join? Okay, wait. Let me fix that. Okay, yeah, sorry, 1 second. I'll fix that. Okay, there we go. Welcome, everybody. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, Ava, was your cat able to get in okay? Okay, so here is a yeah. So I asked this before everybody else joined. Did anybody else get a chance to watch those videos from Ramon? Yeah. So anybody who wants to jump in, and so I want to ask some questions and kind of test your knowledge about this, and we'll go through image by image. This drawing here by Fortuny, is this more of an a conceptual drawing, or is it more of an optical drawing? What is it doing most? All right. That was a trick question. It was neither. You can't see my screen. Okay. How about now? So what would you say this is doing most? Anybody?
I'd say it's mostly towards optical because the shadows are all sort of merged.
Okay. When you say shadows are merged, what do you mean?
There's like a soft edge, so you can't really see a distinction between like the wrist and the side of the body in shadow.
Right. So there is definitely a lost edge here. So I think first it's worth pointing out that these are usually never mutually exclusive. If you take something that is optical far enough, it's going to start having conceptual appeal. If you take something that's conceptual far enough, it's going to start having optical appeal. I would say that this is primarily, it leans towards the conceptual side. And we're going to look at ones that are like far more on the conceptual side, like 80% or something like that. But I would say this is maybe like 65, 70%. I would say it's kind of over the line towards, it's more appealing to not only our sense of touch, but ideas about the figure. It's idealized. It's not, there's a little bit of characteristicness of this model, but there's also like some idealization going on, a little bit of, it's not quite exactly what we're looking at. I think there's a few things that really tell us that. I think that it's the outlines, number one. The outlines are super, super important to this. And also the way that the form is being accentuated by the hatching over the kind of like these longitudinal lines that are reinforcing those. Wouldn't the shadows being merged be a conceptual aspect? He applied the concept of the shadows of doing how they see it. So generally, like having completely lost edges in shadows would be more of an optical thing, because conceptually we kind of know that the wrist is here, and you can see that it's still being reinforced a little bit, even though that's why I think like this is never, it's never going totally into that optical realm. There's definitely like value groups here, but I think that they are secondary and they reinforce more of the idea of like the solidity of this form here. Mostly kind of the sense of touch and this idealized view of the model. Also the idea that the fact that these are lines, line and tone, they're really just different tools that get to the same principles. So you can see back here that like we have hatched lines, but it's all kind of merging together into this area of tone, but it's never getting like to the point where it actually merges with this line here. This line here is really telling us that this arm is separate from the background conceptually, that we know that this is form in space and that it ends right here. So I think this line here, like for the leg, the fact that we have this hatching back here is like telling our brain that this line is doing two things. It's not only the boundary between the leg and the background, but it's also like we just continue this, and we could have this be a much more optical statement if we actually thought, okay, what is the value of this? Kind of relatively. I continued it down here. This would be kind of a very optical way of doing things where you just get these areas of tone and then they touch. So we'll look at some more here that are more obvious differences. So yeah, I think the big ideas here are really that line and tone can do the same exact things. Really just depends on the medium. And that idealization comes into play here. That this is kind of, there's an objectivity that is happening as opposed to like pure subjectivity. I would say something like this Michelangelo drawing is like really far on the side of conceptual. This is purely idealized. The shadows, like you can see, it's very similar. There's hatching going on here, but we're not getting any of those lost edges. So like, I agree that the fact that these values get so close is really like taking from the optical perspective. And that is something that was happening more recently at the time. Michelangelo's time, that really was not happening like at all. So you can see any of like the value that's happening is purely to reinforce any of the form, the ideas of the form. And this is really helpful because he was doing these drawings mostly for sculpture. I think this might have been for a fresco. but really he was thinking like a sculptor pretty much always. And any color or value that he did was very, maybe naive isn't the right word, but simple, so that those ideas don't get lost. He never had like this extreme light and shade. It was all local color, local value, and not a lot of contrast. So this stuff did not get in the way. I think there's some secondary effects here, like because the value of the shadow tends to like fade out so much, it starts to feel like these figures are like massive and gigantic. And when you're talking about these kind of biblical subjects and things you want to paint, the frescoes and churches, you wanted them to feel big and to be more like ideas and not necessarily like you're someone that you would run into like down at the pub. Something that's really interesting about the time Caravaggio, what he was doing is that was the first time that people in painting sort of looked like people you knew, and that's because he would actually use them as models and paint them much more optically. This idea of chiaroscuro, where now we have this heavy light and shade that is interrupting the idea of things and interrupting forms. We get this just effect of like there's atmosphere, like this is happening in front of us. Really, the whole point of Caravaggio doing this was there was a reason for it. The Catholic Church, the Protestant Reformation was just happening, and they needed this like secret weapon to fight back against the Protestants. And his art was really it. Like the immediacy of this art. Like look at his hand coming out towards us. These are very kind of optical things that are happening in his paintings because it feels like it is real. It happens like it's in front of us. There's a visceralness to his art that really like you didn't get with the prior kind of generation of things. It was is ancient Egyptian canonical drawing an extreme idea of conceptual drawing, and conversely, is a photograph an extreme example of optical? Yeah, I would completely 100% agree with that. This is entirely about ideas, and when you factor in kind of the Egyptian thinking of eternal afterlife, being buried with your possessions, like it all kind of reinforces that. A photograph, there's not any kind of brain in there. This is purely light forming on a sensor, whether it's the sensor of a camera or a retina. It's much harder to kind of separate that from conceptual understanding in a human being because everything is kind of wired together. You can't totally separate them. But yeah, in a camera, that is really an extreme example of just light forming an impression on a sensor. So I think those are two really good examples to help this kind of understanding. So again, I think this really goes to show that this is focused on kind of what the idea is. These principles and tools came about because there was a need for them. It wasn't just kind of random exploration. They found that art that had this kind of optical appeal at the time, nobody had ever seen anything like this. It had this immediacy that really brought people back into the Catholic Church, or at least kind of inoculated them against the very big changes that were happening. So yeah, there were political reasons for this. I think it's really, really interesting. Does optical versus conceptual have relation to when Harold Speed talks about touch associated with vision and purely visual perception? Yes, 100%. So I would say that touch is much more about your mental conception of things. Let's pull up Harold Speed's book. I would definitely give this book a read. It has a lot of the ideas that we're talking about. Not in exactly the same terms, but in the first few chapters, he talks about vision versus touch. He also talks about line versus tone. And he might have a little bit too much of a distinction between them, but I think he talks about the way that they are really kind of different tools that get to the same principles. So I think this is where he first mentions this idea of how vision has not been consulted for this, and this is something where you're purely kind of relying on your vision. This is, again, it's kind of like two extremes of this. This is an idea of something. Just the basic principle of like constructing a figure out of primitives, out of cylinders and spheres and boxes, is an idea just like this children's drawing is. It's much more volumetric, but it comes from the same place. Something like this, again, is purely this pattern of light and dark because of how much light hits a sensor or hits a surface. He goes on to talk more about kind of the influence of touch and sight in a painting, and again, like using lines and outlines really get to that feeling of the solidity of things and your idea of touch, and appeal to that sense over vision. But again, neither of these are mutually exclusive. You can form these in like ratios, and ratios are a big part of what we're going to talk about today in terms of design and using your homework as example. So yeah, I would definitely go through and read more of that. So does that make sense to everybody so far? Okay, cool. What was confusing for me the last time is that you said optical is subjective, but isn't what we see is optical and the idea of what we think is subjective? So yeah, I think the objectivity aspect of this comes more into like idealization and like blueprints. Like, let's see how I can explain this. So if you come up with, say, like a subjective kind of conception of a model, like you have like that wireframe that you're thinking of, yeah, somebody else might have a different conception of that. But once you have that, you can rotate it around, you can apply different light to it, and it doesn't change. But as soon as you change light, the entire image changes. So like once you have your kind of mental conception of things, you can communicate that to other people. I think like 3D is kind of the best way that I can show this idea. And we'll look at some more examples of like art using this, and I think that idea might come across a little bit more. So yeah, like if we make this even simpler, there are other ways to compress this form, but you can see this is really like a blueprint. Like if I were to, let's apply this. So the way that the 3D program is working right now is it's basically like pictures the notepad file, and you have this 3D data of like where is each of these vertices placed in space. So you can like convert this to math and send it to somebody, and they can rotate it around. So this is kind of like think of it like kind of like Terminator vision. Like this is just kind of the idea that we can see when we close our eyes. Once you start applying light to this, once we change the light, that stuff really disappears. So like it doesn't make sense to memorize anything to do with something optical because it's completely subjective to that exact moment. If I rotate this a tiny bit, those shapes change completely. If I change the light a tiny bit, those shapes change completely. So there's a little bit more like constancy to the sense of touch than there is to the sense of sight. There's more constancy to like the idea or a model of form than there is to once you start actually sensing that light on your retina. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, so let's start to look at again, so this one, very, very far on the conceptual side. We are dealing with that more kind of constant model. It's almost like a sculpture we can rotate around, and this leads to like the impression of something that is not just a specific moment in time. That is not a completely subjective single moment, that there's something more studied about this and longer lasting. This example here too, from a little bit earlier. This is something Ramon will talk about in his video a lot, but in the 18th century and the 1700s, things were far more conceptual. They were more to do with like these archetypes and stories and like trying to show archetypes instead of specific people, so specific models. And you can see this is very, very far on the conceptual side. Shadows never get too dark or lost. And I think that Fortuny is a good example of like when things started to go a little bit longer, we had more of kind of a merging of these ideas, and they were much more separate before. And really, like around this time, that's all there was. That's why, again, paintings like Caravaggio was doing were so revolutionary and had such a political effect. Let's look at something that is much more purely optical now. So these are paintings by Marie Kreuer. So the conceptual is more about time, and the general idea I can convey through the drawing rather than what I actually optically see. Yes, and you generally don't want to be relying entirely on either one. Because look at this, like here, can you see the difference that we have these like optically averaged groups? This is more what we're going to be getting at in our paintings that we're doing, because this is really how you get to like painterly things. You can see here that this shape here is so much more obvious as like a shape. It looks like what I did in the 3D when I like just kind of blacked out those shadows, and we've turned this into this averaged out optical impression. We've averaged out the shapes, we've averaged out the values, we've averaged out the color, and we get something like this. Now, this doesn't entirely feel like just light. Like there is a sense of form and solidity to these things. And really, like, I'm fairly confident that the artist was thinking about the form, almost like the kind of like chicken bone form of the ankle here. We get something more sphere-like, and then it turns more into a box. And you can tell by the way that the shadow shapes are going. Like we have this shadow shape here, and then it goes like this. So we have something very descriptive based on how these shapes are formed. And again, it's just like if I put a sphere in Blender and attach it to a cube, we would get these very particular kind of shapes. This would eventually soften up. And this would soften up a little bit less, because here this is how drawing is affecting our, how edges are affecting drawing. So if I soften this a lot, well, we're getting a cylinder. If I soften it a little bit, we'll get a little bit of a rounded cube. So that's edges in kind of like a micro sense. Edges in a macro sense would be more about, okay, we've got dark on light, we've got light on dark, we've got light on light, and we don't have much dark on dark, just a little bit in these tiny little areas here. So this kind of like design here of like dark and then light and then dark and then light and then dark, that is more of this kind of the macro idea of the edges. But can you see how like when you take this optical idea, there is this underlying 3D form? This is kind of that 3D to 2D pipeline that we've been thinking about, where there is a clear box here, and there's box-like thinking all over the place. These kinds of like transverse lines to be able to show the form. You can see the head looks like it's sculpted out of wood, and this feeling of that solidity and that sense of touch that we get from looking at this head, that comes from the shapes being in the right place, it comes from the values being right, and it comes from these halftones here, reinforcing the form. Does that make sense to everybody so far? Let's look at another example of this. So yeah, you can see in here, we're getting those similarly averaged out shapes. We talked about averaging shape, and you can see that happening a lot right here, like in the highlights in the hair. There's only an angle change where it happens to meet that threshold. Like using optical language to say what we know about the form. Yeah, exactly. And I guess the point of doing it this way is that you're saying something very different. Like these, like compare the feeling that you get from something like this compare that to, let's maybe even find like a, we can even look at the finished version of probably DaVinci would be good to look at also. This is a fairly like extreme difference here. This is about like, again, the idea of a person. It'll start to look like gods, like somebody that you don't know personally, but our model of a human being. And the shadows never get so optical that it starts to get in the way of that. And here, things never get too like, they never get too touch-based to the point where we stop relying on our sense of sight to understand this image. So this feels like an individual, and this feels like a collective. Can everybody feel that? So the conceptual part of this image, so we're talking about this one, is the underlying structure. Yes, but this is also, so yeah, that's kind of the way that they were thinking about this. But I also want you to be able to look at these and just kind of feel it. Can you feel that this is maybe like, in the end product, 80% the way that our sense of sight communicates, and maybe 20% like this feeling of solidity? And we'll look at some like really, really optical ones that don't have any kind of solidity. Okay, so here, how do you choose which one to use? That's something that I think you probably already know, because everything we've talked about, all of these principles are just they're just tools to communicate a certain idea. So this is all about the idea. Like I mentioned Caravaggio, he didn't necessarily sit down and say, I'm going to do this. It was probably, he was commissioned by the church, who was panicking because they were like losing adherents. And it was through experimentation, and he happened to kind of be the right person doing the right thing at the right time for that to have a place. So really, I would say focused on like what you like about art. And here I kind of want to, maybe these things that you like about art were more intuitive and not like described in this kind of detail. This can help you like figure out how to kind of refine what you're saying and say it more clearly. But really, like the idea of what you want to say is very, very individual and completely up to, yeah, I think like experimenting with these tools, like seeing what feels right for you. But I feel like generally we know like, okay, do I like work that feels more like, you know, am I into something more like this, or am I into something more kind of like this classical art that we were looking at? Maybe you can even look at things like this, and I want to look at some more contemporary artists too, maybe in completely different styles, and see if we can see these things happening in their work. But even in here, like you can see the shadows, they get pretty dark and pretty optical in places, but they're usually, there's not like any kind of strong, it's not taking up like half the form in most of these. They're like limited to kind of more occlusion areas. That's so like these outlines really stay, and we get this more kind of, again, this feels more like kind of the Michelangelo stuff, where it's about these characters are kind of larger than life. This is not like one particular moment. Yeah, it makes them feel like very, very big. So it just depends on like kind of what feelings you like in art, what feelings you want to communicate. And then if you study these tools more consciously, then you can use those tools themselves more consciously in your work. Yeah, it really depends on the purpose of the drawing. And I would say like, really when you're doing your own work, try just what feels comfortable, what feels natural to you. And the homework that we're doing is to kind of explore these tools very explicitly. But I also, again, want to have this other side of the homework of where you're very intuitive and you just, again, just do kind of what comes naturally based on what your interests are. Yeah, so this kind of like human scale is really important. It just makes it feel more relatable. Still confused if optical is objective, conceptual is subjective. So we're saying that optical is more subjective. And let's look at some more of these examples and see if this helps. So again, here, like this feels extremely characteristic of a particular model, a particular individual, a particular moment in time. We have these really clear lost edges. There's no reinforcing of the conceptual form in this that Fortuny might have done, for example. This is just purely kind of lost into optical abstraction. And that's how it feels. It feels like things are kind of like moving. Like the next second is going to happen at any moment. And that's just, again, that might be a feeling that you want. It might not be a feeling that you want. Let's go on the extreme optical side of things. You see how in this Monet, there's no solidity to this. He's painting light and atmosphere. He's trying to minimize the feeling of form wherever possible, because form is going to communicate things that he doesn't want to communicate in this painting. This is like this just completely subjective view. Does that make a little bit more sense looking at this painting about how this is subjective? And if we had more form, if we had more description of like solidity of things and that sense of touch, we'd start to be getting out of the present moment. This is entirely about the present moment. I think Monet's work in general is about the present moment. We can look at some of his ones where he paints the same thing over and over again in different lighting situations. The optical is subjective because it only exists in the moment. There's no point memorizing the shadow of how something looks, because if you turn it around, then the shadow changes. It's temporary, hence subjective. The conceptual has more permanence because once you get the wireframe of an object down, you can rotate it around. It's like a blueprint. Exactly. Yes, this is correct. That's okay. Again, this is not talked about much in other places. Can be new to a lot of people. I think it's good to spend a lot of time on this. Like without balancing these, you're likely to go to extremes that don't complement each other. With too much conceptual, you give the viewer too much information. With optical, you can show solidity and mass, but something is missing. It's cool to think what you can play up and down. Yes, exactly. So yeah, and there's cool paintings where you can have maybe like different focal points of like, okay, here now, like we talked about, hey, I can maybe use color instead of value to create a focal point. Well, here now you can add like a sense of touch to somewhere and create a focal point there and balance it out with something else. So this gives you just more tools to play with and more intentionally. Because again, like if you use a bunch of these, like art is all about taking these variables and balancing them and communicating them in different ratios where we can say like, I want you to look here and then I want you to look here, like very clearly. And you get muddiness when those things are not balanced. So if you're like, let's maybe try and find one of those fighting game ones where it's maybe a little bit less successful. Okay, so yeah, I think this starts to get a little bit muddy. You can see that this does have this like 3/4 lighting where we're getting that like little lost edges in here, but we also have this really strong outline. So you can't tell like what's an outline and what's a shadow. This starts to get a little bit muddy. And if you're not thinking about these things, that can start to happen. Whereas I think something like this is much more successful because, again, this is limited more to occlusion and everything is kind of like staying in its own lane. I think this is probably even more successful because, you know, we're reducing those heavy shadows a little bit more and letting those outlines sing quite a bit. Especially if you look at kind of like the newer ones, I think where they're kind of copying the older style, it starts to get like this doesn't work for me because I feel like neither of them have space to really sing, and there's this kind of gradient coming down where we're losing basically all the information. So it's a very interesting way of looking at things that, again, are like not even related to old master work. This is just, again, how to communicate information. And we have a sense of sight, we have a sense of touch, and these are going to come into play with things that we're looking at. Here, like the shadows are really, really lifted up so that we, like all of these outlines will read. Like if this were an academic painting, we wouldn't see any of these muscles in here. It would probably be this flat area of value. So yeah, again, these are different ways of controlling and communicating information. I think Russian and Chinese academies have a very good balance between optical and conceptual. Yes, I think that they're a little bit more on the conceptual side. That comes from, I think, the Russian origin of this training, especially compared to French academies. And yeah, I would say that they have a good balance, and they're a little bit on the right side of. They're a little bit closer towards the conceptual side of things. Okay, so optical is 100% of what we can see, and we can't convey the amount of information to the viewer, so we add the idea, and it helps us simplify shapes. So I think this idea here is true for both optical and conceptual. We can't convey everything about any of the information that comes at us, because anatomically there's just so much form information. There's like, you can zoom in endlessly. You can zoom in endlessly on the form, and you can zoom in endlessly on your sense of sight. There's this idea called the coastline paradox that says that, like, depending on your unit of measurement, you can stop getting useful results. Because if you start measuring like every grain of sand on a beach, your coastline is going to get infinite. And so you can like really kind of get lost in the weeds here if you don't mentally zoom out. So we can zoom out in the same way, conceptually and optically. Like this painting really doesn't have any conceptual information. Like, look how flat she is. Like, he's not thinking of her hands as like cylinders, because that would be contrary to the point of this painting. That's why there's no rules in art, even though they can be used for like most situations, because like, you know, think of arms as cylinders is great for most situations if you want to have that kind of touch-based appeal. But Monet really didn't want that. So especially not like in here, because this is the feeling of like when you're like blinded by light. We walk outside and our eyes adjust to the shadows, but a lot of the light here is like overexposed. And we just get this atmosphere. We're looking not at form here, but atmosphere. And that's what he wanted to communicate. The light and the light hitting the air, and not necessarily that feeling of touch again. So he compressed that information into groups. We have really clear groups of light and dark, and we have really clear groups of color and temperature to communicate those things about the light. Now, you can't entirely get away from form. Like this umbrella has like perspective, and we have perspective going back here, but it's such a minor part of the image, and it was something that was intentionally tried to be flattened out. It kind of reminds me of, again, like something like this, where, you know, this is a landscape, but we're like completely reducing that feeling of perspective and depth, because that's not what we want. We want this feeling of atmosphere, and this is like entirely optical. Something like this too, like even when a path goes back into space, he's like intentionally kind of flattening that out and making it like we're kind of looking at this from above more than it's actually receding into space. Something like this is a very, very kind of optical impression of something. And that's what he wanted to get across. And Klimt could obviously do other things too. These are things that he did in school, and they have the pretty typical like 19th century balance of conceptual form and optical shape, and using that to design a picture. But you can see like how he's using the highlights here to reinforce what he knows about the structure of the face. There's an underlying wireframe here that he's accentuating in a way that he really isn't in something like this, where he wants it to be a little bit more flat. So something that has areas of pattern, that Klimt is maybe a good idea to show more. Yeah, a painting like this, it kind of dissolves into these optical patterns and impressions, and then we start to get a little bit more form, especially in the face. In other paintings, he's flattening that out even more, but he's playing with these concepts very, very consciously. You can see, especially in some of his other work. How much solidity and form there is in something like this. And this is really kind of getting at our sense of touch. I wouldn't say it's going entirely into kind of that idealized, larger than life realm, but this feels like longer than one moment that he was looking at this. It's very different from that Monet. And then other drawings of his feel a little bit more optical, but they still have like that really strong sense of solidity. Something like this, extremely, extremely optical. We're even kind of flattening out the perspective again here. So we just feel like this is light hitting the retina with the kind of broken colors and these averaged out groups of value. Let me check the chat. So if you have to explain to a 5-year-old, optical is all vibes based and conceptual is like you're trying to sell a product to a client. Yes. So I think you are getting at something here. Like conceptual is about elucidating information. Optical is about losing that information. Because again, in kind of one moment, we can't take in all that information. So generally, if you want to have something feel more truthful, remove information. If you want to have something feel more like a blueprint, like an idea, keep adding information. I'm curious where you would place abstract art. My initial thought would have been this conceptual, an idea, but giving yourself a feeling it might work. So there is kind of a combination of this. I would say that like it's no longer representational, but it uses a similar balance because we're not getting into kind of form-based ideas because form doesn't exist in non-representational art, but we are dealing with those kinds of like symbols and ideas-based things. So it's, let me see if I can think of an example. So let's look at kind of an abstract expressionist painting. It does seem like we're getting some representation here. I can see like maybe this is trying to represent some faces in here. I would say that the kind of underlying abstract gestures that are happening here, this is a very kind of optical thing. This is kind of the abstract forming of shapes on the retina. This is still based on the sense of sight, but it's combining with this idea about things. So yeah, I think this is an interesting, abstract art is an interesting example because you're still using both, but in very different ways, if that makes sense. Yeah, so Craig Mullins is using these concepts here very, very consciously. The battle fades out into abstraction. And the reason why that's happening is because it feels like time is moving faster there. There's a chaotic battle happening. And we've frozen the moment here by adding all of this detail to start to appeal more to this longer lasting impression of things. So yeah, I think that's like, this is a really kind of good way to start controlling time in your paintings too. And if we started detailing out the crowds, it would, we have a budget of this. So like if we detailed out some of the crowd here, this would have less of an impact. We're not changing the value at all, or the color, or the contrast. We're only changing the contrast of the amount of specificity of detail. So if we detail this more, we have to make this even more specific in the same proportion, because all of this is relative. And at a certain point, it becomes an arms race. Any variable that you pick, how bright we can go with something, how colorful we can go, how specific we can go. At a certain point, you're going to run into this wall if you keep pushing that. So it doesn't make sense to make this more detailed, and that's why he left it. And the reason why this doesn't look unfinished is because these are all of the intended contrasts. Something is not finished when you have unintended contrast. So you can say that finishing a painting is just controlling contrast. When it's controlled to the point where you want it to be controlled, it's done. And when somebody can look at it and say, yes, I'm picking up what you're putting down, then you know what you've done was successful. So optical would be what we see while avoiding our understanding and ideas of the thing. Yes. And conceptual will be building up while using those ideas. Yes. And again, they're not mutually exclusive. You can do both of these things. Like if we just copy the wrist as honestly as we see it, it's going to start to feel like a cylinder because that's what the form is. But that's not our approach in getting there. It's not what we wanted to communicate. Conceptual, yes, if we were starting to think of the anatomy and the underlying things there and these planes, well, eventually, if you start to kind of render that out by adding light to it based on those planes, it might look like a photographic wrist. But we got there in a very different way. Again, kind of like the Russian approach to figure drawing, it looks more like those Michelangelo things where it's like, you get this like almost atmospheric perspective in these figures, and they are built up based on ideas of the figure. Especially if you compare this to like Florence Academy figure drawing. Look how completely different this is going to look. This is just based on the shapes that they're seeing. Trying to, as much as possible, ignore what you know about the thing. Now, I don't think this is done successfully. It's certainly not done with as much intention as like Monet is doing. That's why I think it's not super successful, because it's not really like, there's not really a reason to be doing this beyond that this is a method that you can teach somebody. I think that the Russian teaching has a similar weakness in the other direction. And often if you look at their paintings, so there can sometimes be like a little bit of a formula to the way that they look. I don't know if I can find the student work. But so I think like sometimes the optical side of things can start to be a little bit formulaic because they don't really focus on that. But I think they're in a much, much stronger place than anybody at the Florence Academy to be able to like use the full range of tools available to them. I don't know if I can find a good example that will kind of show what I'm thinking. I think sometimes Fechen's work, it can become a little bit chaotic to a fault, a little bit disorganized, maybe because like those kinds of more optical things that we were talking about, these visual groupings aren't thought of as explicitly. Like I feel like this is kind of distracting a little bit from like we have really kind of solid, it switches like really quickly. I feel like it's a little bit distracting, but I know people disagree with me about this, so this is purely kind of my subjective opinion about this. And I think a lot of Fechen's work, some of it is much better than others, in my opinion. Yeah, everything we see to a camera, everything is abstract. That's why it's like the extreme example of optical seeing. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I think like that's what Harold Speed, I think, was showing, is that intuitively as humans, we don't use our sense of sight much. We don't really think about it. We weren't like, we didn't evolve to think about our sense of sight in that kind of way. Really, like we only rely on it to sense motion and to sense things that are like salient in terms of danger. but not to compare these kinds of big optical relationships. It's something you have to learn. And yeah, I think more intuitively, we deal with the world and interface with the world more with our sense of touch and ideas about things. And it's interesting, like when people kind of start learning art, they realize like how little they were even thinking like about their sense of sight. And I think that is sometimes, again, like in modern ateliers, taken to an unfortunate extreme where they say, well, now you're only going to think this way. And that's not true. It's just about learning to recognize this and balance it and use them intentionally, and not to like have any kind of extreme with this. Yeah, so rendering doesn't mean anything without context. This is about solving problems and making choices, exactly, and certain tools will get you there more than others. So again, like that Craig Mullins example, rendering out that crowd and making it more finished is going to make the painting less finished, paradoxically, because that's not the contrast that it needed. So finishing can sometimes take a painting backwards. And you might have experienced this in your own work where it's like, you know, I'm making this more and more detailed, but it's looking worse and worse. I know that's happened to me. And again, it's when you start thinking of, it even helps, again, take rendering out of your vocabulary. Can it be said that 100% optical drawing is more like a mindless copy? Yeah, I think so. That's why I think that's like, again, because like the Monet stuff that we're looking at, or something like this is very purely optical, but it's certainly not mindless. It's done for a purpose to communicate an idea. So yeah, I think you can like, maybe the larger point there is like just always do things with intention, like think about things rather than let's cool. I like to see this. Okay, so let's let those epiphanies sink in. Let's take a 10-minute break. We have some more examples we can look at here, yeah, then we'll keep going with this stuff. So I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Yeah, so shadow mapping is really kind of like an optical step. This is broken down into a combination of optical and conceptual ideas at first. We have these averaged out straight lines. That's an optical idea. We also have those straight lines converted into boxes. That's a conceptual idea. This second step is very conceptual to me. This is about boundaries in space, stylization. Then we're adding back like a lot of this kind of optical appeal when we start to have these flat light and shadow shapes. That's why like I would hesitate to call this kind of thing like a technique or like a step that you have to do. Like that's why I think that the teaching of like you can see Watts Atelier, this stuff can be kind of codified into steps, and I wouldn't think of them that way. Because I think in drawings like this, the optical and conceptual get kind of muddied. It's like, what is this line doing? Is this communicating something about the form, or is it communicating something about the light? Is it communicating something about how the light is falling on the form? Often, like, just because these are steps that you do, you kind of do the block-in and then you do the shadow mapping. You can see that the shapes get kind of like just kind of uninteresting and really detailed. Like there's a lot of detail here. Like it is not reinforcing a larger idea about the torso here. That's again why I think like understanding these as concepts and principles and not as something you always have to do. Like here you can really see a combination of these conceptual ideas and optical shapes that are happening. And it's like, why is the face purely optical? And why is this like purely conceptual? They're really like competing for no reason. I think this is kind of the thing that happens when you're not really intentionally using these ideas, but they're thought of as like a workflow. I really like Francis Vallejo's work. I think that this stuff is much more intentional. You can see like how this stuff is actually being used for a purpose to design. Like we have this intentional ratio of light and dark and these larger gestures. This is the whole point of everything. And that's the kind of stuff that doesn't really happen that often in ateliers. Like, look how amazing this is. That's so cool. We have this kind of like, we still have a lot of this conceptual stuff that is happening, but like even this line here, like, well, maybe the background's dark and maybe this is just a little bit of that optical stuff. Like I think this example of this being in like a really, really nice balance. We also have contrast here of like activity versus simplicity. And we have that dithering happening here. Like we have another value happening. We have really like 3 values or 4 values here. We've got the solid black, because we have groups of values. We've got white, the solid black. We have a dark gray from all these scribbles and a light gray from this dithering. 4 completely separate groups that are not competing with each other. Separate groups of angles. We've got big angles, we've got medium angles, and we've got really small angles in here. 3 distinct separate groups of angles. We have broad shapes, big shapes, and then really grouped small shapes happening in the face. So this stuff is really kind of masterful in a way that, again, you kind of won't see in like these methods. Let me check the chat again. It's interesting to visual examples. Yes, we don't do this. Okay, can it be said that 100% optical drawing? Oh, we went through that. So no, I don't think that there can be. And even if there could, it would be like, well, you wouldn't want a 100% white image or 100% black. I mean, that would be kind of like a very contemporary, like you might see a giant white canvas and hanging in the Tate or something, but you'd analyze that in a very kind of different way. I think the idea here is that we get things into different ratios and compare and contrast them. If it's entirely one thing or another, it's really not that interesting. And yeah, on top of that, I don't think you really can, because as a human being making art, not necessarily a camera. Okay, so even in photography, the perspective of the human being taking that picture, I think is going to come into play. And that's why we get conceptual ideas in photography, even though that is like purely just a capture of light information. If that camera was just randomly taking pictures, that's when it would really stop being interesting, because we don't get any of those ideas that the human is injecting into that. But when we're talking about painting, I don't think it's possible. You go to an atelier and they'll tell you not to think. I don't think you can not think. I think that the shapes are going to communicate something to you about other senses that you just can't, and even like your experiences and ideas, it's going to happen. And I think even if you're trying to purely kind of construct, maybe you're doing animation or something, and you really just think of things as these abstract forms, you're going to need to understand something about the optical, and it's going to come across if you use any kind of like hatching or like reinforcing that form. It's going to start to merge into these groups of value, and you might as well know how to like use that, because I think I can't think of any examples where it's purely like, even that Monet, like there was still depth, there were still conceptual things happening. Okay, so in this painting, the background is more optical and the figure is more conceptual. Yeah, there's more conceptual ideas happening in the figure here. Yeah, especially the arm. It does feel like fairly constructed. So yeah, I would say that there is this contrast here of like optical abstraction, and then it starts to become more conceptual in the figure. It's a good example of like how you can compare and contrast abstraction and how abstraction relates to these. But I think we've found here that really it's not so simple as to say like one thing is always this and one thing is always that. When you start to get at these like fundamental concepts of how would AR be, I would say it's neither. It's not thinking about anything. It's not doing any of this. We can analyze it based on the way that it's chopping up other images. Like you'll see like kind of that, we look at the fighting game art, like outlines happening. I'm trying to think of how this actually works, of like, it's denoising based on tags of images. I don't think it really like makes sense to analyze it in this way. But yeah, I'd have to think more about that. I just find it like it's completely a different thing. I think a lot of the ideas that it's using, it associates with tags, but it doesn't have any kind of meaning. The artists that created the original kind of work that it was trained on used those intentionally to convey some kind of meaning, and it associated those with certain words and just recalling those. So yeah, I don't know if that helps. So something else I was thinking, hey, let's look at like Leyendecker. You see how it really helps to have these terms to kind of analyze work like this? Leyendecker was so far on that like idealized side of things. This is not like an optical impression of somebody. So many ideas come into play here. Not only about the form and the way that he uses brushstrokes like hatch on the form, even the shadow shapes kind of like, again, like that fighting game art, it just kind of reinforces those conceptual ideas. And we're like lightening up any shadow where we might possibly lose information, because the whole point is to convey as much as possible. So you're never going to see like completely lost information. We still see a lot of the eyes in here. And yeah, I think the whole kind of point of his art was very fashionable. I mean, I don't know if I know enough specifically to analyze it in great detail. But it was definitely not meant to be like specific models. A lot of advertising stuff is really, you're rarely going to see like super optical stuff for that. If you look at like Cornwall's advertisements, it's pretty different than his work. So like even like, let me pull up my folder on him. When he does advertisements, they tend to look more like his murals. Stuff like this. I want to show like the way he drew later in life. Drawings like this, like these are such conceptual drawings. Something like this too. So if he was doing an advertisement or a mural, something that was supposed to feel big, larger than life, he would rarely approach things in a very, very optical way. Maybe this war scene is, I don't know if this is an ad or something, but it's a little bit like we do start to get more of this optical pattern happening. I think it's probably because like this was supposed to be a little bit of a grittier take on this, something a little bit more real. There's something like this is a little bit more idealized and like sanitized and the whole point is because it was advertising. We're not supposed to have this kind of real subjective view of war. It was supposed to be a bit abstracted. And yeah, if you look at, I think his drawings are very, very conceptual. Stuff like this. You can really kind of see that idea-based thinking in here. But it's not purely, it still has these optical ideas. That's just not how he's constructing this image. It's not the main idea you're supposed to get across from it. Now, these kind of gestures that are happening, that is optical. So like this, that's optical. But the idea of like, yeah, I think like even this is optical too. Because we're just compressing the shape. It's not really kind of based on the form. This gives like a very different impression. So it's cool. He's really playing with this stuff. It feels so much flatter and more design, more decorative. What else did I want to show? Okay, so I want to go back to. So Eng's work, much older, but something like this. It might look optical at first. And I would say that the overall first impression is fairly optical, but like he's masterfully combining these two ideas in a particular ratio. Like the face here is very, very idealized and stylized. We have better terms like for stylized now. I think even though he's dealing with like materials, it feels very like he's constructing based on the idea of how light works, and it's just taken to such a point where it starts to feel optical eventually. But like this does not feel like a real person. It feels like so stylized, which is really interesting to see. I think this is like an individual portrait. This feels much more individual. But yeah, I really love this kind of thing because it's so interesting to see the choices and decisions that he was making, and that this is not just copying shapes, is really, really far from that. I had Scott Robertson up in here. So there's something in the chat that reminds me of that. But doesn't this compressed shape convey an idea of that cloak? Yes. So like it's optically compressed to then convey something about an idea. Yes. So it's like, that's why this stuff isn't like super, super simple, because it's using one thing to like get at another thing. So like taking a shape and setting a threshold on it, like that cloak, like we're just kind of simplifying it down into a triangle. That's more of like an optical shape-based compression. But yeah, it's about getting at a larger idea, and that's why he's doing this for a mural, because I think that was like looked like Columbus or something. Like this is a view of the past, and again, this is like supposed to be looking back into the past about something. So yeah, they kind of get a little bit they get not so distinct at that point. I hope that makes sense. Because yeah, it's like, and this is really about analysis. Like I had my kind of own analysis about these things. Yeah, exactly. How you combine them. So I would say like, I'm telling you how I see these images, but I would really recommend looking at art that you like and start thinking about these frameworks and coming to your own conclusions about them, and really thinking like, primarily, what is it doing? Why is it doing it? And what tools were used to get there? So if you disagree with me, or you think you have your own ideas, like that's great. So definitely like don't take my word for stuff. I just want to kind of give you these new frameworks for looking at images, and hopefully like we're kind of really getting into the details of this particular thing. But the main idea that we really just have these different variables that come from our senses, and we organize them in different ratios, and that communicates something. So that's why I think like, learning art can be tough, because maybe you pick up a book called How to Draw, and you don't realize that the subtitle to this should be How to Draw in a Conceptual Manner for the Purpose of Industrial Design, or something like that. Because this is an entirely different way of like teaching how to draw, rather than say compressing angles like you see, like that we saw in that Cornwall mural. Like this is not going to go into that at all. This is going to be about how to place vertices in space accurately, like we looked at in that 3D program, like having a notepad file of where those vertices go. Now that's a very important part of drawing, but it's not everything. And that's why How to Draw is a simplification. It's a good simplification because you want to sell books. And I think that title would have been way too long. But it's really important knowing this stuff and being able to look and see like, well, how is an artist getting at these things? Like, it's interesting because Robert Fawcett, he's not a golden age advertisement illustrator. He's thinking very, very optically, really in a way that Cornwall wasn't. He was actually a big sight size advocate. And you can see that in his shapes, but he's still obviously using perspective. Like he was an advertising illustrator. He had to know how to draw things that weren't there in front of him. But he's much further on this optical side of things than some of the artists we just looked at. And he has a book about drawing, and he really just talks about that kind of compression of angles as being like super, super important. So he's stressing things that are like really not being stressed in a book like this. That's why having kind of different sources, coming to your own conclusions, doing your own experiments are really, really important. Yeah, there is no right way to draw. There are just certain things, certain tools that do certain things, and that's it. The best that I could do is kind of give you an overview of these tools and show that it's really fun and simple to like compare and contrast them in different ratios, because it's infinite in like how many cool things you can, how many feelings you can convey with that. I think it's a hard thing to get my conclusions on art because I don't know if I'm right. Don't know if it makes sense. So you're never going to be right again, but I think having opinions is good. Definitely, like, don't feel like you're not allowed to have opinions. Look at any kind of work, decide number one if you like it or not, and then you can say, well, what is it doing and why is it doing it? We're going to get to that in a minute. I want to look at some more of those two value ones that we looked at. I'm gonna go and ask you guys, like, what do you think this painting is doing, and what tools is it using to do that? Like, what does it make you feel? I would ask that about every image that you see. I think it's probably the best way to get confident about art. Yeah, just ignore this. Like, you can learn different processes, and I would definitely recommend doing that. But keep in mind that it's like, it's more, if you're learning somebody else's process, it's more like a vacation. Like, you're going and you're taking the time, you're learning how somebody else lives and how somebody else does things. Eventually you have to go back to your home. You might not want to, because then you're back to your responsibilities and like all the things that you have to do. You have to really rely on yourself at that point, but you have to do that. So if you do kind of take a class or you learn somebody else's process, that's a great way to discover new tools, but it's nothing about like, okay, that's the right way to draw, the wrong way to draw, because every artist has their own individual questions, and a process is just answers to those questions. And they may or may not, they may or may not be relevant to you. And they're definitely not going to be 100% relevant, because you don't want to be a carbon copy of some other artist, but they might be 30, 40, 50% if you really have the same goals as another artist. But again, those might kind of change over time. Being genuine, exactly. And yeah, I know that stuff isn't super practical. We're going to get back when we start painting over the homework again to more kind of practical expressions of this. But really, like, that feeling of like, I have opinions, and I'm not going to believe them 100%. I have opinions because of evidence. So like, I have feelings about work, and I try to back them up with evidence. And if I feel like my evidence is strong, then I'll hold that opinion very strongly. If I feel like it's kind of shaky, then I'll be like, well, I feel this way, but like my evidence, it doesn't really hold up. So I'm open to like, I'm always open to it. But in this case, like, I'm very open to having my mind change about that. Like, I talked about that affection. Like, I personally don't love his work. I think some of it's really great, but I think based on some of these principles, like, I think a lot of his stuff isn't successful in my opinion. I know other people have completely different opinions about this, but I think it's really good to just have an opinion about something and be open to other kinds of evidence and have your opinions change over time. So don't expect to like, I think this is what your question is getting at. Where is it? Yeah, so don't expect to like be right about art. It's not about like being right about analyzing something. It's about having feelings about that work and trying to come up with like evidence-based things to back up your feelings. And again, this stuff is so subjective, like there's no way to be 100% right. But I think some arguments are better than others. Yeah, if things are only ever studies, then you're never really kind of being vulnerable, because you're just kind of, you're just exploring other people's answers. The real way to, at this point, to like progress through work, especially if you've like used the studies to get a handle on the medium, like if you can digitally paint fairly competently, you can use the program, or you can use a pencil, you can use oil paint. Like, there's going to be real diminishing returns on studies unless you start to run into problems of your own. You really want to have those problems of your own. And studying is safe because you never run into too many problems. You never have to like question yourself as an artist. You just kind of keep going through that path of like exploring other people's answers. So again, I think like the best way that I can put this is like having this screw you mindset as like an artist. And it sounds kind of combative. And I don't think it should be like, you know, I'm always right and you're always wrong, but having this really intense like faith in your own, in the validity of your own opinions and ideas. And then if somebody else isn't going to help you with that, or they're saying, no, I don't want you to do it that way, I want you to do it this way, that's where that like screw you attitude comes in. Because it's like, no, I'm not just going to take your word on it. I have my own feelings and this doesn't feel right. So I'm going to do what feels right to me. Again, that can obviously go to like an extreme and become negative, but it's a really, really healthy thing to have that kind of like almost like stubbornness to get what you want as an artist. And I think a lot of like really great artists have that. Yes, I think it is. It's healthy boundaries, exactly. And yeah, if somebody comes and says like, well, this is the right way to draw, and you just like throw out everything you've ever thought, then, you know, it's not the healthiest of boundaries. Yeah, I mean, so this is the thing of like, at this point, work stops being like making work stops being about it being perfect and finished, and it starts being about exploring and problem solving, which means that it's not going to be as developed. If you have like this facade and this mask of like other people's finished answers to questions, it's going to look more finished, but it's not going to have any of you in it. So you, in the process of like shedding that and developing your own clothing or whatever the analogy is, like it's just not going to be as good for a while. And I think you just have to like accept that in order to go forward, you have to take a few steps that appear as if you're going backwards, but you're not really. You've hit a wall, so you're taking a little bit of a detour to go around the wall. That's all that it is. And yeah, I think if you don't have kind of the if you don't think about this stuff consciously and self-reflect, well, that process of going around the wall can feel like retreating and going backwards, and it can lead to quitting and hating yourself like at its most extreme. So again, like self-reflection is really, really important, because doing this over a really long period of time is the way to mastery at this. And you're never going to reach mastery, but that idea of like being corrected something is never going to happen. You just stay interested in it for as long as you possibly can. And any of that like attacking yourself for like, well, I could have done this better if I used a tool that I was more comfortable with, that's going to hold you back in the long run. It's like taking your ego out of it and practicing removing like that vulnerability of having your artistic output be your identity, because your artistic output is not your identity. The last thing you made is not like who you are. And I think it really takes practice to kind of undo that, because there's a lot of things that tell us that you're only as good as your last piece and stuff like that. Can it be said that optical equals feelings and conceptual equals ideas? I have to think about that. Maybe at its like most broad level, I'm hesitant to say 100%, but I think you are getting at something. Maybe impressions is like a better word for that. What even is good? Appeal is elusive. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you have different kind of frameworks for judging that. Like, I think some of them can lead to getting knocked off the horse more than others. For example, like if your definition of appeal is like monetary value, well, then you have to do a certain thing to achieve that with that particular way of thinking about things. I think that probably leads to burnout eventually. If it's like social media likes and stuff like that, if it's appeal to your parents or appeal to your friends or other artists, that is very elusive. And even when you're appealing to yourself, it's elusive, but that's something you can actually kind of work towards. And your goals are going to change over time. But really, I think good can just be like, well, what was my intention? And how honest and sincere was my effort at expressing that intention? That's what I think is like that kind of healthiest definition of what good is. All the other stuff about like, you know, praise from other artists or money or like that can come as an emergent property, as a side effect of focusing on that healthier definition of something being appealing or good. Yeah, I think this is definitely true. Okay, let's take a look at, let's finish up these examples in here. Okay, let's look at this Tadema painting. Would you say this falls mainly on the optical side or mainly on the conceptual side? Yeah, I think this is more conceptual. You know, we have this like perfectly detailed statue here. Every kind of moment of this is perfectly delineated. Every tile, every stripe on this tiger skin. Every like this is almost like a 3D wireframe of the drawing here. We'll talk about this in a second, but artists back then even used to have like perspectivists who they would go to, who would like do the conceptual drawing for them, like give them the wireframe. So that's very similar to like the way that we use 3D now. And I want to look at some contemporary artists who use 3D and talk about like how can we use actual tools to get at these things and like be part of a process. So there is a conceptual like impression here. There is this pattern of light and dark, and from this size, it's fairly optical. It's more these high frequency things that give us that like really conceptual appeal. Like everything is so specific. So I think that the whole idea of this painting is something much more larger than life. And you know, that's why I think he really went for that. And Tadema can do other things. This is not the only thing that he can do. This is an intentional decision to make this feel more really appealing to the sense of touch. Like these feel like blocks that you can like grab. It's very solid, and yeah, it has that like to me it's really appealing. Like how specific these forms are. I really like it. What about this Tadema painting? Same artist. Is this more optical or is this more conceptual? I think this falls a little bit more on the optical side. Now, it's still Tadema. Yeah, it's still Tadema, so we still get these specific artifacts here and really specific drawing on everything. But it just feels so much more like a retinal impression of what's happening here. So let me ask you, why would he use that tool here as opposed to on this painting? What's different about the intention of these paintings? Exactly, it's more emotional. We're dealing with the death of the firstborn son here in this one. This is getting at something much more human, much more like in the moment. We want to be in the moment. We want to like be sitting here in this room and like, look here, we've got this figure here. We've got another figure here. It almost feels like we're one of these guys and like we're now looking at this scene in a first person view. We don't get that sense in this one at all. We're not really like an observer part of the scene here. We're like in a camera or something. This doesn't feel like you're part of the scene. It feels like you're observing the scene. This feels like you're part of it. So here we have an example of like a reason why you would use one over another. I really love Tadema, so I want to look at some more about this work. We looked at that flower example the first time, but generally when he paints contemporaries, he does it in a very optical way. When he's painting people that he really knows, because he wants to get the specifics of their character. He wants to feel like a moment in his life. This is a little more on the optical side for Tadema. There's a portrait of his daughter that is like very, very optical. It has like that photographic quality that a lot of his other paintings don't have, again, because this is in his house. This is a moment, first person in his life. Compare that to something like this, a view of the past with these idealized figures. And really the idea of this is that you could put yourself in here. He was appealing to these Victorian people who wanted to feel like they were part of the past. If you made it too specific and too optical, it becomes hard to do that. Because again, like what I mean by that is something like this is like you're a specific person in this moment. Something like this, and you could be one of these figures, basically. They're not anybody in particular. I think with this painting, the idea is by showing power, and power is something that lasts for a very long time. You don't want to have that be too like ephemeral. If you painted this in a very kind of loose, ephemeral, lost edges kind of way, it's not really going to get that feeling across. Like the solidity of these buildings and the forms, it feels like, you know, this is an empire. Painting like this feels a little bit more optical, and again, this is because the title is much more emotional. I'm not sure exactly what's happening here. It seems like I don't know if she's a prostitute or something. It's like what they always draw, but it seems like more of like a character-based or story-based moment that it's a moment happening. I think that's kind of the important thing. Here's another painting he did from life. And you can see like it's very detailed, but he's not going in there and doing every single tile in a way that he would have done in one of these historical paintings. This is starting to get lost a little bit. It feels, even though it's very detailed, it still feels like an optical impression to me. Something like this, you know, extremely conceptual back here. You're not going to get a motion blur like with these eggs that he's juggling. Like that's going to be frozen in time, and you could place yourself in as one of these. And you know, as a matter of fact, one of his paintings, and a few of them actually, but I want to look at this. And I want to look at. So who do we see here but Tadema? That's himself. He placed himself and his kids into this painting. That's generally what he wanted the audience to be doing with paintings that looked more like this, to imagine themselves there. That's why he didn't want these characters to feel too real or too specific. Here's a better reproduction of this. But you can also see, based on the lens, like the camera lens being used by this is very orthographic. Like it's compressing space so that everything feels flat. Like this doesn't feel super far away, even though it's in the background. We can see the same thing happening here. This is like a telephoto lens. If you picture a telephoto lens, you're going to be really far away from the action, like at a sports game, zoomed in, and you're going to get the background compressed towards us and lose depth. That's really what's happening here. You get like, he loves to show these columns like really compressed in space, like really, really close to each other. The whole idea of this painting is that these figures here, which are very kind of non-specific, are supposed to remind us of this relief here, that these are like people from the past, and we're supposed to be literally comparing these figures here. They're not supposed to feel too human. That's why we get a bit of those outlines. We get a bit of that like fighting game art thing happening here, because we don't want this to feel too real. Like even every figure back here, compare this to that Craig Mullins painting. Everything going on here has outlines to it. You know, we're not confused at what's happening. Now, there's compression happening in the faces. We're not super specific, but it's certainly not getting like lost like one moment in like subjective time would be. That's really, again, like why this is objective, because this is like a camera seeing this in terms of like gathering the information, not in terms of like the image, but like it's capturing all of the information. Yeah, so a lot of this stuff is like that. I think a lot of things I want to talk about in this course are things that like a switch flips, and then you can't unsee it. And you just have to like kind of look out for it and you realize, oh, it was there kind of all along. How much do you think that's specific choice, but the art versus an imagination drawing? So it's 100% specific choices, because that Egyptian one was still from imagination. Like that was a historical painting, but he painted it like his daughter. So that and some other examples, he paints certainly more optically than other times. Like look at this, and I don't know if I have the name of it. Oh, it's like pottery or something. This one. So there was this painting that he did that he like cut up into different pieces. Something like this. And you know, he probably had a model for this, but he could have had a model for any of this. Like this feels like a specific person. It's also painted much more optically. And for whatever reason, in this particular painting that he cut up because he didn't like it, I don't know, it's like this is part of it. This is part of it. This is like the bottom. And then this is the top part. And they're all like, I think that's probably why he didn't like it, because it doesn't really kind of mesh. And that's why he maybe cut it out. But it's pretty clear that he's like experimenting with these things. And he's not just, well, I have to draw like this from imagination. That's definitely not what's happening. I think a lot of his more popular art had a certain look and feeling to it. And that's why he mostly did that. I don't know why for that Egyptian one, he chose more of an emotional moment and chose to depict it that way. But I think it definitely proves the fact that it was not a limitation. I wish he had more of that because I think it's amazing. You know, you compare even this figure to the one we looked at before, and it feels much more like these are like miniatures. I really like this. Okay, so I know some sort of focus on class, but how does this system apply to making industry studio work? So keyframe work for film. I want to talk about this in a second when we start to get into process. How does this stuff apply to process? So a lot of the stuff that I used for that job was doing a very, very quick optical impression of something. So I need to show something the same day to get approved that has the feeling, that has all the big relationships down. So they can say, well, yeah, that has the feeling. Then if I know I have that, the big relationships, I can then go into a 3D program and make very specific information and have it fit within that framework. And it's a very quick way to work. And it's a way to get very detailed work quickly using these tools. And you can basically use any tools. Like we talked about Tadema having a perspectivist. A painting like, did I not save it? I think it's in the next folder. Yeah, it's in here. So a painting like this, well, how do you even start planning this? Well, you can see a lot of these big relationships we've been looking for in our two-value studies at this size. I'm sure he had a sketch, probably in a sketchbook like this. We're going to be looking at different artist process for dealing with this kind of thing. But it's how you get information like this to relate to a larger whole. Because the last thing I want to do is like spend 2 days in a 3D program making all of this stuff and then find, well, it doesn't even work with the composition. Like that Craig Mullins example. I made it really detailed, but that making that part detailed didn't even help because that wasn't what I needed there. So you can really wind up chasing your tail and not getting towards finish or the end goal of communicating your idea to somebody if you're not thinking about this stuff. If you're not thinking about what did I just do? What was the effect of that decision that I just made? The reason why I talk about 3D is because, again, I'm fairly certain for this painting, Tadema probably went to his perspectivist, he had a sketch, and he said, can you make me this scene here? And I'm sure he had help, basically. And just like we do now, we use tools like 3D. The reason why I wouldn't include AI in that is, again, because there's no intention there. This is a visual medium of communication. He knew what he wanted to communicate visually. This was all in service of a particular idea that he designed and he decided. If you're just typing in words, which is not a visual medium, and then randomly get a result, and you're just editing those results, it's completely different. So to me, this feels like what would my process be for this? A very, very loose sketch getting the composition, getting where do I want simplicity, where do I want activity, and what ratios do I want these things, where do I want light, where do I want dark, where do I want warm, where do I want cool, what are the variables I'm going to use, and what senses do they come from. Then when I have that, I'll use whatever tools at my disposal to get that idea as in focus as possible. And again, we'll look through different artists and how they approach this. So yeah, definitely true. I think that's why like anime is so popular. This is Siermadsky. I love his work. So I would say this is more on the optical side compared to Tadema. The way that these groups of figures like really turn into these kind of flat shapes. Yeah, I would say let's look at some higher res. Don't know spell that at all. Because if you look at anything small, it's just going to kind of turn into these. Yeah, this feels more more optical than Tadema to me on the whole. But he's clearly thinking of things as 3D forms underneath this, and this is certainly not as like optical as those Klimt paintings that we looked at. But I really love his work too, and it's very impressive how artists like Siermadsky and Tadema can take all of these specific objects, and when you zoom out, it makes this interesting pattern of light and dark. And I think the way that he does it, it's even more obvious, and I think a little clunkier than Tadema. I think his thinking is more, it's a little bit more on the nose. This composition of like light, dark, the stuff that Tadema does, I think, is a little bit more sophisticated in terms of his compositions. Something like this, where we get like simplicity of pattern versus the organicness of the plant, the organicness of the cloth versus the marble, the depth that we get back here. It's doing very different things. To me, this feels a little bit more complicated and sophisticated. But again, these are like some of the greatest artists of all time. So we're talking about like Batman versus Superman here. Yeah, I think it doesn't have quite the staying power to me, even though it is really amazing. Yeah, so that is the thing. Like in a lot of Tadema's work, that is very, very specific. You don't really get a lot of these rest areas. Sometimes he'll build that stuff into the composition, but it could almost be like sometimes it can be the opposite, where it kind of invites you into study. Like I think the spring painting is like that. Like it's a Where's Waldo painting or drawing or something, where you just want to go in and like see each individual moment, because again, this is not a second in time. You are now studying like an hour, like Frozen or something like that. So it really just gets to a different kind of thing. Does anybody have any questions? I want to take another 5 or 10 minute break, and then we'll talk about process. Then I want to talk more about design, and then I want to look at your homework. And I'm thinking, depends on how much time we have today, but maybe a short demo, and then maybe next week we could do an extended demo, kind of bring some of the stuff together. Still working it out, but that's my plan for now, at least. Does anybody have any questions? Exactly. So now take this thought. So combining optical conceptual is also a way to create contrast, and apply that to any variable. What is something I can show the difference between? That's all we're doing in painting. We're showing the difference between things in different ratios. We're getting those into groups through compression. So light and dark, as an example, this being a value class, we're really focusing primarily right now on groups of light and dark that have been compressed, and we're showing how much light or how much dark. Is there a lot of small dark shapes here or small dark shapes here? You know, this is the most broad and non-specific way to think about painting. It unlocks the most potential. Anybody have any other questions? Okay, cool. Let's take another 10 minutes, and then we'll meet back here and talk about process.
Do more conceptual things. That just comes out naturally. And one of goals that I set to myself after on this course is to learn something about the optical side, because almost everything I do, almost all results of my work are somewhat unintentional a bit.
Right. Yeah, I think probably when we're in this particular class, I think optical is probably going to be more of what people are interested in. If you say, look at, like, Leslie's doing a character design class, and he talks about optical compression to get a lot of shapes, but it's much more of conceptual ideas you're dealing with. So yeah, I think if you tend to prefer using line, generally it's more of you tend to be more into kind of the conceptual side of things. Not always, but if you like using paint and like areas of tone, you know, masses tends to lend itself more optically. Again, not always, because they're not; those are just tools to get at these things. I think for me, we talked about like Scott Robertson's How to Draw book being a particular way of how to draw. When I was first starting, every resource was really about like constructing like that. So I naturally thought about construction as the way to draw, thinking about boxes and cylinders and breaking things down and constructing form, 3D form on a 2D page. I liked a lot of 19th century work that obviously uses both of these, but I think that was kind of the only thing I knew, because that's the only thing the books were teaching. Then as I got more into kind of the atelier side of thing, it was really like, you know, they taught me like exclusively only optical. That didn't work for me. It caused a lot of bad habits. And then in undoing that, I tried to kind of integrate these two sides. So it's really kind of changed for me over time. And then when I realized more about how kind of the conceptual art deals with stylization and ideas, I realized how like they are not separate things at all. I think like those Eng paintings, like the more kind of, they're almost like cartoony, like very realistic, but still cartoony, like how creative you can be in how you depict things.
I put Arcane as an example.
Yeah.
Of the partly half realistic, half cartoony style. It's really hard to achieve actually in work.
Yeah, it's definitely using both. And again, I think when you look at things through this framework, you can communicate about it. You can figure out even in your own work, like, what do I like about it? What don't I like? Are some ideas not really reading because they're being it's being distracted from other things that I didn't really intend? So really having like a clear, lucid idea of what your intention is and what you're doing is the idea of this. Yeah, integrating the two. That's really my my goal also. I think again, thinking of this as like, you know, if we're talking about, well, what do you prefer, light or dark? Like, we'll probably have a preference. You know, if you're more emo, maybe you would go on the dark side. But really, you wouldn't want just one. Like, it's about the contrast of the two that makes this interesting. So I think, so Chris said optical feels like there's more room for design and mood. I think, you know, that's true in some ways, but I wouldn't think of these as like any one is better than the other. There's more room for design. Like, there's a lot of design comes from optical things, but there's so much design and conceptual stuff like this Cornwell, maybe not this one, but some of the other ones that we looked at. You know, the amount of design and thinking that went into how to like arrive at this wireframe is amazing. So there's plenty of room for design in when you're dealing with conceptual things. And a lot of these shapes that we're getting here are really only entirely based on how he was thinking about the form. It is a result of the form thinking, how we're getting these shadows. And he designed placing the light in a certain way to reveal that as clearly as possible. So Leyendecker had really compressed forms, which gave us the angles. So it's like these kind of two things happening at once. Okay, so let's talk about process. Because remember I said, there is no correct process. But in terms of communicating an idea, if you have a particular kind of goal in mind, maybe complicated multi-figure work or something like this, well, some roads maybe we're going to get you to your goal a little bit faster or more easily than other roads. So let's discuss how certain artists like arrived at a particular method. Okay, let's see. So it might be interesting to talk first about this contest, the Prix de Rome, which is something that they had in the École in France, where it was a very prestigious contest, and they would give you a topic, generally something biblical, and you were expected to just know what all these stories were. You would be presented with a topic and then locked in a room for 12 hours with no model, just your imagination. That's why drawing from imagination is so important, because it's where the idea comes from, where it's how you can judge if the decisions that you're making, if the problem solving that you're doing is getting you closer to your goal or not. So the Prix de Rome showed that these amazing paintings that we love from the 19th century, they were started from imagination. They were started from, not from looking on Pinterest, basically, and like copying individual parts of reference. So let's look at the progression of the Prix de Rome over time. And we can really clearly see how things started fairly conceptually. And this doesn't even go back in time enough. It apparently started in 1663 under Louis XIV. And here, we're starting at around, is there a year? This is when he was born, 1840, so much later. But this is still really in the reign of like conceptual ideas. You can see how non-specific these models are, how idealized the forms are, that this is really like, this is not a specific moment in time from one perspective. I think that really, not to kind of go back to this too much, but that idea of like objectivity versus subjectivity, a lot of times in like optical stuff, you get one perspective from one moment, very subjective. Conceptually, you get like multiple perspectives and not just one person. Different viewpoints, different parts of the image kind of elucidate it. That's why things become a little bit more objective and not just about one person's understanding of things. So as we scroll through here, and again, so they would get a topic. Translate this in English. So they would get a topic such as Orpheus descended to the underworld to ask Eurydice. They knew what was going on in that story, so they had the emotional kind of understanding of what they needed to convey, and then they went and they did sketches from imagination. Once the 12 hours were up, or however long it was, I think it was about 12 hours, then they were allowed to get their sketch approved or not, and then they can get models to kind of work their sketch up to a finish. You might be able to see some of kind of like the two value stuff that we've been doing in a lot of these thumbnails. It was the small version of the image. That's what they would be focusing on, these big ideas, the big ideas of the figure, the big ideas of the light and the dark, the ratio of warms and cools, or whatever variable they picked. Now they were, culturally, it was much more on kind of the conceptual side of things, so it was kind of like by default more on that side than something very purely optical. That was something that really changed over time, over hundreds of years. So as we scroll through here, again, you can see like, there are these major optical gestures happening, but the elements that make up those optical gestures are very conceptual. We've got this curve here versus that curve. So can you see, it's like when we talk about gesture, we've got these individual beads, these areas of weight that our eye looks at. We're going to look at faces, we're going to look at hands, we're going to look at, we're probably going to look at the face first and then here a little bit after, but it's almost like a scatter plot. The optical gesture comes from the average of those points. Now here we've got kind of, we're reinforcing that gesture here. So this is the kind of thing where you mostly want to do it from imagination, because like, what is the story here? Story is Thetis brings Achilles the weapons forged by Vulcan. Seems like kind of like a triumphant moment that's happening here. So if we just kind of abstractly did something like this, well, maybe that has like that feeling and that motion of whatever was happening in the scene. And you would want to start with this kind of idea. If you go back to the one previously, you know, this kind of V shape here, it's usually just like one thing compared to something else. These like large gestures. And they each gesture, like in how it uses curves and straight lines and how it creates these shapes, is going to give you very different feelings. So they're really kind of focused again on these big compositional ideas, the motion that is taking us from this gesture here and this straight line that's happening. This is a really common thing that happens in composition, of like curve versus the straight line from this to this that is created from those beads, and this is the string of the necklace that combines them. So it's still very conceptual. Hopefully you can see here that like this is very far on the conceptual side. Really idealized, non-specific models. This is not one person's view of what's happening here. Again, very, very conceptual happening. This doesn't even have like a very strong sense of light in this one. We're not really losing much. Kind of a weird painting. But again, this stuff was done from imagination. I'm going to show you some examples of what their sketches might have looked like before they got to this point. We're still very early here. So again, like the shadows are not getting too dark in here. We don't have this like massive Sorolla-like difference. Like compare this to how Sorolla would have painted something under a tent like this looking out, and how we get this extreme like overblown sunlight. We're not really getting sunlight here. Like it's the idea of sunlight. It's not actual sunlight. Same thing with this. Like we have this just spotlight. It's all very constructed, and you know, it really gets that idea across of what's intended here. I think we're starting to get a little bit more optical as we continue. Yeah, now we're starting to get more into this combination of really individual models, a more subjective view of things, combined with everything that came before. There's a much greater like sense of space that's happening. It feels more like there's Z depth, like we can kind of reach into the canvas, as opposed to this kind of like play set that's happening in front of us. Now we started to get to like Lepage, and really what he did not paint these gods in a pantheon above us. He was painting real people. And that's why things started to get so much more optical. And if you ever have the chance to be in New York, I think the most amazing thing you can see, one of the most amazing things in that city, is this painting hanging in the Met. I don't know if this reproduction does it justice. So even when he painted historical figures, religious historical figures, he was painting them in a way that they were like real people in the French countryside here. I can't even like, the way that she comes out of the canvas. And remember, we talked about Caravaggio doing this, of like, he would have like hands reaching out towards you. He would break that fourth wall, almost like a movie. There would be like maybe things on a table that look a little precarious, like might fall off the edge, to really give this sense of like you can fall into the painting. I've never seen a painting that has more of that feeling than this, where it's like, this is Joan of Arc, and it looks like she's leaning off of the canvas. And I don't know how it's achieved, but you can see there's an extreme control of value. Like this would all be flat if we were to do a study of this. Now, all of the specific detail in here, we talked about this earlier, completely averages out, but it's this amazing combination of like specificity and these really clear optical values. That's how we can get things to look so completely lifelike here. And it's like, just her look is so completely arresting, and the depth that is gotten from this, and this really goes to show like depth does not come from extreme contrast. It comes from limiting that contrast, and you can get more information. So here, this is kind of like the Pre-Raphaelites in the sense we wanted to get tons of information, but it's painted completely differently. And again, this is like a kind of peak religious experience that's happening. And so we want to feel like we're getting everything, but it's painted so carefully in terms of where the focus is that it really still feels like a subjective optical perception of this. And it's very unique in how successful that is. So definitely, if you're in New York, seek this out because it's one of the coolest experiences you can have looking at art. And he did this one. So this is the what is the story? I think it's I don't know if I can find the title for this one, but yeah, it's a particular scene from the Bible. I think it was very controversial because, again, he painted like peasants, like real French people in the countryside, and he painted these biblical figures like just like they were peasants. And I think it was controversial, and he got it says second here. I think okay. So yeah, here's the thing: the Annunciation to the shepherds. That's the story. They are shepherds, but you can see here, like, they're a little bit less real looking. And this one, first place, I think it's obvious, like, this is a far worse painting than this one. This is incredible. But politically, I think this is a little bit insulting to people. So this took second place. And I think there was really big controversy about this. And it really just goes to show of, like, how important these concepts are for, like, how people interpret your work and, like, what you're trying to do. Politically, this just happened to be more in line with what they were looking for. Obviously, I think this is a more technically advanced achievement that's happening here. I think he must have been pretty pissed off. So if we continue here, like, you can see even like around the time of these other artists, he was far ahead of his time with what he was doing. Why is it insulting? Well, because you're making these biblical stories feel more real, and I wonder kind of how Caravaggio came across, because he was doing a similar thing, like a long time before this. But at this particular moment here, people didn't like it, that it felt so real and like there wasn't a lot of like prestige in this image. It's a very different way to approach it. I think a similar thing, like you look at the Pre-Raphaelites, he has a painting, Jean Everett Millais, he has a painting, Christ in the House of His Parents, caused a really similar kind of stir. Because if you look at this painting, this looks like, an actual kind of dirty carpenter's workshop that he was growing up in. He's wearing rags, basically. I think, it looks as if Joseph is like kind of sickly. They look emaciated. They look like real people in like biblical times. And this, again, was very, very controversial because it was not drawn in the way of like an idealized, in a very idealized way. These looked like real people, in some cases with real kind of like health problems from malnutrition. There's if you read the Wikipedia article about this, it goes into a lot of detail about it. So as we continue scrolling, you can see now we're trying to get very optical impressions here. So this will look very cinematic. We can see this kind of two-value impression. It's very high contrast. The way that things are changing now, like it's so different than how we started. And these would be really great to do studies of also, because you get these really strong gestures, and it really shows that like they were doing this stuff from imagination, that the idea was there from the start. And we just have like this curve and then this point over here. We wanted to make this into the modern art version of this. You know, they're not really reinventing the wheel here. Again, when you have only 12 hours, you're going to use a tool like this that's going to work in a lot of circumstances. So they're going to these like well-trodden contrasts between curves and straight lines and like how to balance this information. Maybe you can speed up a little bit. But as you see this stuff progressing, because there's a lot of them, and I really recommend like taking the time to kind of slowly digest each of these. It's a very, very optical one happening here. You know, compare this to earlier. This feels like light and not the idea of light. So something like this, you know, imagine if you did start with a model, and also look how similar this idea is compared to it. It's like, these are like pop songs. This is not like where they're reinventing the form of the song every time you write a song. No, you have an intro, a verse, a chorus, a verse, a chorus, a bridge, and an outro. They all have it. It's what you do with that that's interesting. And here we've got the same composition as all of these, basically. We've got this curve versus another curve that's a little bit straighter. But like, look at how all of these figures reinforce that gesture and this kind of upward motion of the angel. It's just, the only thing that's in this are things that reinforce the idea and nothing else. And if you look at songs, it's the same thing. Like, really successful songs only have information in there that contribute to the idea, and anything else a good artist is going to take that out. And if you were starting with models here, you're not going to be able to get these really specific intentional gestures happening in here when you're distracted by all that information. So as we keep scrolling here, there's a point where things start to change about the turn of the century. Maybe you can start to notice it even like around here. We're starting to go back to ideas almost. Things are getting less optical. It's more kind of like that mural look that Cornwell did. It's these big, larger than life figures. It starts to look almost Art Deco, like how big they feel. Perspective is reduced. Things are flattened again. We're back to the conceptual ideas that are happening. Because again, this was communicating something socially about what's going on at the time. And really, I think these big, larger than life figures with a little bit like, they're idealized in a very different way now. And yeah, you can see that like this progression over time of how these things change. This is not really optical, and it's just kind of a new arrangement of these ideas. Then something else happens, and maybe you can spot when this change starts to occur. Let's keep scrolling, speed up through time, and we're going to end. You know, we're starting to see some major changes happening here, but we can still describe what's happening with the tools we've talked about so far. You know, these are now really clearly ideas about the face. This goes back almost to like Egyptian hieroglyphics of the eye is almost like a front view, but we're seeing the side of the face. We're seeing the complete perfect profile here, whereas this has more perspective. We're seeing multiple perspectives at once. This can't be subjective because we're seeing two viewpoints at the same time. And you know, it's really interesting what we're going to end here with the last Prix de Rome, as we start to get to things like this. Non-representational, still dealing with contrast, but we're using very different kind of raw information to get there. And this is the last one. Really, like, not any kind of subjective viewpoint at all. This is barely representational. If there is representation, it's seen by maybe 100 people at once. So we're exploring completely different philosophical ideas here, and it's kind of a big tour through art history, seeing how these ideas changed over time. Let's check the chat. Oh yeah, so Caravaggio was very controversial also because like he murdered people. He was a murderer and a fugitive, and he would go out drinking and do horrible things, and he would be chased out of town. So you're right. I think he maybe wasn't the most popular guy, but he was a weapon, basically. I mean, the Catholic Church used him as a weapon to get these like these incredibly new ideas out there to make them look better. Yeah, so again, it's like you don't always have to reinvent the wheel and do something completely new. Sometimes you have like these tools that again work for 90% of situations. Sometimes you stumble upon things that have never been done before, but not always. This is again kind of like you pick your battles. And I think the song analogy really helps. You know, it's not always going to be this like free form thing where it's a symphony that changes in its form as you go over the course of 2 hours. Like sometimes you just have a verse and a chorus, but it's what you put into that that's important. And again, when you only have a certain amount of time, you're not going to be sitting there spending the time trying to reinvent the wheel of composition. You're going to use the simplest, most effective tools possible to communicate what you want to do. Nothing looking from above or below. Always, I mean, that's a really good observation. And again, because they started these compositions from imagination and they had limited amount of time, so they're not going to do some kind of crazy above or below perspective. Whereas when they maybe graduated school, they would do that kind of thing because they would actually have the time to pull off something a little bit more involved. So I've got a lot of different examples here, and I want to talk about actual process and see kind of how artists started with this stuff. This is Moreau. I think this was a Prix de Rome. I don't know if it was in that list, but yeah, the story was the Good Samaritan, and this is the finished painting. And we can see really, really specific details in here. Like this is probably not something you'd be able to draw from imagination. This is getting extremely characteristic, very optical in its expression. Now, if you also want to see like a really extreme optical example, you could look at what's his name? This is a painting of Job by Bonnat. You want to talk about like real looking people in the Bible. So he had this was a real model that he used, and it really looks like that model, like sitting in a barn or something. But this is extremely specific, extremely optical, really real representation. This is not idealized at all. This is a single. It's almost like you're sitting here witnessing this. He also has this painting of the crucifixion, and he would have cadavers sitting in a studio that he would, you know, this is he was looking at a cadaver, and you can see all that like shrink wrapped kind of detail happening here. And yeah, it gives you a very, very kind of different impression than a lot of the earlier crucifixion scenes, where just not this dark and gritty. This is the Christopher Nolan version of crucifixion scenes. Yeah, compare that to this Bouguereau. This is very, very idealized and conceptual, but very optical in its expression. And yeah, you're obviously you're not going to get like models of demons here. So there was a great deal of like imagination that was going on here. They knew how to paint, basically. They were not just copying what they saw. So going back to this one, this I think was the sketch for the Good Samaritan here. And you can see it's not nearly specific. Like, let's look at the feet. Like, that's all averaged out. This head of the donkey is all averaged out. It looks like this is something you could do from imagination. You just knew proportions, so you can kind of place the eyes. If you know about how the head is constructed, you could probably, if you are high level enough, can be locked in a room, given a story, come up with a sketch like this. Then when you come out of the room, you can hire a model, you have the idea, you figured everything out already. You can really kind of refine that idea. to, say what you wanted to say as clearly as possible. So going back to what Colleen asked about kind of working the industry, this idea of locking yourself in a room without reference, as we have this idea, is really, really important, because it's so tempting to just, again, go to Pinterest or find reference and let that dictate the idea for you. But that's always going to just sacrifice on the idea. So here's some examples in, I think it's either the Louvre, I think it's the Louvre or D'Orsay. But they have a wall of, to be honest, I feel like the finished image is more boring to look at. Yeah, I mean, it really froze time a little bit more. Everything is decided. That's true. I mean, it really kind of shows the power of and also how difficult it is, like taking a really organic idea and not having that be diluted at all by letting all outside sources into that idea. So yeah, there's it's a very difficult thing to pull off. Yeah, it is true of most paintings. Here's a wall of paintings. Again, I think it's at the Louvre, where this is a Bouguereau painting again. This was their Prix de Rome sketches. So you can see this is the kind of thing that they would do from imagination. So they knew how to draw, they knew how to paint. Here is a very kind of sketchy version of what wound up being the final. Here is kind of close up on this. Like, look at that face. Looks kind of anime-like. It is not very specific. This is the final painting. Still looks pretty conceptual, especially for Bouguereau. But yeah, this is the kind of thing they probably would have then had models for to kind of get the last push. But so much of that was done just from the imagination. Yeah, it is like a game jam. So I also want to show these sketches. So this was a Tadema sketch. We looked at those like really complicated paintings that Tadema would do, but he was not above drawing these advanced stick figures, basically. This is the kind of thing that they would do to plan out a painting. If they just had a sketchbook, they would figure out things about the gesture and like the big angles and the big forms that would create those angles. Look at a painting like, look at this. Here's another Bouguereau. And look in the sketch, we've got these noodle people. So like, look at this. Look how expressive and gestural this is. This is the kind of thing that they're figuring out, but it's all part of this larger idea of this like shark tooth. And you see how we've got this triangle and then these overlapping kind of crisscross interlocking things. Like, that's the idea. That's the underlying abstract painting to this. And all of these paintings have this underlying abstract idea that all of the subsequent information is reinforcing. So if you ever look at a painting like this and wonder, like, well, how is that possible? How is this figure possible? They didn't pose this model and copy the pose. They started with noodle people. And if that is a takeaway, I think it's a really big takeaway to have. Start with simple expressions, simple but useful expressions of these things. The whole kind of power and idea of the painting is contained in this. Here's another example. Look at these noodle people. Here's more noodle people. This is the way that he thought of things. And when you look at his paintings, you would never guess it. You would never guess that, like, he started things that way. And this is what, again, a lot of what modern artists miss is that they just see the high frequency detail, the end product, and they would start this by posing a model instead of drawing noodle people at first. Our two value assignments are the value version of noodle people. So again, noodle people are like taking lots of information, compressing that information to get it into useful groups. We can do that with anatomy, with gesture. We can deal with value. We can deal with color. We can deal with anything. We can take that information and compress it. Okay, so let's these series of sketches by Repin, he's compressing the value. We can see that we're doing the same thing, like the idea of noodle people is now happening with value here. And we don't necessarily have to do every single part of this at the same time. As long as you have that big idea of the relationships in your head, you can paint at any time. You have this like simple little noodle hand here, and how that is taken much further as we just refine the relationships. But that's accurate, that hand. How did Tadema start his paintings? You would never guess that this was a Tadema. Look at that face. It's just an averaged out group of value. All the information of the face is almost like you crossed your eyes, you took off your glasses, and everything blurred together. Big, accurate averages. Look at this face here. The hand is just a brushstroke. There's nothing going on in here. I'm guessing this painting was abandoned because he just kind of left it like this, but it's a really interesting insight into his painting. I mean, look at the trees back here. It's like things that are way ahead of their time that are just earlier stages. Like, especially this. This is part of a larger painting. I want to find it. It is a low poly to high poly workflow. Exactly. It is low resolution to high resolution. Now, again, it's not the correct way to work, but it makes a lot of sense to work that way. I can't find the bigger version of this, but basically, I think my point is that this looks like abstract expressionism here. Or not abstract expressionism, but like post-impressionism. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like Matisse. An early Tadema is like, we're going through art history, basically. We're going into the future, is what this reminds me of. So you can see the underlying noodle people. You can see the flat, accurate averages of the value. You can see the compression of how these lines here follow the cylinder of the head, the egg-like sphere of the head too. And the form of the nose coming across here. We've got some optical shadow shapes. And just as we refine this, we start to lose the evidence of this kind of thinking, but it's always there. Here's another example. The face here is completely averaged out. Now notice how the face is a little bit darker than the rest of the body. We're going to talk about that in a second as to why the face here is darker. This looks like Basquiat or something. Like, it's so interesting of what's going on here with the drawings and the contrast of finished to unfinished that you don't usually see. But he would generally start his paintings on the canvas and work in a very simplified, compressed way. Here's another example. We get the big gestures of everything. The whole idea here is worked out. If we needed to, we can go in and build this whole thing in 3D or go to our perspectivists that we don't have and get more detailed drawing of this. But everything is going to fit. And if we made this more detailed, well, we have to make this all more detailed in comparison to keep that same initial read of everything. This is how they used to work doing studies in the occult, where their process was not like this. They would finish the head, leave everything else white, then finish the torso, then finish the arms, and they were missing a day. They abandoned it because they got what they needed to. If they had one more day on this, it would have filled the rest in. So this was not low resolution to high resolution. This is where you just finish each thing individually, one at a time, perfectly. Now you can do that because it's all about the thought process. It's not your literal process. Here they had the information in front of them. There was less to solve from imagination. They were learning about compression and values and relative relationships. So they could proceed however they wanted to, and this was the most efficient way to do it. Talking of 3D is not a good resource for learning basis of Blender. So there's tons of good stuff on YouTube. I would just watch anything that you can because everybody uses Blender now. It's free. So I think it's one of the easiest things that you can learn because there's so much information out there. If you want, that's learning the program. If you want to learn that as part of a workflow, that's kind of more what we're talking about here of like the idea of where that would fit in, where that like notepad file of vertices would fit into this. Okay. See what else I want to get to here. Here's an example of modern work. This is by, what's his name? Daniel Graves. He's the founder of the Florence Academy. I feel like I can pick on him because he founded this gigantic school. So here's an example of where you start with the model, where maybe you have an idea, but you don't have a visual idea. This is just a story, basically. Here, the models, you can see he's looking, everything's piecemeal, everything's individual, it doesn't relate. There's no larger gesture happening here. And if there is, nothing about these models are reinforcing that larger gesture. This did not start with noodle people. He doesn't know how to start with noodle people. This is all just optical compression of angles, which is an important concept in all of this, but it is not everything. You can see here how disjointed things look when you don't have that big idea and big impression decided in the beginning. So yeah, this is really the kind of thing that you would really want to avoid as an artist, in my opinion. Now, I picked on Daniel Graves. Again, he owns a gigantic school, so it's fair game. But what about Sargent? I think this is definitely punching up. This Sargent I hadn't seen until this morning. And having the people so specific takes away from the timeless feel of it too. Exactly. So now you're thinking about what is the idea of the painting? What does the painting do? And does it do it well? Does it communicate that well? Well, the tools that it chose to use did not say that thing very clearly. That's exactly the kind of thought process that leads to like creative decisions in your own work. So here, now, Sargent's done a million portraits like this. Who knows what was going on? Now, there's amazing individual parts to this. That hand is incredible. The way it rests on the piano here, like if this was a painting, it would be incredible. Look at that gesture of everything. But it really doesn't relate to the larger whole. Like I'm looking here, and I'm looking here. The face looks like a completely different like day, or like just a completely different perspective on this. Maybe not literal linear perspective, but it's a different perspective from him. It doesn't feel like it combines into a cohesive whole. And this is Sargent. So it really shows that like you can't hit it out of the ballpark every single time, even though again this is an amazing painting. Just something about the parts aren't really relating. Like there's a sharpness here where it feels like you looked here and then you looked here individually, and there's not a unity of vision and impression. Ignoring noodle stages like building a house without foundation. Exactly. And that two value impression includes it's a compression, a further compression of the noodle stage using different data, basically. So yeah, this is like building a foundation. Now, it usually makes sense to start with the foundation of the house and then build on that. And at the end of the project, you pick out the sconces on the wall and the bedspread and the wallpaper. You probably don't start with that at the beginning. However, like I said, this is like this, or maybe it is probably a better example of something like this, but when you get comfortable with this idea of you need the foundation, maybe if you started with, say, the wallpaper, you're going to get an interesting, unique idea for the foundation of the building and how everything else is going to relate because you started with such a specific detail. So this really shows there's no rule against starting with details, but it's not usually the most efficient way, and you're probably going to use that in order to discover something new. This painting is like a sketch where he puts everything he found. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what else we got in here. Went over the noodle people. Let's look at Frederick Layden, because he's got some great examples here of this process. Sketch, most likely from imagination. Because if you were looking at a model, like, I don't know, you're not going to get this kind of clarity of the idea. Here's his idea. It's like a logo design, basically. He's really designing being the operative word. This is the finish. How do we get to there? it looks like he started with, I would imagine he did these studies after, like he had the idea and then did these from a model. There's some clearer examples in here. Okay, so how do we do a painting like this? Well, here's his noodle people start. We're dealing with the 2-value composition. Well, this is like a 4-value composition. Paper, the darkest tone, light gray, dark gray. We have all of those relating. We've got 4 value groups. We've only got simple gestures here that are compressed into groups. Now, another version of 3D. So here's kind of a finished sketch that we'd use with reference. Yeah, I'll link you to this folder. So how do we go from the noodle people to this? Well, he made sculptures. He had a reason to make these sculptures, and this was then used as reference. So this is really common, where you would have your noodle people idea, then you would use reference to create a more detailed version of that, use a grid to then blow it up, and then do the final painting, and you don't have any problems to solve at that point. Here's our noodle people of Daedalus and Icarus. Here is our finished drawing with grid to blow it up big. And here's our finished painting. A lot of these decisions were decided in this stage. Here's our final painting. Here's our imagination sketch for that painting. Let's see if we have even an earlier. This might have been the noodle people sketch for imagination. So we probably had this, then we went to this, then we went to this, blew it up big, and painted it, and we didn't have anything left to solve. You know, if you look at Bouguereau sketches like these, you can see the same thing. He probably had those noodle people in the sketchbook, then he did these, looks like 4-value compositions, like we're going to continue to do. With the homework, we're going to take our 2 values and expand them to 4 values. But this is basically what Bouguereau is doing in these, where he maybe had models at this stage, but he was definitely working from noodle people sketches that he did from imagination. But this could have been from imagination too. In fact, I'm probably sure this one was. So they solved different problems at different times. We've got the gesture of the people. We've got the values of the people. We've got the colors. Then we blow it up and we get the specific information from models. Now, somebody mentioned James Gurney making maquettes. James Gurney has a blog post about historical maquettes, and this is Nassanier. He would do these really detailed paintings of horses, and this is the finished painting, but he made this is a maquette. It looks like a finished, amazing sculpture to me. But he started with this. This was a wax horse, and this is just a little bit of tissue paper that was crumpled up and uses the cape. So, you know, there's, again, like Ava said, like Blender model -1 or whatever in order. So, you know, it makes more sense to kind of learn 3D, knowing what you want to use it for, at least explore that rather than, you know, if you make like a donut or something, say you follow the donut tutorial and then you got a donut and you forget everything about what you did because it wasn't for any kind of purpose. So this is hopefully going to show like what reference can be used for, and that you often don't want to get your entire idea from reference. It's fine to start with reference. You know, we're not always going to be locked in a room for, you know, a national contest, but you know, it really, there's some lessons in here. So James Gurney, you know, got this idea to make maquettes from, you know, the old masters. Here's another article about somebody. This is a student of Cabanel complaining because studies at a certain point stopped being used for in service of larger paintings and in service of a composition. You know, he had a good reason to complain because now, especially in fine art, you don't see anybody making compositions. You don't see anybody. It's all studies. It's all studies without a purpose. If you want to read somebody ranting about studies without a purpose, this is great, but it also goes more into the process of these low resolution sketches, then gradually increasing the resolution, using information as a goal for that. And it shows like these, you know, these gridded out examples too of how they would have expanded things. Yeah, in the 19th century, again, character was very important. They would do these like caricatures of each other, and something that just wasn't important earlier. And for that kind of like, at least what I think is a lot of the work that I like the most is a combination of these ideas. Okay, so the other thing I want to show, let's look at a contemporary artist, Aaliyah Chen. So I thought a lot of my students mentioned that they love Aaliyah Chen. And let's kind of analyze something more modern using these same ideas. So Colleen says, I finally learned Blender faster when I had projects with specific problems to research. Exactly. That's why, again, like just doing the donut, you're not going to learn Blender. Okay, so if we look at her work, let's say a painting like this. And it's also one, I like this one a lot. Now, she clearly knows 3D. She's got a whole 3D modeling section of her portfolio. So we don't have to make the guess of like, does she use 3D or not? She definitely uses 3D. She uses 3D really heavily. So how do we start with a painting like this? I doubt we would start making these cabinets or shells to start. I'm guessing she started with the modern version of Noodle People, almost like how a storyboard looks, where you have like, you probably did something like this, you know, blocking out the scene, having the basic ideas of where the weight in the picture is going to be, and had her idea of the Noodle People. I think she probably didn't start with a value sketch. I think it probably happens a little more organically in her work, but you can see how conceptual her work is. It's so specific. Is it still recording? Yeah, I'm still recording. So especially the backgrounds are very specific. And this is like similar to like if you look at like, now this was done for a reason, but like the stylistic difference between these like painted backgrounds and the cells of the animated figures, there's a really extreme gulf between these groups of how they look. I think this is kind of a similar thing happening here, maybe just not so extreme. But yeah, so very conceptual paintings, in my opinion. But I'm sure she starts with a sketch that probably looks something where you just figure out where the shoulders are or something like this, in order to place these figures in an environment with some perspective. Then once you have, maybe there would have been a value sketch, but it's very simple values happening here. It's really just two values. Like where is the light and where is the dark? Again, she's not reinventing the wheel with the value compositions here. This is mainly conceptual. So I think she had the big idea, then went into 3D, fleshed out the details, and made sure that the big idea was always reinforcing the original low resolution idea. Now, having said that, there are examples of one I've done for work where maybe the scene needed like a very specific shelf or a specific clock. I would start making the clock and build everything else around that. But because I've done a million versions of paintings at this size mentally, I would know how to take that specific piece of information, build a set, think like a cinematographer, and find cohesive compositions and ideas from pre-existing information. That's more like photography. But again, when you kind of think big like this, you can use whatever process you want. This painting here, it really clearly tells me, look here first, then look here, then look here. My eye is going in a very predetermined path because she's communicating with me. I really love this painting. There's big shapes, there's medium shapes, there's small shapes, and it's all grouped. There's not tiny little birds in here that are going to distract me from here. There's not really big birds here that are going to distract me from the building. There's rest areas. The information is grouped. So you zoom out. We've got a 4-value composition. Remember, I can't color pick because I need to average this information. We got a dark group, a dark gray, a light gray, and white. Look, big, medium, small. How this information is grouped, it's organized. When she's using her 3D, she's making sure that all this information here, when you zoom out, that's really fun to look at zoomed in, that when you zoom out, it adds up to that bigger intentional design that's happening. 2, 3. Maria, are you saying 5 value groups? Is that what the 5 is? Sorry, show us how in touch I am. But yeah, so we've got all this stuff happening. We have the gesture. We have the gesture of kind of the noodle people happening here. The gesture of the beads on the necklace taking us through the composition. The focal points of contrast of people versus buildings, birds versus buildings, of motion versus something more static. This curve versus straight line. All these things are happening at once, creating this harmony, like multiple notes happening in the same key that sound good together. And that's what all these variables are doing when they're all organized and reinforcing each other to one big idea. So this is not just about old masterwork. It's not historical. There are people using processes like this every day, whether they know kind of intentionally or the history of it or not. They could have coincidentally arrived at the same things because some of it just makes sense to how you deal with information. So yeah, I think that's a little bit about the process. I think I want to talk a little bit more about design in a bit. We'll probably go over time today, maybe by a little bit. Maybe we should skip this and talk about it next time, or really focus on design. Let me think. Well, why don't we do this while we do the homework? So instead of separating it, let's take another 10-minute break. We'll go over the homework and we'll talk about design while we kind of are correcting things. So does anybody have any questions? Any questions at all? Comments or suggestions? Okay, let's take another 10 minutes and we'll meet back here and start going over the homework. The big groups. Yes, so we're going to keep building on the homework, where next week the homework is going to be, thank you, Eva. Next week, also, is everybody sufficiently hydrated? Because that's very important. Next week, we're going to be splitting the value groups. So we're going to keep going back to this idea of 2 values, but we've succeeded in kind of really getting rid of kind of the main things I was looking for, which is no conceptual information in there, and making sure that you have lost edges. So yes, we're going to take one of these to finish and show how to deal with having a lot of information in there. So focusing on getting the relationship of information within groups and how it affects the between of groups, and focusing at first on the big between relationships. So that's why it's very important to do the homework, because it's going to build itself as the weeks go. So also, I noticed somebody just posted Daniel just posted something where he said he used 3D to help. And it's a really great idea. And this goes to show of when we focus on these big averages of value groups and have lost edges, it's how we can kind of bring back an optical statement from dealing with 3D information. And you're going to have professionally probably a lot of 3D to work with, and also just for personal work, it's a really powerful tool. So how do you deal with 3D and still have it look like a painting and use 3D effectively? Well, knowing this optical and conceptual stuff, knowing how to take averages of information, how to find groups of information, that's how you deal with it. And I think this is a really great kind of setup for a painting, and you really effectively kind of use this 3D base and lost information where it was not necessary and where it was not contributing to this larger hierarchy. So fair. Does anybody have let's clean this up. Is anybody still confused at all about this optical versus conceptual idea? I'll clean up some of these. Okay, good. Because yeah, I think that 3D example really shows that it's a big thing that you deal with every single day in making any kind of drawing or painting. This is something I did for a student where he did this example for homework, and how can we take this and make it into a more optical statement, trying to kind of find the averages of these things. So I think this is something like we really would have a lost edge here on the background probably if we're converting this to something more optical. Let's see, very clear value groups here in this Monet. Dark, light, two in between. So we're going to start dealing with these. Hazel, are you here?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Cool. How's it going?
I'm doing good.
How did this homework go?
I originally planned to do more from imagination, and then I ran out of time. But I think the two-tone, like doing it from an actual study, got a lot easier because I knew more like of what to look for as when I compared to what I did last week.
Okay, so let's compare to how things went last week.
Yeah, I was like lost in the detail, and I was like not sure what to do. But I think
these are
just
so much
just like
better.
simplify.
Okay, so this is the one for imagination?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is a massive improvement. I think who painted this?
Ooh, this is a illustrator named Frank Pinter, and he did a lot of illustrations for like book covers. I really like his stuff because he simplifies it very well. Let me
Cool.
just type the name out. Love this guy. I have a bunch of his work saved.
Yeah, so if anybody doesn't know, he's a really great example of these like compressed shapes. So something like this, where this is a great example of like between rather than within, that all the within information is very subdued for these large between relationships. Now, we talked about the zigzag also. This is very clear in a painting like this. Look how this reflective material is the same as the shadow side of the face. The gun here to make this shiny, while we're skipping up a group. We're going really dark to the value of the face in the specular highlight. The suit, we're going from the value of, we're at a new value here. So this is darker than this because we've got subsurface scattering, but looks like it's the same as the hat. So we're getting like less subsurface scattering in the hat. This relates to here. The shadow side of the shirt, like here's a perfect example. You see how this block of value right here, same value as that, but it's a different temperature. Suit in the light, white, merges into here. Then it goes darker, and this is the same with that. And then this is the same as that. So we're comparing across all of these different things to find this accurate, averaged out information. But yeah, he's great. Great choice. So it just looks like kind of a bad reproduction or something. There's a lot of kind of like wavering values just because of the photo, I think. So I think he did a good job of getting rid of all of that. And I would say for these, I think we can bring back a little bit of that specificity that you had, just because I like the simplicity, but could we make this stuff where necessary a little more characteristic?
Okay, I see.
I think like okay, so like here's something that's really important, like that we're finding the side of the profile because it's against dark. Then we can use this to then knock out like a little bit of the nose and have a really characteristic shape for the profile there.
Wait, that one's like, oh.
I think I'm looking at maybe on a different part. Wait, oh, okay, so it's here.
Like this, yeah.
So, let me see. Yeah, because something about this isn't quite reading. That's tough too with that hand. It's really just in like how accurate you can get these shapes.
Okay, I see.
Because it's something about the profile. It's like I want to find that first. And I think this is just a lot more subtle in how this is. We need a little bit of that shadow there. And then the bowl, I think, is dark enough to like add some information over here. But yeah, I think like anywhere where it's kind of like looking like round brush, try and like inject a little bit more information into there. Not necessarily make it more complicated, but like, yeah, if you can find, and maybe even just having like a line here, so like then we can just get rid of that to find where the nose is. Maybe continue these cheekbones across to find the mouth. And then where the ear is, like that's going to tell us a lot more. Now, we made him a lot more specific, but trying to make that like read like the overall image. So I would just say like you could spend more time on this basically to balance that stuff.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I had a little more trouble with this one because I was like, I don't see it as like a house. When I was looking at my two-tone one, I was like, I just don't see what's going on.
Yeah, and we've got all these lines here. I think you might have overstated the importance of something like that. But really, like, I do think that the abstract read of this is fairly, like the important thing here is like, yeah, I think just more accuracy and like in these shapes, because we don't have much to work with here. So what we do have to work with, we got to be really careful about. So every angle change, this is going to suggest perspective. Like the reflection of the bridge being at perfectly the right angle compared to what's going on here. And I think this even just stays kind of dark when I look at it overall. But then, yeah, a lot of this stuff here, like to find this, well, it's like, it's right there. It's like in the middle of the shape. Let me kind of cut this out. I would just be a little more careful with the angles. And then something like this is very overstated. Because if we like make this too big, well, it's going to stop looking like a house, basically. So I just want to get the kind of the main form of that roof. I think, you know, it looks a little bit more house-like just from like simplifying it and finding these major angles here. And compare that to like a little bit more organic version of the shaping it. So I think just like more 2D accuracy is something that would really help these.
Okay, yeah, I see.
Now for the imagination one, I like how you have like these alternating areas of dark, light, and then we have simplicity and detail. But it's pretty much the same thing. Like we make these more stairs, like we get something that like tells us more that this is stairs. And the figure, you know, maybe we could have like, yeah, the feet merge in to this shape in here and relate them back a bit more. Maybe we can even lose part of the figure. Maybe they're wearing a dark hat or something. So now we have like those value groups alternating. So we have a little bit more contrast happening there. We've got the alternating like up and then down And then we can make this a little bigger. And if these are supposed to be trees, maybe it could be a little bit more characteristic as like tree shapes. I don't know what they are actually. We got like, it looks like clouds here. So maybe if we had like straighter lines versus the more organic cloud. So I'm always thinking about something versus something else. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I wasn't sure how to do these, and I found that like when I was doing them, it was hard to like think about perspective as I was doing them, because the way I was approaching it was like I was looking at compositions that I like
Yeah.
the general two-tone breakdown of them. And then I just like kind of rotated because I thought that like if like a certain composition works one way, then it should also look good if I like just rotated it or like stretched it or something.
Yeah, that's
And then I was trying to find like an image in it, but like thinking of that while also like thinking of composition, and like perspective was kind of difficult. So it looks flat, and I don't know how to not make it flat.
It shows how many things we have to do at once, basically. And I think what I said about just spending longer on things in this stage is going to be helpful. So like, yeah, when you're first doing this, you're dealing with, even when we're just in two values, we have to deal with the drawing, the perspective, the depth, the flat design of the shapes, of the gesture. There's everything we looked at in that pyramid we're still dealing with. That's why it's important to be so simple so that we don't accidentally use like color or detail to fake it looking finished. That we have to find interesting solutions, which doesn't mean that like this will take 15 minutes. You could spend like a week on this one right here, not make it any more complicated really, but find better solutions to what you're doing, find ways to show depth within what you have right here, to find overlapping shapes, figure out kind of what tools actually convey to your brain what you want to be happening. So I would say like sit with this stage longer and try and stumble upon these solutions. Because if you're forced, like you can't use your normal solutions, you're going to eventually figure out something else and you can go to that quicker the next time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think if you're spending a long time on these, like Maria said, like don't worry. Speed comes later. Don't worry about being slow for now. And I agree that like I think it's cool that if you can take a painting that you like, because we looked at those Prix de Rome ones and it was like, well, one of them was like it had maybe kind of this composition, and a different one would have been like something very similar, just like kind of moved around. Like yeah, you can kind of steal things and make a completely new painting from something, and you can learn from what that tool is. So going down to this one, I love this. So here it looks like you're using contrast. You're using contrast instead of painting literally what's there. And I think that this is a great, you've got pretty clear value groups happening too, of like light, dark, gray, and then your lighter gray. And they look like they're in a really nice proportion. They look even better than the photo because I think that you found a more optical way of relating these value groups to each other. And we're going to be talking more about the exact differences between these value groups next week with the homework. But I think for now, the way that you kind of went all the way up the pyramid, all the way to color, and organized that stuff, like there's color relationships happening in here. There's color relationships happening in here that are on top. It's a harmony on top of the value. So I think the only thing I would say is like these really hard cut out circle shapes can feel like spikes in volume almost. So I think I would try and have like, they work zoomed out, but I think a little bit closer, they kind of individually call my attention. Now, that's something that Craig Mullins described as poking holes in the composition. You can do that with edges, you can do it with value. I think it's wherever like things kind of spike really fast. So if there were like really dark values in here, it would do the same thing, like poking holes in the composition. You didn't do that, but I think it's doing it with the edges here a little bit. So I would just be a little bit more careful about how sharp those are in comparison to everything else and how fast that happens.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So this is really getting at the ideas that we want here, which is relationships of information, not literal information. I think the edges are the really kind of big thing that's happening, because it's happening here too. Like, it's really killing the form here because it's happening just so fast. So yeah, I think like more of a focus on this first 2 value shape here. I think you're like you're losing that a little bit too much. Really think of that as like a cylinder, and then we can soften that to really round the form. But otherwise, it looks really, really nice. I think we could even, like, if you wanted to, you could go. Let's see. What kind of brush would do this? Maybe. Yeah, I think if you wanted to, you could even have this like really high frequency. You could use the light groups in here to get like some sparkliness, and that's all going to disappear when you're zoomed out. You can use like every group in here to have interesting materials for like if you want like a sequin dress or something. Catching the light. So yeah, you can start to use your groups like really creatively, and that's the secret of texture. Is like you already clearly found your value groups. I can see them really clearly. You could do whatever you want inside of them. And you can see by that example that we looked at with the zigzag, if you start introducing all the value groups together, you're going to get crazy complicated materials. If you keep like one versus close together, this is going to be a diffuse material. If we darken the shadow here, there's going to be less subsurface scattering by having darkened this. And when we talk about materials, we're going to go into that in much more detail. But really, really great job here. I would just say continue to focus more on the edges, because I think these really hard edges everywhere are getting in the way of like a big kind of impression of things.
Okay, yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
Cool. Thank you, Hazel.
Thank you.
Okay, Colleen. With
Hey.
Hello. How'd this go?
Some of it was a struggle, but I didn't have that much time with school and stuff, so I try to like get them done in a simpler way.
I think all you guys, having looked at the homework, are really getting the point of this 2 value stuff. I think next week it's maybe going to be a little more exciting. You did do one totally in color, but yeah, I think it's just kind of minor stuff. Like, again, we want this to read exactly like how the original is reading. So when I zoom out of this branch against the sky, it looks like it's part of the ground. It looks like that. It's like, you see, it looks like that group to me. It doesn't look that much different from the sky. So I think this is overstated in importance. And when we get rid of it, I think we get more of what the painting is trying to tell us about the form of the tree up here, and like the counter change that you had here of the branch. Like that reads more when I got rid of this. And there's definitely like a little bit of that in there, but this part feels so much stronger to me. So then eventually like this would be another group in here. And let's take this and now try and find the other groups. So let's put this in a new window. Let's see, before we do that, maybe I can just give some quick advice about the ones from left. This looks really cool. Maybe you can have just like a little bit of suggestion of these triangle shapes in here to show the texture. maybe you're like a little bit overly average. But when I do that, it takes away from here. So maybe we have to be a little more specific with these leaves to bring back that same feeling. And then there is kind of a light thing back here. That might actually help, where we can lose one of the leaves back into here, and we get kind of a little bit of depth if we add that. I think it kind of makes it a little bit more cohesive. So these are from imagination.
Yeah.
I think the ratios and the design of this feels a little bit clunkier than what you're seeing in these studies, because look at this. Like, you see this M shape that's happening, and you're creating all these even forms.
Mm-hmm.
If we make this I think we just get rid of this. And maybe we can have like smaller ones here, maybe lose this into the tugboat a little bit more, and continue just, okay, so now we've got this is a bit even with this. Maybe if this goes all the way. I like what you have. I just want to like rearrange it in different ratios and think about how it relates to the boundaries. So like now we've got really big versus smaller, and that might have a little bit more motion to it for, to continue into the frame. And get rid of this to have a little bit more rest area. That feels a little bit more cohesive to me. So I think it's going to be true for all of these. Like, you've got these kind of in the micro, these repeating shapes. It happens in the houses too. Like, all that's like even. You can even just like combine stuff together to have big, some small. It's like areas of rest, areas of activity. Here you're dividing everything equally. And then on a larger sense, the actual division of this feels a little bit off. Like, this feels 50-50 almost, but like not quite. It's just something feels a little bit off balance. So I don't know the exact solution to this. Maybe have more rest area here. Maybe even have this come across more. That does it. We can maybe even have like a little row. So does anybody know where we can actually learn the design ideas? I can't think of a good 100% good resource for this. I don't think we're gonna have too much time to go over it today, but next time, like first thing next time, I want to just look at paintings and start talking about what are the different ratios that are being used. I want to use a lot of like music analogies so we can start to just feel this, because this question, it's all about feeling. And this is going to be more, it's going to be less about a single resource and more about learning to look and sit with it and feel something. Like, again, I keep going back to this book because it has so many of these ideas. I don't know if I can find it. Let me just look for it. But I would definitely, like, I think this book has a ton about design. Honestly, if you want to learn about design, read this and read the sequel. Like, a lot of these ideas that we're talking about, it's all in here. So this, what is the different feeling from these upwardly lifting lines from this hairstyle and how it reinforces the sharper feel of the features versus this? It's the same face, but this is reinforcing the more round and softer feel. Hair up, hair down, totally different feeling. So it's mostly about sitting with these feelings. This book analyzes a bunch of different paintings. The sequel does it a lot also, especially the sequel, I think. But read this first, definitely. Especially this book. I guess you have to buy this one. There's going to be lots of breakdowns of paintings like this, and it's to get to these larger design ideas. Now, we can talk about this a lot because this is not like a lot of students have like a knee-jerk reaction to this kind of thing, thinking like, oh, it's just all nonsense. So this is not nonsense. This is just compression, stuff we've been talking about before. It's just a more compressed version of what's happening here. These are beads on the necklace. This is the string of the necklace. That's all that's happening. So these books really break down the design of these paintings super, super well. So probably it's a good thing to read in between this week and next week. Would you recommend art and visual? I've never heard of it. Looks interesting. Looks like a lot like the Gestalt principle and things like that. My guess is this is like a little bit too specific into like optical illusions almost to be directly applicable, but you know, the more you can learn. I mean, kind of in this vein also. It's called can't remember. There's a book about the way the sight works. It goes to more of the biological side of how our senses work, but it's really interesting. I can't remember the name. I'll post in the resources if I can remember. But oh, so he's the first one to talk about it. Yeah, I would definitely pick that up. So design being the relationship between the shapes. So no, bigger than this. We talked about design being, if you're making a soup, design is tasting the soup. Is it salty in the right proportion? Is there enough meat in the right proportion? Is there enough, you know, whatever it is, when you're taking like a chef and you take the spoon and you sip with the spoon and you say, this has too much of this or not enough of this, that's design. That's what we're doing here. We're tasting the soup when we're saying, well, it needs more of this or less of this. And when you have all these elements in the right proportions, that communicates different feelings. But it's the same thing. Like if you really want the soup to be salty and you've got a bunch of stuff in there that's just covering it up, well, you probably want to remove some of those ingredients. Probably for soup, you want to do that next time. But that's the same exact thought process. Okay, so not only kind of the design of these shapes in here and trying to find, well, now I have big and I have small and I have simple and I have complex, and they're reading more intentionally. I can deal with the values too, where I think that the distances between these values are too great. Now this gets into the science side of things a little bit, because I know if we have shadows like this guy's way too bright. On a sunny day like this, blue, if we have a blue sky, it's going to be darker in value. Now we do have a lot of like salt water here, probably in the atmosphere, might lighten it up a bit, but and we are exposed a little bit more for the shadows in here. Because look, we have two value groups. Well, I suppose we're both really, but you've got this whole extra group kind of here in the shadows. So my impression is that there's just, even if it's subtle, there's just too much of a gradient in the sky. It's too bright. So maybe we're just going to kind of ignore the colors for now. If I can use the luminosity layer, we can keep that gradient from warm to cool, but the value is just changing too much. And yeah, I think it's probably too dark. Something like this, you know, it's too gray now too, but that feels more like light now. It feels more like a sky. Maybe bump up that temperature a bit. And I think we could put some of that like into the mountains back here. Remember, we expanded this in the sketch. It's kind of merged some of these together to have bigger shapes, more of a sense of light over here. But I think this goes to show like the colors do look great. And there's this broad sense of light in areas. And you're getting that because you're focusing on the between again. So there's a lot of great work happening here. But I think we can go even smaller with some of these buildings maybe. And maybe even some shapes back here of like some saturated blues to show these shadows. But I can't break this up too much. It's like, where do I want to put that to really show the effect of the atmosphere? I was thinking originally we can have like really small shapes back here going into the background. And that might actually be an option. Like we can get simplicity versus a lot of detail in here if we have these really bright blue shadow shapes. So just some ideas to think about. And again, I'm only kind of thinking about contrast right now and not much else, but I really like how simple the boardwalk is. I want to keep that because all the detail is like reading against that simplicity. You get this really nice feeling of light happening here. So I want to kind of maybe break, not break these up so much. Maybe we can have some more overlap of these roofs also. Okay. Yeah. Does that make sense? And now I want to take this and practice what we're going to practice for next week, which is splitting these groups. Once we have our two values the way we want, bear with me. I'm all lectured out, so do the best I can. Yeah, this is really great, Colleen. You still there? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Okay, so yeah, if we only have these two groups, what's the most accurate average we could get of both of these? And we're focusing on value, so let's just turn this into value. At first, when we start dealing more with color, then we'll practice not switching it to value. But if I average out everything here in the lights, well, it looks darker to me. Maybe not that dark. So I really, and again, taking your time with this kind of thing, because we got to take this value, that value, this value, average it all together. Maybe this shape's a little bit overstated now that I'm seeing that. Maybe I want to continue this here too, because I need to get the feeling of that trunk continuing. We get the lost edge with the sky. And then this shadow shape is so important for describing that. I really want you guys to have like a sensitivity to these shapes. And somebody said like, I don't want to spend more than 40 minutes because I'm just going to be pushing and pulling these shapes. But I would actually spend as long as you can on something like this, because your decisions here are super important. Like this is great because we feel the, I think probably in that book Ava mentioned, the gestalt of this continuing, this lost edge in here that we feel is part of a cylinder. So really what's happening in this painting, you got perfectly, Colleen, like this is great. And then it's lost and then it's found. And look at this, it's found here and then it's lost and then it's found here from a cast shadow. So it's found for different reasons. I would really spend as much time as you can, like here, maybe we can have this shape be cylindrical to really describe the cylindrical nature of that. And we can get form in this two value sketch. So honestly, don't worry about time limits. I would say, spend as long as you can to really get at these decisions that maybe you wouldn't have otherwise. Okay, let's see what else. Yeah, and I think, I'm very tempted to put this stuff in too, but I don't think it's part yet. Yeah. Okay. So a fairly close average. Maybe even want to lighten this group up a bit, maybe.
We have that line that like cuts the bottom of the tree.
Say it one more time.
Would you have that line at the bottom of the tree that like cuts it in the middle?
The line at the bottom of the tree. This.
Yeah. Yeah.
It kind of reads to me from like back here. So yeah, I think maybe, yeah. It's not much of a different value, but actually it kind of is. Like it feels more like the background here. We made the background dark. So yeah, I think it kind of just meets that threshold, like just. Okay, so now I'm basically going to split each group. Well, the bright group, how far away is that compared to everything else? That's a good place to split this group. We're going to find that. The clouds don't really meet that threshold yet. Like that's the only place where this bright group exists. Now I'm going to split this one more time to get my 4 groups. I have 3 right now. Right now, well, we got the darker group. So look how simple it is when you put it like this. We're just splitting this twice. 1, 2, where is this dark? And look, we found the big accurate value relationships. And we're just doing the same thing over again. And I think that this group in here is a little bit too dark. Tiny, tiny bit too dark. And look, we just found, like, look how much light it feels like it has. Maybe I actually like it a little bit dark. I'll split the difference. You can see how sensitive this stuff is. That looks good. So I was looking for that difference. That's important, these exact differences between groups. Once we have these exact differences, then we can find, say, maybe the slow turning of this tree, softening the edges for the drawing, the slow turning of this mound of grass over here, the smaller edge relationships. I'm not doing anything differently here. The gradient of this value down here, I'm comparing it all to everything else. The softness of this transitioning into the sky, the clouds. How much brighter are these clouds now? Well, the sky actually gets a little bit darker overall, brighter overall. So I can do that first, keep that comparison to everything else, and then find exactly how bright that gets, which is I can compare accurately to these other relationships. So this gets darker here. So for this homework, can we use different brushes? I would at first keep it really simple and not trying. So like here, there's a bunch of grass here softening this edge. I can show that in so many different ways. I could show it with an airbrush like I did. I could show it with lowering the opacity of my brush and doing something like this. Because I know why I want to show it. I want to show the roundness of this and the slow turning of that form from light into shadow. Same thing, same reason for this. I can do that with, low opacity brush. I could do that with an airbrush. I could use texture. I could use something like this to do that, a smudge tool. Or I could be more accurate with this. Like we talked about the different ways to show detail. I could suggest all of this information here and soften that edge like we need to with something like this. Wait, I need more opacity. Something like this, where we're still like totally abstract in how we're doing this, but this is like dithering. So I would keep it really simple at first, say just airbrush or low opacity round brush for creating gradients and soft edges. Then when you're comfortable with this idea, you can try using texture brushes, kind of like Azel did in that study of like, how can we kind of non-literally show this stuff? To take notes about the relationships that are happening here. See this branch, it's a little bit brighter over here. So like here, I'm still taking notes about these. And eventually this would be finished. Let's see what those shapes are, where they come from. Eventually this will be finished as a result of those other decisions. So this is going to be the homework. Take your 2 values and focus mainly on expanding them into an accurate 4 values. Then only when you're really satisfied with that, and I would keep this again on kind of a different layer, you can find the in-between relationships. You can keep going until this is a finished sketch of this, but we found the accurate 2 values. We split those into 4 groups, start simple and expand. Exactly. But at first, I would start with keep just the round brush, because otherwise you're going to be tempted to draw. I don't want you to draw. I want you to show relationships, because I could draw all of these branches here. That's not what I want to do right now. What I want to do is show the effect it has on my composition, which is slowing down that transition like this. Now, this is an accurate way to take notes about that relationship. So I want you to try something more like this, at least at first, instead of trying to literally draw the branches or do it more impressionistically like this. They're all valid. It's all different ways to do the same thing, but I really want you to hold off on being too literal with things for as long as you can. Okay. Yeah, let's keep going with. Thank you, Colleen. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, process-wise, like at what point would you go to color? Like if you're starting in black and white, would you
Yeah.
do
So
the edges with the color or?
yeah. So here we are entirely just going and doing a black and white study. But if we were to take the same kind of thought process and try color, it's right around here where I have kind of my 4 groups cut out of construction paper that I would say, well, what are the averages of the colors here? And I need these exact values. So, what is the temperature of this group here at that exact value? It's a little more saturated. Compared to, say, this group here, what's the average of this? It's much more blue. What is the average of this group here? Well, it's the same value, it's a different temperature. It's the shadow of this, it's much warmer. And I need that exact value. And then this shadow up here is more affected by the atmosphere. It gets bluer. This here looks a bit warmer to me. We're not 100% black, still got temperature in these areas. This group in here, push that, much cooler. And it looks like this branch here gets a lot cooler also. So I'm trying to find the averages of these temperatures in the same way, but these clouds stay warmer. You just erase into the gray and it's going to look warm. The blue of the water gets more saturated down here. And then these shadows over here start to get warm, get cool again because it's reflecting the sky. But it's just cooling off this temperature. So I can cool this off and push it over to blue at that same value. And look, we just found the big averages of the temperatures and the value. Then if I continued at this point, kind of creating the further and further divisions, well, we're doing more things at once. And the shadows on the, this is a lot more blue over here. The shadows on the snow here, they look like this value group. This is the zigzag. The shadows on the snow are this value, but they're way cooler. So let's do maybe that value first. And then find the temperature, which is these really blue reflections of the sky on that white snow. Define this back here. And you can refine this all the way again to kind of a finished study. This is a little bit warmer. So my gray is kind of that central point that I'm working out from. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Have you ever tried the lab sliders?
A long time ago. I haven't ever tried again. You have any other questions?
Oh no, I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you, Colleen. Okay, Kai.
Hey.
How'd these go?
I think I got a little bit closer to having them feel, I guess, less fixated on the detail, especially I think with the second two compared to the one with the city. Yeah, it was interesting working for imagination too, trying to evoke like space.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, these do look better to me. But there's a question in the chat. I just want to get to that real quick. So, Italo, if you have too many groups, it would basically have been like if you added something else into here and got the big relationships wrong, because maybe this would start to expand. Like, look for areas like this where you're needlessly splitting them and find a bigger average and just get rid of those groups until you can focus on the between of these. We'll talk about that more later. But for now, like, yeah, make sure you just have 4 groups and force yourself, if you find those splits, compress them together into just one group. So you're basically kind of merging things where you don't want to have too many groups. So you can find bigger relationships between the 4 of them. But anyway, so yeah, I think things are still getting a little bit complicated. Like, like this kind of dot over here. Like it shows when you're zoomed in this far. When you zoom out, this is really the scale I want to be looking at stuff. I want like a simpler statement. Zoom out even further. Group some of these together. You can see even in some areas gets lost into the sky. We can show like, yeah, stuff like this. I think you're just still a little bit too far zoomed in. Because this is, we want this stuff to be down the hierarchy when we finish it. And if you have it here now, it's going to be overstated.
Yeah.
So lines like this, it's going to get rid of our rest areas if we divide this stuff too much. So these windows are just kind of darkening everything and creating like a gray group, but it's still not quite that black. So yeah, simpler, larger relationships, I think even still. Now even the photo, like these light groups, like 1, 2, 3, 4, you see that happening? That's how it's doing in the photo, but I wouldn't even copy that. I would group these a little more interestingly. Maybe one over here and a bunch over here. See that? It's so much more interesting.
Yeah.
So that's design. I just tasted the soup and I said, well, these don't taste very good. So I'm just gonna a little more salt over here. Okay, yeah. Again, too zoomed in because like all this stuff here, that's just distracting from the good stuff that you did over here. This is down the hierarchy. That figure looks amazing, but you're covering it up. I'm hungry too, so I'm just gonna use another soup analogy. Yeah, you've got this great flavor going on, but you've got like you dumped a bunch of cilantro or something, and it's just overpowering it.
Yeah, that makes such a big difference.
Even this over here, like I'm not even gonna touch a lot of stuff you did here. It looks great. I'm just simplifying a lot of things that exist down that hierarchy. Now, these are form here. So I'm going to be thinking about this wedge casting a shadow. So that triangle shape right there is really important. I'm not sure if I can even get it at this without making this too important. So I might have to wait until I have those other value groups available to me. But for this first division here, I think we can show a little bit of that triangle and then a little bit of that cast shadow here. So maybe there is a way to show some of this, but just not quite enough that it's, again, starting to get super distracting. I think it starts to get found a little bit over here. But that figure is really important too, so I don't really want to overpower that. But yeah, like that stuff just doesn't exist as part of this yet. I might change my mind about having this be part of the first initial read. I honestly think it probably doesn't. That looks a lot better. But once we have more value groups to work with, once we can actually use that gray in here, that triangle is going to be really important as, I mean, like this, that triangle is going to be really important. So same thing here. This face, you got to hold off on it because that value group disappears.
Yeah.
It's more like this. We get this shadow here. And really, we just got to hold off until we're actually able to show that. That's going to create that division for us later. So like the two values super important, and you want to make it as reading as clear as possible. But remember, your two value is not your finished painting. It's supposed to be just the initial read. So don't be afraid to like not put things in. Like especially everything kind of back here, like, and the hair, like the light of the hair, probably reuse that eventually. No, that looks like the shadow. So once we have more groups, we need one more group, we need this. The light on the hair is going to be that. You see how I can do that?
Yeah.
And now this photo is a little bit washed out, but let's get this away from black. And then we can kind of accurately compare. If there's a highlight on here that gets really bright, we might even use that group. But these shapes back here, well, these are with this value. And then eventually we're going to have more. Like this is going to be split again into something like this. But obviously that's not going to read as a totally different group from distance. That's something you're going to do way later. It's just you keep splitting this, but you want to keep that big 4 because otherwise you're going to get diminishing returns.
Yeah.
Okay, so from imagination, I feel like I like a lot of the abstract gesture stuff you're doing. Like this looks very similar to those almost like bent rule of thirds that we were seeing in those pre-to-Rome paintings. But I think you're losing some of that with all of this detail. Like even if there was a bunch of like spindly fire stuff in here, that's going to be part of a different group eventually. It's not going to read as that important. The other thing is I feel like, I guess the shapes, there's not enough characteristics, there's not enough drawing cues for me to tell what's actually happening. So yeah, with this one in particular, I can't really tell what's going on. And that's, again, another contrast you can have of like being able to tell what's happening versus having to stare at it a bit to figure it out. But I feel like there's something important happening here that I can't kind of parse. And that's, you could go back to like, can you just tell me like what is it supposed to be?
Oh, I guess it's sort of a campfire or something like that, but it's like a styrofoam cup with a drink in it. He's holding. Yeah.
You've got like this, and then is it like kind of crushed and bent?
Oh no, that's the hand.
Okay. So yeah, this is going to be like, okay, so this is a thumb. We got hand here. Well, maybe we want to have something dark behind this. We can get like a little bit of the silhouette of the hand or something. Maybe we can lose some other stuff. Maybe have it be a dark cup. So we can actually use the value to like lose and find important parts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, like really use your values. You did it better here. I think there's some stuff we can still keep losing, because that works even better. I lose like more of that. But yeah, this is a lot more successful. I think it's more kind of, again, the ratio of this stuff, like where is these things placed? We're going to talk about design more next week. But I would like move this and then stretch this. Because then if we have like a little bit here and a lot here, well, now we have like big versus small. It's going to create more motion.
Yeah, it's more dramatic.
Yeah. So maybe even if we can have the figure, it's gonna ruin the floating kind of effect. But yeah, that's stuff as I'm thinking about. Like these are also the exact same size. Maybe we can even make this just bigger. And that information we'll just get from the other groups, basically. If we wanted to have this be really shiny or something, for example, well, our light is coming from here. We can just make this darker until we only see that specular highlight. And we're going to get a material in here also if we do that. So yeah, lots of stuff that we can do in just this 2-value stage. I think these pants are probably like dark enough where it's not going to meet that threshold. Okay, so for the waves here, yeah, like these shapes, again, they might wind up here. I think they would probably wind up being even smaller because we want exponential decrease.
Yeah.
And if we're going to have all that noise here in the 2-value, it's just going to be averaged out, even though that would be an area of activity later. But here, I want to make these even bigger so that the small shapes eventually will read as even smaller against that. So just consolidating some of this stuff. That looks great now to me. Oh, this is indexed. Okay, that's better. This is cool.
Yeah, for this one, I felt like the 2-value was actually stronger, or I sort of maybe lost some of what made the 2-value good when I sort of went in for the painting. I think. Maybe
this is the finished one.
Yeah.
This is sweet. I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think this next step of like as we find these exact values, do some studies like I show with Colleen's of like take the ones that you did and get those value groups and 4 values in exactly the right proportion and really focus on the shapes. And you're going to be able to figure out what you can do more strongly with this. But overall, like this is really cool. Like really great. This is very kind of optical. We're losing all the information here, but it feels like cylinders because you thought of it that way in the 2 value. I can see the underlying
I
form.
definitely did like a wireframe for the 2 value.
So this looks awesome. I think just something that's happening is that some of the stuff that's overstated is what I'm getting rid of even in the sketch. Like, you know, this in here, it just feels like too much. If I get rid of it, it's going to fit more within that group. And this is, again, like you have a great tasting soup, but you're distracting with cilantro. So I've just kind of reduced that a little bit. But overall, I love this painting. It looks great.
Yeah, thanks. For the one above, the one with the C, I was trying to make the composition feel like silk scroll painting, like where you have sort of a broad area of like emptiness.
Yeah.
But I feel like the result could just be cropped and would be better. But I would like to see how I could like adapt something like really conceptual, like scroll, like Chinese scroll painting or something like that, into something a little bit more optical. But still have the feel.
I've tried that before. I think Craig Mullins has some examples of that, of like where he's attempted that. And yeah, I think like kind of telephoto lens, like really reducing perspective. Probably in like the design of these individual elements also. But I really like I see this shape here. I'm taking everything, like moving it even further down to the bottom, and also like where the bridge has divisions, like we got 3 and then it goes for a long time. Well, maybe like, I don't know if any bridges are actually like that, but I think you need to have like more activity like right here and then more like right here. Now we've got
that looks good.
big, medium, small. It's like, you know, so yeah, I think like with that particular example, what's his name? There's 19th century artists, Whistler, I think he's very inspired by Japanese prints. James McNeill Whistler. And he has a painting. He's got a few paintings that where you can really see the influence. Right here, there's a nocturne. It's like pure design, but we can see these lights coming through the fog. I think this is very inspired by those. And forget what art critic it was, but he said this was like the worst thing he's ever seen, and that it was like an insult to humanity. I think it says it in here.
Yeah, I think that's such an interesting time period because people reacted really violently to like just different things.
So I would definitely look at his nocturnes, and he also has, I think it's him. Yeah, so his the Peacock Room. He created this interior design. It's like kind of Art Nouveau plus Japanese inspiration. So if you want to look at like these people who had very similar kind of goal of merging East with West, this is a good place to look. But yeah, I think like I love this painting, and you can really see the influence of Japanese art. And where's that particular? Oh, it was John Ruskin. So he was the Pre-Raphaelite guy, and he had some suspect opinions sometimes. But yeah, he said flinging a pot of paint in the public's face. They were pretty brutal to each other sometimes. But I mean, John Ruskin, like he can paint. Like this was his kind of weird watercolor stuff. He was very into Turner, I think. But yeah, you can learn a lot on Wikipedia. So yeah, I think there's a lot of same stuff that goes into this here. And I'd probably even like move this to the left. I think you can get more of that form-based thinking that you were getting in here. Like that looks really great. I think you can get that in here also. Maybe have some overlap in here and lose some of this information. We don't need all of it. Something like this maybe. So it was very kind of intuitive the way that I'm feeling this out. we want this to feel more cylindrical, we could take these same shapes, but just make it wrap more like it would around the cylinder.
Yeah.
Here. I think that's all I have. Do you have any other questions?
I don't think so at the moment.
Cool. Yeah, great work. Definitely a big improvement. And I really like the exploration from imagination. And it's so cool how you finished one in oils, right?
Yeah, thanks.
Looks awesome. Okay, Myra?
Hi.
Hello. How'd this go?
For the two value ones, I think yeah, I was able to apply the stuff you taught last week, so I think they went better.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
like how you're compressing this text in an interesting way. Like, how does that kind of look at a glance? It's pretty interesting. You could probably even take that further of like some big kind of blocks of this. And even though this is literally that value group, because it's like, you know, so high frequency, you might actually get this being as a darker group. But I think you can take this further, like this red, and that is not a different value. So I need to continue this and find that stripe here against where it's being lost. So like this idea of losing and finding things. Don't be afraid to do that. I think this is happening in a lot of these where you're keeping a lot of that conceptual information. Also, like these ellipses are really important. These are drawing cues. So here I want to have like the ellipse read on the ground plane because I only have so much information to work with. Ellipses are going to tell me about the ground plane. So I love ellipses. That's something I really want to focus on. Yeah, like this, we don't need to keep this information. Also, like this here is the value of this, and you're switching values a lot. So here we have to make this part of that group. And you see we're getting a broader kind of impression of this stuff. Now, the palm tree goes into the sign. So again, we kind of have to lose that, and that looks good. I think all this up here just stays dark. So you're still have a little bit of local thinking where you're seeing these contrasts inside of things and overstating them. So I would just look out for that. I think this line here just doesn't really meet that threshold enough. And I can see that definitely in this too, of like these lines here, that's the kind of thing we want to stay away from. That's down the hierarchy. And we want to lose that into the ground plane. You can see it makes it even feel more solid when we get rid of that stuff. Now, that looks great now. I'm just going to get rid of some more of this. That looks fantastic. So just like little things. Now, when you do splitting these, you can do these, you can do other ones. We're eventually going to take this to 4 values and to color. Something just to keep in mind, notice how this red here is the same value as this, and this merges into that. Look for areas like this and the pants, anywhere where you can really kind of make things the same. So just keep in mind that like when you're splitting this and you find, say, another value for what's going on here, that this might be the same value, but this is going to eventually be a high chroma red or orangey kind of red. So just something I think is cool about this shot is that it uses chroma in a cool way that we'll talk about eventually. This looks better. Some of this stuff is a little overstated, like this. It's a good movie too. That's the Brian Wilson one, right?
I don't know. I just took a random movie.
Yeah, this is called. What's it called? Love and Mercy. It's a good movie. There's another thing I'm just noticing. It's kind of in here, but we get like even. So just want to kind of figure out a way to make that less obvious. And then, you know, this just doesn't have any kind of contrast against that. So I got to figure out, like even this too, we said that this value is the same as like, it's mostly like this area. But here you said it's light, so why do we have this line here? There's no reason to have that there unless it's conceptual information. This is something I need to get rid of also. And then we can, that's always something we can find again later on. I think this is mostly like here, the small lines serve an important purpose. Here, I want to minimize that. At the very least, like bring it, if I'm going to have it, bring it a little bit closer so that we still get that big read of that form. Now, also this shadow is really important because you have these two different angles here. This is, again, a drawing cue. Anything that's going to tell our brain what's happening is a drawing cue. Ellipses on a ground plane, overlapping. So let's say a teacup in front of another teacup. The worst teacup I've ever done. Okay, so this is in front of that. Ellipse on a ground plane, going back into space. These things are drawing cues. So shadows, this versus that, these different angles are actually working against the light. This is directional light. So we want to have those angles be the same. And that's going to tell us something about the light source. This looks fantastic to me. That looks great. This looks really good too. Because, yeah, these rocks, I know it's tempting. It's going to come later. I think we can find, like, we can merge that together and find that later on. Like, that just feels more cohesive to me. From imagination, looks really cool. I think you can get a little bit more of a sense of perspective, and using drawing cues to find, like, even how much smaller things get into the distance to show what's happening here. Even just have these shapes be a lot smaller up here is going to make this feel bigger, and everything up here more in the distance. Like, that's sometimes all it takes to really get this feeling of depth. I think that the way you did the figure looks really nice to me. We maybe even can, there's some other stuff we can lose into there. And probably a fence is not going to quite meet that threshold yet, but if it did, again, I think you're making the fence too big. You want to think about how big would a figure be back there? If you walked all the way back there, it'd probably be a lot smaller. Let me check the chat. When we add more value, can a new value be in the initial light group, but also in the initial dark group, like the paint and back of the car? Or I think it's going to make the, can a new value be in the initial light group, also an initial dark group? So the way that I did the one with Colleen was that we took the light group and split it. And then we took the dark group. Let me make this a little bit brighter. Well, we took this group here now and split it. So here I'm actually splitting the light twice. So zoom out. Looks like there's a lighter gray here. That's too dark. So you can see this is like a jigsaw puzzle. I'm not sure if I can just immediately solve this jigsaw puzzle. But really, like, when we take these two groups, if you split this 2 times and this, then you're going to get, so we take this and we split this once and then twice. Well, that's our 4 groups. We can't put anything in here. Or I could split this twice, or I could split each of them once. So that's exposure, basically. Where are you putting that information? That's something you can think about as you're splitting these groups. But really, there's no kind of rules to this right now. This is, again, just kind of how we're dealing with our budget of information. Hope that makes sense. Something we're going to talk about a lot more next week. Okay, so for this one, same thing. I think a lot of conceptual information in here, and you like really wanted to show this difference, but you can't because you made these the same group. So if you made this group light, you got to be consistent. So this are the same. You made them different. So if you're making this light, that's got to be light too. That's why I would probably make this dark. And that's going to solve your problem.
Mm-hmm.
And we can just get rid of this because, again, that's getting swallowed up by that light. And like, look how look how all the groundwork that you did is now reading. How little it took to just get rid of some of that stuff that was working against it. And just taking out all the cilantro here, even though I like cilantro.
Yeah.
Something else, like with the design of these trees, you can see these are, it's a little bit even. Like, what if we just took this and just moved it a little bit over? How sensitive this stuff is. And grouped it a little bit more with the one on the left, it's going to be a little bit less even. And like how much more random it looks just doing that. So remember, like you could be like 80%, you could be like 95% on the mark. And that 5% is like a big deal. So as long as you don't have to entirely start over, it's worth kind of knowing, well, what is working and then finding the problem. And that's why spending a long time on these is really useful, because you can really kind of make those decisions. So again, I want to kind of make arbitrary time limits. And sometimes you can even like do want to come back to it the next day to have fresh eyes on it. So the full color one that you did, I would even try this. Well, we're going to get to more full color, but I think that like any of the problems that are happening in here totally just existed in this first stage. I think I painted over the beginning of it. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting. Like if you try this again, but splitting those values in a very controlled way, I think you're going to get something much more unified as the end result. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I have like for imagination, for example, I didn't spend much time for this because for me it's very intimidating.
Yeah.
So I don't even know like how to start. I did this one. I did like a couple more, but they really didn't look like anything. So this one was the one that looked like something.
Yeah, and I think even if you have something where it comes up where you didn't get anything out of it, it's still valuable practice. So this is that idea of like, well, if I do something different than I'm used to, my work isn't going to be as good. Well, yeah, like that's just as far as it goes. You do more of it, and eventually, like you get the hang of it. But also, you realize like it's not wasted time. Even if you become an expert at this, and like you spend a couple days on something that doesn't work out or it doesn't look like anything, it's going to happen. But you're going to be able to over time figuring out those drawing cues eventually, where you'll know where to kind of put them in. Like just, again, me making the shape smaller in the background, like just added some depth. I didn't make anything recognizable back there. But the more you kind of work at this and run into problems, the more you'll find solutions. The more you'll be able to know, like, well, maybe if I just make a little bit more of like a cloak shape for the head or something, and maybe there's a shadow happening in here. Maybe that'd be like useful information to put in here. And there's kind of triangle-based folds that would happen if his arm is out and he's wearing a cloak. That might be some characteristic stuff that we can put in there that'll make it look more like something without adding too much distracting information. But
And when you approach like from imagination, do you have like an idea settled? Like, does it help, or you can just go whatever?
So often if I have no idea and I'm working, say, in a limited way with two values, I'm just using that to find an idea. That's why I think it's no big deal if you don't get anything, because like once you do find something, you know, maybe it's this, maybe it's something else that you find is stronger. But once you find it, you kind of know, and it's like, okay, well, then what are the problems that I'm really going to need to solve to take this further? But yeah, sometimes you have an idea, and then you just want to get the simplest, most accurate representation of that idea, like those really low resolution sketches we looked at in the old master examples. But if you don't have an idea, this is just to find an idea, and then once you find it, then you go on to that step of like getting the simplest thing possible. So this can even be just kind of a way to find powerful statements that maybe lead to something else. But I wouldn't discount the importance of that exploration where nothing happens. It's really important.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you, Myra. Really great work.
Thank you.
Hello, hi.
Hi, how'd it go?
I'm good, I'm good. This time my mic is working.
Oh, awesome. Good to talk to you. Yeah, tell me about anything you found difficult or...
This week I really wanted to focus on shape language. That's why I took some liberty and removed some element that I decided that they were a border, a distraction from the whole mood of the painting. Oh, hi, Kitty. And
So I think we can do that even more. Like, it's the same thing we just looked at, where like that information there, it's going to be split as part of that group. So this is looking at kind of local contrast. If we look at the big contrast, it's really not part of it. So that's why we can take this even further and remove that. And then when we split this, then we'll be able to find the shape of the book. But if we put it in now, it's overstating the importance.
okay.
So same with the pillow, I think. I think like we just get that triangle shape and that's all. But then, how can we design that shadow to like, maybe it's continued down and then go over to show the cylinder of the arm. So I'm making some decisions here for how I want to do that. But yeah, so did you do that already? And I just replicated your thought process.
You went a bit further.
So yeah, I can see you doing that. I think, yeah, even a little bit further, like this. Oh, you already got rid of that. So yeah, you're doing it. Looks good. Yeah, I think it's just, I would include this, and then this doesn't feel descriptive to me, so I kind of redesigned it a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, sorry, I kind of misunderstood. I think if we wanted to go even further, like, well, this is in the light group. So a lot of this stuff in here, like, yeah, I really like these shapes, but they might eventually be part of a different group. So I think we might even lose some of that at first to find kind of the bigger abstraction of this. Now, I like those shapes, so I think they're going to be in there eventually, but I just kind of want to show that I think you could even do a little bit more with this figure here and how you design these shapes. But there's something very effective about this. So I don't think it's not unsuccessful. I don't think it's unsuccessful. Yeah, it looks good.
As for the study, it's in black and white only. I can't, like, when I arrive at this stage, I become blocked because I don't know to translate these values in colors. Every time I add colors, the value get lost.
So let's not worry about the color right now, because I think the problem still is in the value. And I think, we want the face here to really, like, look how dark the faces are zoomed out. They're way brighter here. They read as like this group. They read as this group from a distance. So if we really want to find the composition, we need to block it in like this. And I think you're overstating the difference of these groups. So especially this one over here, I don't even know if I would include this yet. Like those shapes are going to be in there. And if I wanted to, I can make them a lot darker. But at first, I think we just need this. And then we got to find the more accurate difference of like, this gets way darker in here. That's where we want to put that information. And it follows through into here, and it follows through into the bottom of the sleeve. So you exposed incorrectly, I think. You have too much information in here, and we need more information in the lights. So now we've got 3 groups in the light and 1 in the shadow, and you overstated what was going on in the shadow, and it wasn't different enough from the lights.
Okay.
So eventually, we're going to have this very, very low contrast information. All this stuff back here is just a lot closer together than it looks. Because if you look here, it's very different. If you zoom out, it just totally goes away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is way better.
So it's what we did. Like, we don't want to have 5 groups because that can lead to that kind of overstating, which is what happened. And now this group, I think we can use it a little bit more sparingly and maybe even push it a bit higher. And you see that feels a little bit more like the overall composition. Yeah, even like this is not that group, it's this group. So it's tricky stuff, but I think if you slow down a little bit and try each group, really focus on each group and the relationship that they have, you'll be able to arrive at this kind of thing naturally.
Okay.
So same thing going on here. I think some of this information is overstated, like in the stairs. You know, honestly, even this. And this guy's face. Yeah, I like it. But yeah, if this is dark, then all this is
Yeah,
dark.
the stairs were hard.
But honestly, I think something like this gets more at the spirit of like this this feels way down the hierarchy. If the cat is in shadow, how can I make it readable? Okay, so wait, where's the drawing? Okay, wait, I just want to make sure I know what I'm looking at. Is that the cat?
That's a bouquet of flower. The cat is on top.
This is the cat.
Yes, this is the cat.
Okay, so it looks like a window. This looks like a decoration like on the window. Looks like it's almost like carved into the window. Wait, are these curtains?
No, this is a frame of a window. A person, a bride, is looking out the window because there's a cat on the frame on the window. I think I overcomplicated it.
I think even in the sketch here, I think this is even just a problem with the drawing. I can't really tell, like, the cat is like totally flat, right? Like, we just like I can't tell where the other legs are, basically. Like, I think this is, again, drawing cue stuff that is probably better solved in the drawing. I'm not sure exactly what the intention is. Like, if we had, like, say this is like a brick wall or something, it almost looks like you know, those like mountain goats that stand on like these tiny slivers of rocks. Like, I just can't tell like how, and cats can do some really weird things. I think like even just you can solve that a little bit more in this kind of conceptual diagram, because a lot of the two value stuff looks great to me. I just yeah, I think it's that. I think it would be this similar thing of just like get rid of some of this stuff which is going to happen later on, simplify this. But yeah, knowing like, okay, how is that, like, where is the cat coming from? Where is it? Like, I just need a little bit more of like a 3D conception of the cat. And yeah, this feels better. Like we're looking down on this figure. I think again we can get rid of some of this detail in here, and we got some gestures here that are kind of counteracting each other. We got like this and then this. Maybe we even want just the legs will be inside that shape. It'll probably be a lot stronger. Eventually, we'll have room for that. But yeah, this one looks good. I think some of the stuff is just a little bit complicated. Oh, we got a 3D breakdown here. Yeah, I don't think it's cheating. You know, it's still difficult to get this stuff to read, but here's the thing of like, this is all in shadow. So you know, I think there's something cool happening here. Like, here's where I think you can make a really interesting image. And this is going to happen in a lot of paintings where the face is not shown with value. We can lose this, we get the cast shadow, but then we get only the characteristic shadows of the leg and maybe like a white boot or something over here. So we can show more with like cast shadows. And this leg would have to be like really, really carefully drawn so that we can really tell, maybe keep the foot coming out a little bit more. And then
I like that. It's more threatening.
Exactly. So now the initial read is we're not going to see that. Once we split this group, then we can put that information in here and it's going to read as part of the right hierarchy. But like, you see, I can't think of a painting right now that does it, but like there's a lot of paintings that do this where you kind of bury the lead and you don't have the facial features like bumped up like that. And you can see it still reads from a distance, especially because we have a little bit of that leg there, and like we can get some folds that show that characteristic nature of it. But yeah, I think that's great work this week. I think we can get rid of some of those superfluous lines. And then really focus on kind of these bigger relationships when you're trying to split these groups again for next week.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you like this idea and it's worth sticking with, try and figure out how to make this readable, because I'm not really sure right now.
I
But
think I'll just change the shape of the cat, the
Yeah.
silhouette of the cat, instead of like, oh, that's a hole in a wall. Maybe just add a tree branch or something,
yeah, so you could
or
even
just
like
straight
zoom
up climbing the wall.
you have like branches come over this or something, and then you can maybe put them on a tree branch and have like a tail come down or something here. I don't know.
Cute
Kind of
cat.
spitballing or something, but you can maybe like, don't be afraid to really kind of lose a lot of the composition if you need to.
Mhm.
And then, you know, if these flowers are going to be in the light, you know, maybe again there'll be kind of a secondary element here that you're not even going to really see in this initial read. I think some of the distracting stuff is kind of appearing like this. So yeah, I think, remember, at this stage you're solving huge problems of the image, so it's not like this stuff should be fast. If you're running into problems, like, that's good, because it means if you solve those, you solve the massive problems about the picture.
Yes, I agree.
I think we got a little tangent here with the bottom of the frame too, so I want to fix that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Naima.
Thank you.
Okay. Russell. RJ. No, Russell? Okay, I guess it to go. Okay, so these look really good. I'm especially curious as to if this one was from imagination, because the gun and the finger coming through here, that looks really great. It's a great example of like this thinking of things in 3D, compressing them down. Like, that looks really good. I think some of the stuff is a little awkward, like maybe they make the fold shape more important here. And same with the face of like, you know, this little bit of nostril. Then we can find something a little bit bigger about like even the planes of the nose at first, like something's a little bit off about this. Off about the drawing, I think. I'm just trying to make these shapes a little bit more characteristic. We've got big, but it's like kind of medium here too. I want to make that small. And the ear can be covered up by more hairs. This is like really subtle changes. We got most of this here. Like, how can we really reinforce the roundness of the head? More of that shape, and then a little bit of this. I'm trying to use what I can to create these drawing cues. That's the most important thing. Looking at this more rendered one, I think you're doing a better job of not letting the value get kind of muddy. I think you can knock it back even a little bit more. Like, if we reduce the specularity of the skin just a tiny bit, that metal is going to read it. We can push the metal like you did here, darker. So now the metal is going to be more different than the skin. Knock back that specularity just a tiny bit. Now those materials are like really reading as different. Can make this even higher contrast for the metal, so they'll really read too. But yeah, I think still a little bit, you don't have enough integrity to this, because this is a cylinder. This is a cylinder right here. If you make this too dark right here, you're not reinforcing the cylinder. So more integrity to your midtones before they fall into shadow. That's not shadow, it's dark halftone, so I'm going to lighten it. I think the light source here is a little bit confused. If we want a shadow over there. So overall, there's lots of cool stuff happening here. I think it just takes like a little bit of finessing. It's like so close. Can really bump up the values here. Like, I want these highlights. I want it to be darker until it gets to those highlights. It's so much shinier now. even this edge right here, that's something we can bump up. And then reduce this a little bit. Yeah, it's really cool. I like it. I think the background is even a little distracting too. I hope it's been a great fan art for the great series. Okay, so am I painting right now? Is this fan art? Oh wait, am I too scrolled up? Wait, Ava, what are you referring to? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't read it. Because yeah, this is cool. It's a cool, interesting, unique character here. It's a really neat idea. It's pretty terrifying. It's really nicely drawn. You know, some of the stuff we've been talking about, like, they're evenly divided. Like, bring these together more. Big and then small. And then we encounter some other problems like this. We've got like some repeating distances. I don't know how to solve that immediately, but the overall just kind of proportions of everything, like this to that to this, see how even it is? Like, what if we just took those boxes, maybe made the legs like shorter? I want to adjust this big stuff so we get maybe big. Maybe this could be even skinnier. Because like, yeah, you've got a lot of cool stuff going on, but like the foundation of these could be a little bit stronger. Going back to I think, yeah, I'm just looking for some of the stuff that's maybe a little bit overstated. You know, this is interesting how you because like she's really the same as the grass back here. So if we were to be consistent, we would have this really. And you know, I think this is more interesting. So I like the choice that you made, really changing the reference, but I agree that that works a lot better. Looks pretty good. I think I was probably be more confident. Like if we're gonna have something like that happening there, just really lose it. Yeah, and like we don't need that. That's like an ugly shape. It like continues with this, and then it makes a tangent. If stuff is ugly, just make it not ugly. But now we're getting this like checkerboard happening here. Maybe we can bring that back into here. We can like continue that kind of design maybe down there. I'm not sure if it works if we're taking away from this, but that's the kind of thing I would like explore. Same for the boxing. I feel like your shapes can have a little bit of this like roller coaster-y kind of thing. I want to take that roller coaster and find angles. And find this larger angle. You know, how do I get the form of the rib cage here? I don't think this is the form we want. We want that. That's the form of the rib cage. It's going to cast a shadow. It's kind of going the wrong way around. I don't want to overstate that rim light back here. Same with this, like there's a rounder kind of, we want to keep this shape going for longer. Cast shadow from the shoulder. Hex, so it's like larger kind of decisions. I think still a little bit mentally zoomed in. And then I really don't like how even 1, 2, 3, 4. So whatever's going on back here, that guy's sitting behind, I would have to just change that from the photo because that just brings so much more power back into this. But yeah, really cool work this week, Russell. Okay, Valentine.
Hi.
How'd it go?
It was cool, but I think I'll still get lost in details too much.
So I think so. I think we can find some of those details. And hopefully you guys see like why I set the keep in the 2 value for a little bit longer and wasn't just torturing you. because there's really so much that we can do in here. Yeah, and again, if anybody's in the critique group who didn't do their homework from this week, like it's really worth it to try this stuff. The practice really builds upon itself. So I would definitely, for next week, like definitely try this 4 value stuff. I want to see lots of homework for I want to see a lot of practice bringing good 2 value breakdowns into 4 value breakdowns. Okay, so let's see, Valentin, I'm not talking to you because you did lots of homework. So.
I tried to zoom out like at the beginning, and when I zoom in to make better shapes, I had too many details.
Yeah, I think just stay out, zoomed out a little longer. These look a lot better than last time. Also, really great movie, Rush Hour. Interesting little tidbit from the commentary of this movie. They put, this is supposed to be winter, so they put just blue cellophane on these windows here, because otherwise it just looks normal out there. I don't know why I remember that. Yeah, I think just these shapes are just a little too important. Like if we continue them a bit more, like do the biggest decision you can and then cut it up. So the biggest decision I can is like finding the sky across here. So just this. And then if we need to break that up anywhere, we can do it like that. And yeah, I would say this kind of continues up here. And just a lot of the stuff in here just feels way too overstated. I'm just going to get rid of some of the stuff because a lot of your decisions look really great. But some of the shapes are even just like too big. They're a little bit like expanded. And if they get, so if they get too small, I'm going to get rid of them. But in general, I kind of want to make things a little bit smaller and see, like that looks better to me. Now the sink, we've got a really clear kind of cube shape in perspective. So I want to be very careful because this is a drawing cue, everybody, every time. I'll capture one. Drawing cue. Maybe even want to have this be like a real solid shape going back in space and then kind of interrupt it with a more free-flowing thing. So I'm kind of drawing it like logically, like constructing that, and if something go over it, I'm going to draw it over it. Okay, so for this one down here, okay, so when I look at this, I just see this. I see that cool shape here, that shape here, the tree, and really nothing in between. And, you know, it might be, this is a tough one because there's some equally important things happening here. I'm kind of tempted to just, honestly, I think if it was 2 values, I think it would just be the tree here, but it'd be super boring. So it's like a lot of the information here are happening with color, low contrast and value. So yeah, maybe this does make sense because this is mostly like a color thing. The value, I think, is like we have equal importance here of dark value and then equal importance here of temperature variation, but it's not value. So really, we're going to start to get to the meat of this when we split these values and be able to finally show those shapes. But I just think you're interrupting a lot of the rest area in here with stuff that isn't important. You're only going to really be able to show this like down the line. And then again, color is so important to this painting. So that's something kind of going to hold off on. Now, these are definitely too characteristic. Like I want to find, you know, it's a shame because I really like these shapes. I think this face here is like a good example because I don't want to tell you to do this, even though I think this is how I would block out the composition. And I think this is more accurate because these are creating other value groups. I mean, they just are. It's making it look like this. The shapes, however, are good. I don't have a problem with the shapes. I just think, like, again, it's worth seeing that this does have 3 values because you put in those facial features. Other than that, I think that this face here starts to get a little bit symbolic, and instead we can really see the planes. So,
yeah, this one is a little bit off.
So front plane of the forehead, dark. Front plane of the nose, dark. front plane of the cheek here dark, and I'm painting this based on the planes instead of the facial features. Let me start to, yeah, I'm not sure how much of this we're even really seeing. So it's mostly just at the side of the face. That's
I tried it at the beginning, but it was like too many random shapes, and I couldn't get a hang of bringing in one shape, one readable shape.
That's even at the point where I would maybe even like do a study of like, okay, how is the cylinder tipped in space, and then like doing like a conceptual kind of study of the planes of this, so you can really kind of understand it to find where those shapes are coming from. So, bottom plane of the nose, how this comes out here. And how the hair falls over that. So yeah, like you can find kind of the planes first, and you can even fill in those planes. But it's worth kind of studying like that. Otherwise, this looks really good. I wouldn't.
I wasn't sure about the hair because I made it dark and light, but it kind of reads like light and dark.
Yeah, I think you can lose the highlight, so you can like even just lose the side of the face even. I think that's what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah, good work. It's a very difficult example here. I think he did a good job. I think some of the stuff gets overstated, like something about these shapes. Like this feels like it doesn't quite belong in there. This feels like more like the shirt mostly. And I think that opens up a lot of like room here for your eye to move. I think that was the big thing.
Okay.
There's another one from Life. Yeah, really good. Again, I think the perspective just feels something. I'm not sure exactly what you were seeing, but I still can't really feel like the horizon line. And remember, we're looking down below the horizon line and up above the horizon line. So it's like it's these planes that I think are just getting a little bit weird. It's something I would pay attention to. Because you're like, I think you're doing this. I think you're like flattening things out.
Okay.
So wait. I think instead of like showing like perspective like this, you're doing this and like opening up boxes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think like, if I really want to show that, I'm either going to push this all the way here or push it even further in here so you see how that feels more like perspective now?
Yeah, I think it's the gray pillar in the center. Like I merge it with the right face.
Right.
The left face, so it's kind of look like big, but
Yeah. I think that's just the main thing of like its perspective and making sure that you have that kind of reading, just the big boxes of everything. And I know that the camera is different field of view, but it's just, I'm not sure, something about it just kind of isn't reading in the ones from Light. So I would like mentally or literally kind of sketch out a horizon line, maybe some guide perspective lines to like construct some boxes before you start.
okay. I wasn't sure with the grid if I can show it because it was like making really a lot of details.
Yeah.
So the fence, the metal fence.
Oh, okay. So this
I kind of ignore it.
Yeah, I mean, if you zoom out, it all looks light to me. I would continue this into a big light shape and merge it in with that. And if the values were roughly what you were seeing here, I mean, I would probably group these in with the sky. It's a really light sky, and then you can show that pillar and like have just the cast shadows of this doing the work.
Yes, at the beginning it was really overcast, and then the sun showed up.
Yeah, so that's always the difficulty in working from light.
Yeah.
This is a difficult subject. I think if you really kind of like, here's another thing. Like if you want to show perspective and we have, say this, like this happening in space, we don't want to show the door, say right here. That's not the center in perspective. We want to show it here, move it over, further away. It's like it's little things like that where it's like it's the difference in perspective and like wrong.
Okay.
But yeah, keep going with these because you're going to figure out the more you do this, the best ways to show this. And again, the light's going to be changing. So it's a really cool subject. I would keep going with these and see if you can pick some compositions too that maybe have like, because these get a bit even, like this is 50-50, but this is a little bit bigger. So if you can get one that's really big and then really small.
Okay.
Okay, so switch. I think the value is just a little bit restrained. And this is something we're going to do a lot next week. So I might hold off because this is more something from next week. But like you've overstated the difference between the cat shadow and the switch here. I want to take that whole group and darken it and get them closer together. It's like it's going to make it look so much more solid if we just kind of group those together. Because I think that's mostly what's happening here. And then it's just the fall off that's creating the soft light. But I would want to start like this, and that's going to give you the solidity. Again, we're going to talk about that a lot next week. So looks good to me. I think you could really push the chroma on this Robin's Egg blue, though. Same value, but then relate the shadow to that a little bit more. So yeah, just a little washed out, which means that the relationships are just a little bit off, like between the groups, basically. Okay, and then the ones from imagination, well, this is all about design. So like, where does this weight end up? Well, it's not 80-20, and it's also not 50-50. It's kind of in the middle, which feels a little bit uncomfortable. So I'm either going to take this and move this 50-50 or all the way over here, or even thinner. I really want to make a more confident decision about that ratio. Then maybe we can balance this out with some stuff back here or something. But yeah, it's like either one or the other. Maybe I want to push that even further back. I don't want to mess this up. Yeah, all that ratios. You're getting some really nice drawing stuff going on. I can feel the cast shadows, and you're making compositions out of light, which is really good. But look at all the 50-50 happening. 50-50 light shadow. Make that more like this. Thinner back here, even maybe like partially getting lost. Make this one bigger. Really kind of pushing these ideas. Same with this, make this bigger and then maybe divide this one. Bigger, and then all these shapes just work better. And we got that figure back here, which is really cool. But it's kind of competing with the door. So maybe flip this. Figure out a way to have, I don't know, that's a problem. I don't know if I can solve this right now, but I think definitely flipping this so it moves kind of with the composition. But I don't know how to solve. We got weight here, we got weight here, and it's like even. I want to integrate these somehow. That's something that would take me probably a day or two to figure out. Same with this, like make this closer to the top. Make this closer to the bottom. Or like really kind of push the design of these and the ratios. You see that difference?
Yeah.
But otherwise, really cool. I really like the way you're pushing. Got a lot of different studies and stuff going on here. I would say keep going with the exact same kind of thought process. And then, yeah, next week you're going to try more of this like 4 value stuff.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, last one, Z. Are you here? Sorry for going in alphabetical order. I think with this, you got short end of the stick there. So yeah, I'll just do this one for you. Okay. Cool. I like these. I like how you're not putting the facial features here only in the front. Like that looks like in the distance, we're not putting in detail there. This looks really nice. I don't think we need that. Even though that's an important drawing cue, I don't know if we need it. Here's the drawing cue I want to show. This continues and then this overlaps. This is sometimes all you need for an overlap. This. Wait, no, that's not what I want to show. So maybe we do need that. No, I think we can use this ankle. Like this can continue down. And then for this one, you get a little bit of that ankle and then interrupted by that. I think it's the best we can do with the circumstance. But then, yeah, eventually we will add that little shape that shows like this continuing down here. I think one thing we have an opportunity for in this is showing the planes here. Front plane, side plane. Front plane, side plane, how the nose connects here. Bottom plane, cast shadow. So you can see I'm just kind of working with those planes, trying to figure out the clearest way to show that. Maybe even putting in the cast shadow on this, even though it's not part of that group, so we can really kind of show if we need to. That's going to really ground that over there. Really nice. I think you're just going to be a little bit more confident with these decisions. This is super cool. I love this one. I'm just going to, again, a little bit more confident. Just clean it up a little bit. Can maybe even lose the lettuce a bit into the table like it's in the reference. This is a fantastic one. I love this. You got all sorts of contrast happening here. And the drawing cues are really reading. Great way of showing different local value and perspective. Super, super nice on this one. But like, look at the ellipse. It's a little bit sloppy. Like you have these great decisions, but your ellipse is sloppy. If you only have 5 minutes to make a painting better, look for ellipses. And you got lots of ellipses in this. So it's like, you know, this could be amazing, but right now it's really, really great. And it's just because you need to clean it up a little bit. I really think you're getting the idea of these. But I don't know, I'm kind of hesitant to say that this dark halftone here of the building is in the dark group, but I really like that cast shadow there. I think I would just have this kind of interrupt this. Let me show the top of the building. And then have this interrupt that. So now we get all this neat counter change happening. And, yeah, I think kind of a broken record with these small lines at this point, so I'll just keep them. But yeah, if I were being pedantic, get rid of these. Nice job on the car. You're doing some really great stuff with drawing cues. Also, really, really great. Feels like a nice composition. I like this a lot, but it's a little sloppy on the ellipses. So that's just something. Real stickler for ellipses because they're so important for showing. Like look how much more finished it looks. It took 2 seconds. So like, you know, it's really worth it. So ellipses, cast shadows, I need those to be like confident shapes. This looks great. It looks like you've constructed the building and you're casting shadows and you've got constructing trees in front of them. I think the only thing I can see here is that problem that I saw in the graveyard of if this is our shape and perspective, you're splitting this centrally visually. Don't split it centrally visually. Split it farther away from us, and that's going to show perspective. If you're going to push perspective, you want to overdo it rather than underdo it. It's the only thing I can see with this one. I think it makes a big difference. These look great. I really like these. I would take all of these and find them in 4 values for next week, because these are really, really great. The 2 values are working super well. I think this, as an example for you guys, is something where this feels like a finished composition to me in terms of all the relationships. Like the drawing cues are reading. We've got simplicity versus like these, we got curves versus straight lines. So sometimes you get lucky with reference where you get all these opportunities, but I think you really did a great job of translating that for something where it feels like it's now a bit greater than the sum of its parts with this. So really, really great work this week from everybody. And for next week, it's going to be that process that I showed with Colleen's homework, and really focus on each value group with the intensity and care that you did in this first group. So as we split these, the next group is just as important. So I think that's going to be cool to see for next week. And I think we've gone enough over time. So yeah, that's it. Does anybody have any other questions?
Yeah. What do you mean exactly when you say drawing cues? Is that just like stuff that suggests like shape or form?
Stuff that our brain picks up on. I think I drew this terrible overlapping coffee cup or whatever, but it's many different things. So I'll pick out some things like the ellipses that we saw in find them earlier. So in the photo here, like if I make this in 2 values, this shape right here is a drawing cue. Like if I get rid of that, or I like flatten this or merge it with the background, like I just removed the drawing cue. This shape on a flat ground, if they recede in perspective like this, tells me about the perspective. Something where a shape tells you about something that's going on is a drawing cue. I think it's hard for me to kind of define. Okay, so here, like, if these are closer together and this one's further away, it's not telling you about the perspective and how these wrap around. If I do this, I've just sacrificed the drawing cue to tell me something. But wrapping them like this gives me the roundness of that. And like I think we did this accidentally with like too much contrast here, but this is the opportunity to do it. The other thing is overlapping. This is a drawing cue. The fact that we have a recognizable figure here in front of this is recognizable as trees. We can now see that that's like miles in the distance. So overlapping is an important one. Ellipses, cast shadows are huge. This cast shadow, again, is a drawing cue. If we have a cast shadow from, say, one thing, and then it wraps onto another thing is a drawing cue. Something that tells us about the thing casting the shadow. It tells us about the form of the shadow is being cast on, and maybe another thing that's falling over. Those are things that tell us about form and space. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it's a moment in a drawing that sort of describes maybe 2 things at once, or
Exactly. And I think even this perspective thing that I did here, changing it from this, I just maximized the potential of that drawing cue. Cast shadows, form shadows are big. So the distance between the 4 groups is important for the exercise. They're super, super important. So we're not picking random 4 values. We're getting them as closely average to the reference as we possibly can. Okay, anybody have any other questions? Great. I'll upload this stuff and I'll see you guys next week. Really awesome class today. Great work.